into a jibing duel. America One increased their lead. They bumped it up to 12 ticks around that top mark.
I have a mother. I have a father. I even have a big brother. I don't need someone else looking out for me. I need someone who can help me look out for myself.
At Lincoln Financial Group, our goal is to make the financial world clear and understandable so you can make informed decisions. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
I will not be afraid of the dark.
I will not feel guilty leaving my dog alone.
I will feel better about my dad living by himself.
I will know my
And
children.
keeping Prada about 2 boat lengths past as they go into the Spinnaker set, keeping in mind, as you mentioned, that Prada still has a penalty turn to do, which is actually a 270-degree turn. This French team is a team that ended up winning 7 straight races in round 3 to advance. And they only won 5 races out of 20 in the first 2 rounds.
Some of your Kiwi friends next door thought the Spinnaker set was a little early. Prada trying to tack on 1 more point and even their record at 2 wins and 2 losses in the semis. Meanwhile, the match of the day, Kayard against Gilmore. America One led by 12 as they go downwind again.
Japan is the yellow line. America One is the blue line. America One holding on to about a 2 boat length lead, staying directly in the middle of the course. 2.5 lengths.
Gonna be a little
They've been going through a series of dives on board America One.
horrible angle here. Pressure building on now. This pressure is over here.
Pressure means more wind.
It's gonna be the flat 3, right? Squaring it up. Shimon. Need to beat them down. Yes.
Wind speed backing off just a little bit. We're down to about 12.5 knots right now downwind. America One and Nippon. Gary Jobson, all our ESPN America's Cup team. Glad you're on board for our coverage from Auckland, New Zealand.
What will communications be when it finally grows up? Satellite? Broadband? Wireless? Fiber optic? With technologies from Agilent, communications can grow up to be whatever it wants to be. Let's see what this baby can do.
Like most sailors, you will eventually find yourself in a situation where you start asking some questions. Should you have chosen a larger furling system, or does that winch have enough power? Get the answers at Fiat.com, the online source for hardware, rigging, sales, and marine electronics. Find out about it. Order online or by phone and get it quickly. Fiat.com, because you may have a few questions out here.
I spent 40 years building a nest egg, 30 years paying off a mortgage, 20 years saving for college. I'm done worrying. Now I want to live.
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable solutions to help you grow, manage, and protect the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
Back with a sight you won't soon forget. This was 48 hours just 2 days ago. That jarring sight. Watch there as Prada's mast snapped in two like a toothpick in only 14 knots of breeze. Afterwards, Luna Rosa's skipper, Francisco D'Angelo, stoic.
At this stage, I think you have to consider, we have to forget what happened today. You have to consider that you lost another race. And, still it's a long series to go, and you have to try to do your best and then make the balance at the end.
So as you check the standings, Gary, I have it on very good authority that Mr. Bertelli walked into the product compound and said, I didn't spend $50 million to see this.
Very upset. Now I wonder how it unsettled the crew in their performance today. Shows that their backs are against the wall here if they end up losing this race and go down with 3 defeats.
Downwind, where the French boat, France 46, has been excellent.
This French boat particularly fast sailing downwind.
Funny, Gary, yesterday listening to Peter Gilmore when he joined us here talk about how difficult the French boat is to steer. Even Gilmore in the Nippon camp knows.
The problem with the French boat is it's long, thin, and a very small rudder, and they have a lot of difficulty maneuvering, and that's been one of their problems. Good in straight line sailing, but tough when they're maneuvering, and that's when they've got themselves in trouble a few times.
Moi, de toute façon, j'accompagne. C'est chez le gagnant. Il vente un peu là-haut. Je vais faire un pêche. Ok, reçu.
So we'll go back to our featured matchup this day with identical 2-1 records. America won against Nippon.
At the end of the fourth leg, America 1 continues to lead by 2.5 boat lengths as Nippon comes around the leeward mark.
So 12 seconds at the third mark, and 18 seconds the delta at the bottom mark.
Kayart's strategy of going to a symmetrically shaped spinnaker compared to the asymmetrical that he did on the first leg seemed to work as they stretch out a little bit.
Whoever loses, their record will dip down to 2-2, and whoever wins a big point in the semifinals.
The King brothers, separated at birth. George King went to a family that subscribed to fishing magazines. James's family subscribed to the Wall Street Journal. 28 years later, George lives with his parents, while his brother James started a B2B web company and went public with a record first-day pop. Food for thought, especially since you can get 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal for just 57 cents a day. That's 25% off the regular rate. Call 800-469-1600. That's 800-469-1600 for the Wall Street Journal.
Call toll-free to get free information by mail about the Craftmatic Model 2 adjustable bed. This wonderful bed adjusts to hundreds of relaxing positions, offers optional warm, soothing heat, and relaxing built-in massage, yet costs up to 56% less than these quality flat beds. Don't pay more to remain flat. Call toll-free and get complete free facts by mail about the adjustable bed that costs up to 56% less.
Call toll-free, 1-800-344-8300.
I'm ready to rumble. I'm gonna beat you like a dog. I'm your daddy today.
That's right. Beat him like
I told you I was coming. Right. You thought that it was over, didn't you? You thought you had a chance, but I'm here today. I told you I was coming.
Once in a century, along comes a man whose strength and courage raises him above all others.
I am the greatest.
This is how he got there.
This is my history today.
Terrence Howard and the Practices' Steve Harris star in Muhammad Ali, King of the World. Monday, 9, 8 Central on ABC.
I'm gonna shake up the world.
Well, whether from Rotorua here on the North Island or Queenstown in the South, for the last week or so, you've enjoyed Susie Aiken's feature showing us some Kiwi culture. Great to have her on the North Star and welcome her officially as part of our ESPN America's Cup team. Great to have you also providing some Kiwi, well, some cultural heritage to your native land.
Thanks, Jim. Yes, it's going to be good to be able to give you a sense of who New Zealanders really are, what we do in our everyday lives and our lifestyle, and most importantly, our spirit.
Speaking of spirit, a lot of excitement out here on the water yesterday. You got to meet, well, maybe some future New Zealand America's Cuppers, huh?
Yeah, it was an amazing experience, and some of life's unplanned things are those special moments. Yesterday, Team New Zealand were cruising out to training, managed to go right through a flotilla of little yachts, and what you got to see there was real good old Kiwi friendliness coming right out.
Well, there were over 100 P-class yachts out here. They were drawn to that big black boat like moths to a flame. Here's Susie Aiken's feature then, presented by ADT.
A little black magic moment for a bunch of young Kiwi sailors.
It's tough the way the America's Cup's set up because the boats are so inaccessible to the public, you know, and if we get a chance like today, which has just happened out of the blue, it's something pretty special, I think.
You'd recognise the big boats, the little ones up P class.
It's the boat that most New Zealand yachties started in, and it's got a great reputation. Some of our best sailors have come out of P class and over the years, and I think it's a great little boat.
It was 17 years ago today that I was sailing that boat behind me, so it's pretty cool to get back into it.
It's 7 foot long and 85 pounds, the first step to bigger things.
Just to get on board the boat, touch the steering wheel, and touch the grinders, and be close to the crew is just magnificent.
Come on, you two, you're almost there. Keep going, he's there, stop, 41 seconds.
Yeah, oh, it's a dream come true, I guess. This is it. Where everyone's heading, and we're here.
Once these guys can sail a P-class well, they can probably end up sailing one of these pretty well one day.
So, Jim, would have been like a Troy Aikman invitation for Super Bowl warm-ups.
Their version of punt, pass, and kick, Susie. All the Kiwis' best cut their teeth on that program, from Coots to Dixon to Brad Butterworth. Auckland, the host city. Can the Kiwis keep the cup? Well, if you watch ESPN, you'll know by March 1st.
I have a boss. I have a mother-in-law. I also have a teenage daughter. I don't need someone else telling me what to do. I need someone who will listen.
You tell us your goals, your situation, and your concerns. We'll provide clear, understandable solutions to help you manage your finances. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
I spent 40 years building a nest egg, 30 years paying off a mortgage, 20 years saving for college. I'm done worrying. Now I want to live.
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable solutions to help you grow, manage, and protect the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
To return the cup to its home back in America, we'd have to face the usual obstacles, and a few we didn't plan on.
Captain, look! We've angered the gods. Oh, no! Clear the time!
Our crewmanship had bested the great Poseidon. Perhaps we'd get to face the Kiwis after all.
Welcome back. back. The city of sails off in the distance. We're watching Prada trying to pick up 1 point, and Peter Montgomery, our Keeley colleague, is back on board on our ESPN coverage. Of course, the Italians would only be 2-2, and Mr. Fratelli, he was pretty frank in that post-match meeting the other night, wasn't he?
He was, absolutely, but as things stay at the moment, they'll only have 1 win. And if France can hold this position to the end of the race, this is going to be huge. As much as the other match with America won, I mean, this is really a question, not so much France winning, but Prada, Italy losing. Remember, the Italians have a penalty still to undertake. So not only do they trail, but they also have that penalty. The mountain is getting higher. Prada to the right, France to the left.
Peter, as you observed round robins 1, 2, and 3, did you think that the Italians would melt down in the semifinals? Melt down at all?
I expected that they'd be able to handle it, but apart from meltdown, I do think we should say, in the conditions we've got today, up to 13 knots, this boat, France, Le Défi Francais, is very, very fast, especially on this point of sailing off the wind that is underspinning. Boy, things are getting untidy on both boats there. Top Sport is a study of people under stress, and the crews of Le Défi and Prada are under stress right now. It'll be fascinating to see who handles this best. Trying to haul in that huge spinner that would cover a family home easily. That's tight. This is tight. Prada are in it.
Only 2 races today with Stars and Stripes in the shed. Granted an additional 24 hours for repair. Dawn Riley, John Cutler, and the other San Francisco syndicate out doing a little 2-boat testing today. So our featured matchup, Kayard against Gilmore, Nippon and America 1. The Delta at the 4th mark. USA 61 in front. Peter Montgomery was calling the action on TV New Zealand. You saw the problem that they had with the jib sheet on America 1 earlier on this beat to weather.
Yes, indeed, they sure had some problems.
It has been breakdown, not so much crew error that has plagued Kayard's camp, don't you think?
That is crucial. That there, the breakdown. Well, really, this camp and Nippon really have been the 2 camps with the highest incidence of breakdowns. And now we have got 24, nearly 25% of all races lost in this whole regatta. I'm talking rounds 1, 2, and 3, plus the semi-finals. Say a quarter of the races lost because of breakdowns.
Or by, as one gentleman expressed it, stupid crew errors. Because I happen to know where you got that statistic. Lincoln Financial Group takes us on board Yacht Camp.
Well, the stupid crew errors actually account for another 20+%, i.e. bad tactical decisions. But there is no doubt that on this venue here, out on the Hanaki Gulf, just out on the front doorstep of Auckland, the conditions vary so much that you really have to be ready for everything. This is a fantastic boat race.
Peter Montgomery, the voice of yachting in New Zealand, covering it for TV New Zealand.
To see inside the human heart, the doctor once needed a scalpel. But with ultrasound systems from Agilent Technologies, doctors can now spot problems that once went undetected, and sometimes even fix them without surgery. To see inside the human heart is to sometimes see relief.
40 years ago, we started this business. 10 years ago, our sons wanted to help. Last year, our daughter decided to join. Our whole family is in the business. How do we make sure the business stays in our family?
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable business succession planning to help you preserve the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
Sam Adams. It's what's inside.
Whether you're new to hockey or a longtime viewer, there's something for every fan to learn about the coolest game on earth. It's NHL Rules. This Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern, as Colorado visits Chicago on ESPN2.
Back with two teams, indeed representing two countries that would like to take the old mug from Auckland, the city of sails, back to Europe. Prada, Italy 45, France 46. Let it be. Watch this dramatic move, Gary, on sail track.
Late to fee, the yellow line on the left is clearly ahead at the leeward mark, and they allow Prada to get to the right side of the course. Now they have their starboard advantage. Late to fee comes into the middle. The wind shifts to the right. Prada suddenly ahead. The French tack away. What you have here is a psychological shift where Prada's behind, worry about losing the whole series. Suddenly they take the lead, and they're feeling good. The French feeling a little defeated. But keep in mind, Les Défis needs to just keep it close because Prada still has a penalty turn to do before the finish. And my guess is it'll take about 6 to 7 boat lengths lead to be able to make that penalty turn and still cross the finish line. But Prada clearly stretching out at the top of the screen over the French now. Wind speed up to 14.5, 15 knots. Wind increasingly more tougher for the French boat to perform in.
Volata dietro. Volata.
During times of wide open water like this aboard Prada, they'll be planning out very carefully how they make that penalty turn, which they will do at the finish line. Telltale on the mainsail of Prada, telling them how the wind is flowing off the sail. There it is right there. If it's pointing up, they're probably over trimmed. If it's going down, they're under trimmed. If it's flowing straight, they're perfectly trimmed, and that's what they had right there.
Tough day to be a port trimmer.
Lorenzo Mazza.
A building breeze is not good news for this boat.
The reason for that, Jim, is the boat is light and it's very narrow. At the water line, where it actually goes into water, the widest part of the boat is only 2.7 meters wide, 2.9 meters wide, compared with the pond, which is the widest boat here at 3.7 meters wide.
Trying to avoid her 4th consecutive loss, and at least the way we've got things mathematically figured out, just about knocking themselves out of any chance of making it to the Louis Vuitton finals.
Because if they won 6 straight races, taking away that half a point, which they were penalized with the collision with Stars and Stripes, you only get 5.5 points. I don't see how you could have a 500 record, be in the top 2 of a 6-boat fleet.
Only 2 races again this day. DeAngelis aboard Italy 45, Stars and Stripes in the repair shop, and America's crew out doing a little 2-boat testing. Our our featured matchup, each with identical records, and you can see Kayard has stretched his advantage now to 5.3 boat lengths.
Boy, Gilmore's thrown everything but the kitchen sink at him, trying a lot of tacks. That doesn't seem to work. And America 1 just stretching out and going faster. Now, the pond should be better when the wind comes up because of the wider boat. It has form stability, and it should make the boat go faster. But at 15 knots, America 1 clearly having the edge as they approach the windward mark.
Let's check our Lincoln Financial Group summary so far. You can see it's been Kayard wire to wire, 7 at the top mark. Added on another tick at the bottom, picked up 4 going back to weather, and downwind added another 6, 18 as we head to mark number 5.
The man in the yellow pants there is 17th man, Doug Smith.
Okay, Pop coming right back. Yeah, give me an idea. Give me a little speed, Terry. 8, 5, 3, stand by. 2, 1.
Isnecki calling down the time to make the tack for the mark.
Safety up, Greg. He's made. Okay, folks. Good, Bill. Half the lane. Everybody, little. Yeah, we'll call the hoist. It's going to be normal. He's made.
America 1 going back to that symmetrical spinnaker that worked so well for him on the second leeward leg. That count is when the sail gets to the top of the mast. At that point, they take the sheets, the lines holding the spinnaker, and stretch it out to get the sail to fill.
Buzz.
Big game downwind for Kayard. Less than 3 miles now to tie Stars and Stripes for the top spot with 3 points in the semifinals Louis Vuitton Challenger Cup.
I will not be afraid of the dark.
I will not feel guilty leaving my dog alone.
I will feel better about my dad living by himself.
I will know my children are safe.
I will go on vacation and finally be able to relax.
ADT's advanced technology and skilled professionals help more people feel safe in more ways than any other security company. Call now and get our sophisticated burglary system installed for as little as $99.
Secret burglar alarming.
Plus, get 2 months free monitoring.
I will live my life.
My life.
My life.
On my terms!
Call now and get the ADT burglary system from $99 installed, plus 2 months free monitoring. Get the power of ADT.
At 25, I wanted to make vice president. At 35, I wanted to make my first million. At 45, I wanted to make enough to buy the company. Now all I want is to make it around this track 0.2 of a second faster.
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable, customized solutions to help you manage, protect, and enjoy the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
Back with race number 2, Prada with a record of 1 and 2. France looking for their first win.
Now, this is a penalty turn, Jim. They've got far enough ahead. They've decided to take it. Under the rules, to make a penalty turn, you have to make a 270-degree turn. So they bear off, jibe, come back on the win, and they've absolved their penalty.
You thought they would do it just before the finish line. They obviously built up enough of a lead on that beat to weather. Try to pull it off.
Generally, you want to do it at the finish line because that's when you might have your biggest lead, but they had the lead. They said, hey, let's go for it right now, get this thing out of the way, and still hold on to the lead, and they've been able to do that.
Keep in mind, though, is after we go around mark number 5, we go back downwind, and that's where the French boat has been very, very good, and the breeze has knocked off a bit. We're down to about 12.
Look at everybody working hard to get that sail, and now they can take a little breath as Prada on the left, French on the right. Prada looking still to be in the lead after that penalty turn. It was a good time to take it. Nice call. What surprises me is the French have the lead at the leeward mark. So there's the big lead. They have about a 9-10 boat length lead. Prada being the blue line. Bears off, takes the jibe, gets back on the wind. Very nice handling. The French, by the way, tack above the lay line, throwing away a little bit more distance as they come into the mark. Now it's who gets to the finish line first will win the race. Big turnaround for Prada. When you have a turnaround like this gives you a lot of confidence as you go forward that when you've made a mistake, you can recover from that mistake. It shows that this boat is fast.
Italy trying to even their record, Gary, to 2-2, and if things were to hold on this way, Prada would have 2 points. Nippon, if they were to lose to KR, would also have 2 points. America True, in action tomorrow against Prada, would have 1, and France would just about mathematically be done. Fairway set, mark 5. Downwind, and France catch Italy.
France was able to make up about 3 boat lengths at leg 1, but now they've got a long way to go.
All series long. Of course, we've been looking at these great pictures of America's Cup yachts. The Grand Prix lots have always been a favorite of photographers as a subject. Usually, they're caught in heavy conditions with the spray flying. But from the Levitt collection at the Mariners Museum in Newport News, Virginia, comes a rather more sedate look at these Grand Prix yachts that is spectacular. Billowing sails turned them into floating clouds that lit up the sea with their reflections.
Golf Digest presents 50 ways to lower your score.
To get greater distance, turn your right foot out. For a better backswing, don't slide. Turn your hips instead.
Now, lower your score, drive longer, hit straighter, and play your best golf ever with the 50 new stroke-saving tips in every Golf Digest. Call now for your risk-free trial issue. If you like it, get 11 more issues, 12 in all, for just $19.97. Plus, get this stroke-saving video free.
Call 800-417-1200.
beauty, adventure, drama. All these and more can be yours in the wonderful world of art. And with this free art test from Art Instruction Schools, you can find out if you have the interest and desire needed to become a serious art student. To get your free art test without cost or obligation, call this toll-free number. Don't delay. Call this toll-free number now. Call 1-800-344-8300.
Hoops is hanging out all day long.
Hey, you know what I love about the weekends? What? This.
First up, the boys from Boston College get it on with Providence. Then, Tubby Ball is back as Ryan Carroll leads TCU against Southwest Missouri State. And later, Keon Dooling drives Missouri in a Big 12 battle with Marcus Spicer and the Cyclones. Providence Boston College at 12:30, TCU Southwest Missouri State at 3, Missouri Iowa State at 5, Saturday on ESPN.
Welcome back. America won on the verge of increasing their record to 3-1. You look down on the venue, the Hauraki Golf. Best race of the semifinals. Gary Jobson.
America won. The Green Spinnaker enjoying a 4 to 5 boat length lead as they head down for the finish.
It was close most of the way. Only 7 seconds at the top mark. Only 8 at the bottom mark. First run downwind.
As the breeze came on, America 1 seemed to go a little bit faster compared with the pond. Big spectator fleet out here today.
As you go on board Japan 44, Peter Gilmore, we talk about all the protests that he has thrown. The Japanese believe, I think, Gary, that Stars and Stripes used an illegal appendage, either a rudder or a keel, in their first semifinal win against Japan some 5 days ago. So there was a technical protest filed that'll be heard when? Tonight.
The protest will be heard here in Auckland tonight. The feeling by the Japanese is that Dennis Connor's team used an appendage, that's a rudder or some piece of the keel, that was not manufactured in the United States and designed by an American. Now, there is some thought that you can have something designed and manufactured but not assembled, and that issue has been clarified by the jury in the past, and they said that if it's assembled in some other country, that's okay as long as it's designed and manufactured in the company of origin. I think that Gilmore's reaching here a little bit. It sounds a little desperate to me. I anticipate that Stars and Stripes will be clear, but nobody likes having a protest.
It's funny because some of the people in the New Zealand camp that I talked to actually think Gilmore might be onto something. So it'll be interesting in the protest room tonight.
Well, maybe the New Zealanders fear Dennis Connor. He's the man they actually expect to beat them in the America's Cup match. But it's not up to the New Zealanders. There's an independent international jury that will rule on the situation. It's the voice of Peter Gilmore telling his crew that he's going through a jive maneuver. America 1 still has to make one more jive to get to the finish line. So Peter Gilmore gets his medium wind conditions he was looking for, 9 to 10 at the start. As we come in, you can see the finish line. The two boats head for the line.
And you know, Gary, despite the breakdown against America True in the second race of the semis, Paul Kayard's decision to use this boat, USA 61, for the first time in the regatta, is starting to look pretty good.
Very good, and a number of the crew told me specifically, hey, once we got tested and settled the boat down after 3 days, this boat, USA 61, seemed to perform better in all conditions, both upwind and downwind. It made it for a very easy decision which boat to go with. Everybody feeling relaxed now, but they know they got a lot of more racing to go. 6 races, and they need to win 5 of them to guarantee that they advance to the next round of Louis Vuitton Cup.
Stop. Stop. Yeah, nice try. Good. right? Yeah, that light patch, yeah.
If it ended right now, Gary Jobson, we would have two American syndicates, Stars and Stripes, and from the St. Francis Yacht Club in San Francisco, Paul Kayard's USA 61 in the finals for the Louis Vuitton Cup. But we still have 6 race days to go.
And in those 6 races, anything can happen, so stay tuned.
Big race, speaking of staying tuned tomorrow. Kayard, he'll be in action, but America True, Don Riley up against Prada.
Sooner or later, every sailor asks, what in the world am I doing out here? Something always needs to be fixed or replaced. But sailors often find themselves in places where they can't buy these things. So they log on to Piat.com, the online source for hardware, rigging, sales, and marine electronics. If you need to buy it or just find out about it, go online or call Piat.com wherever in the world you find yourself.
I have a boss. I have a mother-in-law. I also have a teenage daughter. I don't need someone else telling me what to do. I need someone who will listen.
You tell us your goals, your situation, and your concerns. We'll provide clear, understandable solutions to help you manage your finances. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
Tomorrow on ESPN at 6 Sports Center, at 7 PGA Tour, and at 10 Sports Century's 2 greatest athletes, Babe Ruth and Michael Jordan. On ESPN2 at 7 NFL Tonight, at 7:30 National Hockey Night as the Mighty Ducks battle the Hurricanes, and at 10:30 Friday Night Fights. And on ESPN Classic at 8 In Focus, the 38 National League Baseball film, and at 9 Classic NASCAR. Do you have all the ESPN networks?
A reminder coming up next right here on ESPN2. It's the NHL Cool Shots. Enjoy an all-access behind-the-scenes look at the National Hockey League. Cool Shots up next right here on ESPN2. But we've got some unfinished business out on the Hauraki Gulf. Race number 2, Prada trying to square their record to 2-2. France trying to avoid their 4th straight loss. The French have been very good downwind, but Prada, after a couple of lead changes, surviving 2 penalty turns. Very unusual. As we check our race summary, you can see that Italy 45 was ahead at the top mark by only 13 seconds. France took the lead by 14 seconds after Italy did their first penalty turn. And then just before the 5th mark, Italy again with their second penalty turn, trying to stretch things out a bit here. Francisco D'Angelis, born back in 1960 in Naples. That's Naples, Italy, of course. Great record in the one-tonners. 5 world championships for him over the last decade or so. Harold Cudmore, that wily veteran of America's Cup races, says that although Francesco does not have the America's Cup experience, he has a very focused sailing mind, a great natural sailor, and he knows how to win. Well, he dug down deep with his team today and earned their 2nd point. So Prada will go to 2-2, earn their 2nd point in the Louis Vuitton semifinals. Nippon with 2 points. And Prada gets America True tomorrow, Don Riley's syndicate. Don out doing a little speed testing today. Angry at Stars and Stripes for allegedly dragging their feet as far as the repairs are concerned. But Dawn pointed out this morning on the dock, she said every time that our syndicate has gotten manned, we have sailed well. They'll need to tomorrow against Italy. France will fall to 0-4. And they will stay a minus half point. Just about be mathematically eliminated. Big win for that team with 2 American coaches on board. Rod Davis, of course, you'll remember him from the Eagle Syndicate back in '86, '87, and Steve Erickson, who sailed with the America's Cup with Dennis Conner in '95. Veteran of the Liberty Cup in New York Harbor, Bertrand Passe. Be a tough night in the French camp, falling to 0-4. Huge for Italy 45 after their mast snapped in two. We had boisterous conditions 3 days ago. Becalmed yesterday and the racing was canceled. And one of the best races in the semis today, America won and Nippon. 16 anteed up when the Challenger entries were counted. 11 made it here to Auckland. 6 survived into the Louis Vuitton Challenger semifinals, and in just 6 days, only 2 will be left. Will it be Prada, Nippon, or Stars and Stripes? And America won. On shore, the America's Cup Village, kind of a carnival atmosphere, if you will. A lot of espresso shops. Obviously, souvenir shops. No, that's not the mascot for the Utah Jazz, but it is a carnival atmosphere for young kids. In fact, kids of all ages, as the America's Cup goes on in Auckland, New Zealand.
Great timepieces are built to run forever without replacing batteries. But only one of these is smart enough to run forever on any kind of light. Echo Drive from Citizen. Live at the speed of light.
I have 48 employees. I have an 8-member management committee. I also have 3 5-year-old sons. I don't need someone else raising questions. I need someone who can give me answers.
At Lincoln Financial Group, you tell us your goals, your situation, and your concerns. We'll provide clear, understandable solutions to help you manage your finances. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
Welcome to the World Wide Web. And what a tangled web we weave. With so much traffic, the superhighway can become a parking lot. So Agilent Technologies makes systems and components that help turn internet gridlock into open road. It's a driver's dream.
Great timepieces are built to run forever without replacing batteries. But only one of these is smart enough to run forever on any kind of light. Echo Drive from Citizen. Live at the speed of light.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of America's Cup 2000 has been brought to you by Lincoln Financial Group. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world. By Citizen Watch Company, the official timer of the Louis Vuitton Cup. By Piat.com, everything a sailor needs online. And by Agilent Technology, dreams made real. Surrounded by farmland. A look back at the upper harbor beyond the bridge and off in the distance downtown Auckland. A cloudy picture there, but things a lot clearer now because that busted jib, well, it could have been a problem, Gary, but Kayard recovered another wire-to-wire win as we check our Lincoln Financial summary. So 3 wins out of 4 races. There you see the winning margin. And for the Italians, a nice recovery. They survived 2 penalty turns, very unusual, in the busted mass the other day.
With boat speed among the challengers getting closer every day, the competition is intense, which will be most helpful when one of these teams meets Team New Zealand on February 19th.
And you check the standings. I think the pressure has to be on America True. Don Riley's syndicate, only 1 point. What do you think in only 3 races?
They've made some adjustments to their boat. That might make the difference.
France just about mathematically out of it. If it ended right now, 2 from Stars, or the United States, Stars and Stripes, and America 1, but still 6 race days to go. A reminder, join all of us right back here at 1 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow. That's 10 o'clock on the West Coast. Gary, all our ESPN America's Cup sailing team, the Louis Vuitton Challenger semifinals continue on ESPN2. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com.
Check this out. You gotta love it. Holy jumpy hammer.
Thanks, Luke.
The Shark Tank is rocking.
I'll make you famous today.
Is this good or what?
Well, that's how you do it.
You never know what's gonna happen.
I want to be blonde like Jen.
Can you believe what you just saw? The stick is scorching.
I love you, baby. You're the best.
What a show.
This is NHL Cool Shots. This week, celebrities exchange scripts for slap shots as they enjoy a day of fun and hockey for a worthy cause.
How cool is this, man?
Real cool, Boomer.
Oh, what a beauty! He looked like Tiger Woods.
Welcome to the world-famous Madison Square Garden. Hello, everyone. I'm Jennifer Smith, and we are kicking off the new millennium right here at the New York Rangers Skate 2000. Now, this is a great time for 2 great causes, the Christopher Reeve Paralysis Foundation and NYR Skate. And in just a little bit, the 2nd annual celebrity game will get underway, and our own Dan Moriarty is lacing them up, and he'll be playing with the blue team. Now, you can bet that Dan is back in the dressing room preparing and focusing because, well, for Dan, hockey is his life.
You talking to me? You talking to me? Oh, Jerry Bruckheimer, just the guy I've been looking for. You did great films. Armageddon, I love it. Con Air, I love it. Top Gun, my favorite. You know, I do this hockey TV show. I really want to get the movies, and I think you're the guy who can help me out. Let me do a line for you. This is one of my favorite lines, Top Gun. You ready? Okay. I feel the need for speed. You see how I was inside, not out, I was in. More like, you know, Tom Cruise was different. Moriarty, Tom Cruise, Moriarty, Tom Cruise. He likes me. I can tell he likes me. I am a power performer.
This week, we focus on 3 men who are true power performers, and we begin in Dallas with the Golden Brett.
Protecting it against McGinnis to Mahler to Hall. A shot. There it is! 600 for Brett! That is textbook Brett Hall, and he joins Papa Hall in the 600 club. What an accomplishment. A dozen guys have done it now.
Brett's memorable New Year's Eve was not finished yet.
Running in. Still at the puck. To Hall. He scores! Brett Hall scores the final goal of the century in the National Hockey League. Number 601 came immediately after 600, and a huge night for Brett and the Stars.
Colorado's captain also put his name in the record books this week.
Sackett kept it in there with a great feed in front to Dingman. He scores! And Sackett will get his 1,000th point. Super Joe on a great pass, and he gets his 1,000th point in the NHL.
Speaking of points, Jaromir Jagr reached a personal best against the Islanders.
Over to Jagr. Jagger's going to stretch out and take it in. Shot scores. Robert Lang set up by Jagr. Jagr with a big one. Push deep line. And he gets his 3rd goal. The hat trick is 7-point, a new personal record. And Jaromir Jagr is having a night of nights here tonight in Pittsburgh.
Being being joined now by Christopher Reeve. Christopher, first off, this is the second year of this event, and one of the organizations that this really fun-filled event benefits is the Christopher Reeve Paralysis Foundation. Can you tell us about your mission?
Well, our mission is to find a cure for paralysis caused by spinal cord injuries, and also the side effect will be to cure other diseases of the brain, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, etc. So we're on a mission, and the scientists are really getting there.
Now, it seems that over the past several years that there's been great strides made in this area.
Yeah, I mean, for years it was thought it could be completely impossible, but now, you know, things are really progressing, and they're going to be in human trials in the next year or so.
Let's talk a little bit about this great event, and you're being joined by your son, Will, who I hear is quite a skater. Now, it's got to be a real kick for you. I know you're a huge hockey fan, and so are you, Will, to come out and watch some of your colleagues from the entertainment world take to the ice and try to play a little hockey. What's it like watching those guys?
Well, some of them are really good, you know, and as I said, they're movie stars, but they'd probably rather be hockey players.
It's got to be a great feeling to see a lot of your colleagues and all these people turn out to support the Christopher Reeve Foundation and also NYR Skate.
Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic, you know, and, you know, we get to come and meet our heroes.
Coming up, it's hats off to the Super Skills competition as Ranger players and celebrities give it their best shot.
Whoa, 62.9.
NHL Cool Shots is brought to you by Powerade. Keep moving, keep pushing, keep playing. By IBM, are you ready for e-business? And by Bud Light. Hockey fans, make it a Bud Light.
Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. Cuba. Hey, what's up, Dan? How you doing, buddy? And man, what are you doing in hockey here?
Well, listen, I'm playing the game tonight, but I'm kind of sick and tired of doing this show. I want to do movies.
I figured I'm on your team. I can ask you.
A pointer, please.
A pointer?
To get into movies.
Okay. Don't give up. They say you suck. Don't listen to it. You know what I mean?
I hear that
Just
a lot.
keep your head. Do you?
See what I mean? Okay,
We love you, though.
Look
Dan.
it.
We love you. We love you. Dan.
Here, let me do this for you. Maybe you can like it. Ready? Show me the money.
Poor Yuri.
Oh, you hate to see that happen.
Players in the NHL don't take that kind of abuse.
Someone make him stop!
So, you know, being an instructor with the Navy SEALs isn't all it's cracked up to be.
You are getting desperate.
No, I'm always like this. I really have no chance with you girls, do I? Be honest, I could take it.
Yes, but we cannot.
You all are like angels, I tell you.
This guy is making me sick.
Hey, you're not the only one.
Every team has their marked man. Those so chosen for making the spectacular routine know where they are or suffer the consequences. For they are the select few who are leaders of men. We can only hope to follow. Experience their joy as they play the game.
At VarsityBooks.com, you'll save up to 40% on textbooks. They may come in handy. VarsityBooks.com. College. Life.
Sean fished the sea from dusk till dawn, leaving his skin tight and drawn. No ordinary soap would do, so he tried the Irish Spring that's new. Unlike some deodorant soaps, new Irish Spring Aloe helps hold more moisture in, so your skin won't feel as tight and dry. Now, whenever Sean's ship is in, all the lasses of Inishmore want to touch his skin. New Irish Spring Aloe cleans your skin, keeps moisture in.
You're watching NHL Cool Shots from Super Skate 2000 at Madison Square Garden.
Here with WWF superstar Y2J. Hey, listen, I got to ask you about your technique out there. That's pretty interesting. Where'd you learn that skill?
Well, that's actually called the Winnipeg roll. I learned that in Winnipeg, Canada. When your team is down and they need an offensive spark, you
you just go and completely annihilate and obliterate the goaltender. That's what I did. And oh my goodness, it's tied 4-4 now after we were losing.
The joyous scene late yesterday at the product camp as Italia 45 came back after drawing first blood in the best-of-9 Challenger finals following a most impressive wire-to-wire win against America 1. Prada survived a penalty turn and a jibing duel and stunned more than a few veteran Cup observers. Results, 1-0 in favor of the Italians. Tactician Torben Grail, greeted by his kids, made all the correct calls on wind shifts. So as day 2 dawned, that's the score. Cloudy and rainy skies, suspect winds vacillating between 3 and 13 knots, kind of up and down, kind of like the two skippers' views after yesterday's first race.
It's just the first race. So it's good to start this way, but it's just the first one, and we know that all the races will be tough until the end. So we just think about tomorrow.
I've been in a lot of regattas and have been behind before, and I think that I certainly expected to lose some races in this round, and it happened that we took the first loss, and I think it's an interesting challenge because we get to show ourselves, most importantly, if we can come back tomorrow and reverse the cards.
Well, it's pretty obvious at least one Paul Kayard, the American skipper, remembers back in '92 when he sailed for the Italians, coming back from a 1-3 deficit and winning the series. Maybe his next-door neighbors should remember the same thing.
Well, Jim, I thought DeAngelis was pretty calm, but the rest of the team was ecstatic, maybe too excited after winning just one race.
What was the mood like on board? I mean, you came back in after the race on board 61.
Well, I thought the mood was pretty good for Kayard and Kostecki because they know where the mistakes are and they know how to make the difference. But the rest of the team seemed pretty quiet, so leadership is going to be a big factor.
Race 2 is coming up. As you can see, the conditions are kind of light and fluky out there. Does that, to your eye, favor either team?
Well, both boats are good in light air, but it's going to be a tactician's race trying to read these complicated winds.
So when we come right back, Paul Kayard and America 1 down 0-1, 5 out of 9 to challenge the Kiwis against DeAngelis and Prada.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations, plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do one thing, do it well.
What will communications be when it finally grows up? Satellite? Broadband? Wireless? Fiber optic? With technologies from Agilent, communications can grow up to be whatever it wants to be. Let's see what this baby can do.
I will not be afraid of the dark.
I will not feel guilty leaving my dog alone.
I will feel better about my dad living by himself.
I will know my children are safe.
I will go on vacation and finally be able to relax.
ADT's advanced technology and skilled professionals help more people feel safe in more ways than any other security company.
With ADT?
Call now and get ADT's sophisticated burglary system installed for as little as $99. You could also save up to 20% off your basic homeowner's insurance.
I will live my life.
My life.
My life.
On my terms!
Call now and get the ADT burglary system from $99 installed, plus up to 20% off homeowner's insurance. Get the power of ADT.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of America's Cup 2000 is being brought to you by Sam Adams. It's What's Inside. By Fiat.com. Everything a sailor needs online. By Citizen Watch Company, the official timer of the Louis Vuitton Cup. And by Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world. Looking down from our ESPN sail track outside the city of Auckland, the city of sails, to the Hauraki Gulf, where yesterday we started race number 1 in about 10 knots of breeze. It kind of varied between 8 and 13 knots, Gary. It was a Mediterranean-like day, and for day number 2, after a couple of delays and about 7.5 knots of breeze, looks like we'll get underway. We check our Agilent Technology course conditions for day 2 of the Challenger Finals.
Wind out of the southeast, wind speed very variable, 6 to 9 knots. We could have anything out here today. Not very much current, calm seas. The variability index high.
And as you check the Citizen Delta, everybody's looking for wind this day, huh?
Good place to ride at the top of the mast to see what the wind is doing. Strategist Michelle Ovaldi up there on Prada.
And as we check our GMC crew list for A1,
John Kostecki, tactician, Olympic silver medalist in 1988, is skippering in the next Volvo Ocean race in 2001. Sailed in the America's Cup in 1995.
Morgan Larson will go up the mast out of the University of Hawaii, 28 years of age, father, sailmaker, and in the Olympic trials.
And one of 4 grinders, Phil Trinter, played football at Indiana University and is from Lorain, Ohio. He's 29 years old and sailed with Dennis Conner back in 1995 as an alternate.
Working in the pit for A1, the veteran Josh Belsky, a name you knew from Stars and Stripes back in 95 out of St. Lawrence University, 32 years of age from Rye, New York. That boat has to win 5 of the next 8 races. Prada up 1 race to none. And speaking of Italia 45, we check our GMC crew list.
Skipper and helmsman Francesco De Angelis is 40 years old. He's got 2 kids. He's won the J24 World War Championship, and he won the Admiral's Cup in Great Britain back in 1995.
Working the main on board Italy 45, Piero Romeo, 33 years of age, born in Germany, racing fins and soling class as well.
Among the grinders, Massimo Galli sailed in the America's Cup trials back in '87 on Italia and in Il Moro in 1992. He sailed in 2 Admiral's Cup campaigns and races solings.
Down in the pit, Christian Grigio, 29 years of age, racing in the Maxi circuit as well, grew up in the Merit Cup and in the Whitbread.
And up on the bow, Massey Serenas, 29 years old. He races J24s and 12 meters. How's that for a mix?
Not overconfident, but they certainly got a tough one out of the way yesterday. Looking over their shoulder as Kayard tried to pull it out. Seconds till they enter the arena. What was it like as you looked into the eyes of John Kostecki and some of the guys on board A61 yesterday?
Well, first of all, they had high hopes that they'd actually win the race. They kept pushing hard, and they came very close, so there was a lot of determination. They had a crew meeting right after they finished. They discussed why they made some mistakes. They understood it, and they're really anxious to get out here and get going in this race. And a lot of the pressure rests right on Kostecki's shoulders because he's the tactician, and he's the guy that's got to call these wins, which will be tough to read out here today. Each day the boats alternate sides. Prada coming in from the top of the screen with the right-of-way on starboard. America one at the bottom of the screen on port must stay clear.
I believe so. You think it's probably worth it, right? They got their guy up as well. Looks like a little more pressure to left this short term here. You know?
John Kostecki talking about which side of the course they're going to like after the start. That'll dictate their strategy.
No foul here. No foul.
A different tactic by Kayard as he makes a jibe maneuver and keeps it close heading downwind.
Keep looking up the track. Let's get this first shift, okay?
Jim
notice both boats have a man up the mast looking for wind up the course. Matteo Plazzi, the navigator's on Prada, and Morgan Larson handles that duties for America One. You can see him about 100 feet off the water.
Head-to-head, all square, 3-3 after Prada's impressive victory by 24 seconds yesterday. The closest race, that great downwind run, separated by only 8 seconds, where Kayard actually came from behind on the final leg to beat out Prada. Of course, one of the victories head-to-head was when Prada's mast snapped, and it was virtually a walkover for the boat from the St. Francis Yacht Club.
Okay. You like the left, right? Still like to start left. Just inside the landline here. It's not anything super strong. No? No. So it's best start, but right now I'd like to start left. Hold.
Both boats about 1 minute and 10 seconds sailing time away from the starting line.
Right. How much time back? How much time to the pin? Here you go. What do you want to do? Probably got to lead. What do you want to do? I think we need to lead here.
John Kostecki calls for a jive to lead Prada back to the line. Now keep in mind, both boats need to kill about 50 seconds of time before the start.
Go. Hold. Fast. We almost want him here. Morgan, we got a big lefty. We almost want him. We want to start on port here. And let him go left. See the pin? Big lefty here. We're in 100.
The left windshield would make the port tack favored.
I don't mind getting hooked and starting right now, just because we're in such a big lefty.
Yesterday, 63 seconds from the start, Italy smacked the backside, and they were forced to make that penalty turn later in the race.
He's trying to stay back. Free. Come on. Not stand by here. Yes. Come on. Go. Okay.
Both boats 20 seconds early for the line. They need to kill speed.
We're early here. Hold. Go for speed. Trim. Hold. We'll see if that's forward here. Yep. Right side. Looks a little bit lighter to the right. Hold, Morgan.
Is he letting the pitch? Yes, he is.
I sure should have gone back. It'd be slow. We're having a lot of pace on here. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gun. He's in on the pin.
Clean start for both boats. Prada having difficulty getting up and around the leeward mark. They're pitching to do it, sailing a high course.
Yeah, look at 49. They're up in a big lefty. Damn it. Yeah. It's like, you know, there's pressure coming down here. It's going to be a little bit right with the pressure. We're going to have to take that across because it looks like there's some left.
I like the light touch on the wheel by Francesco De Angelis.
Yeah. There's the difference as you check on sail track. Rather conservative start, I think, Gary, by both skippers today in the very, very light breeze.
The whole deal here was to try and accelerate up the speed. Kayard was on his course early and really got the momentum going and is surging out. The big question now is, where is the new wind going to come from? to the left ahead of Prada or from the right ahead of America 1, and that's what both men up the mast are trying to figure out. Morgan Larson holding on for dear life up there as the boat tacks. John Kostecki also likes the left side of the course and tacks over. If nothing else, a good move just to stay as close as possible to Prada.
Up by the shitter, I see a big line.
Prada, for its part, tacks back into the middle.
All that.
And unless the breeze picks up, it's going to be like this most of the day, huh?
Well, I think both boats learned yesterday when they split for 5 minutes that a big wind shift could dictate what happens in the race. So I think this time both tacticians are going to say, no matter what happens, let's just stay close to the other boat, and that's what we're seeing here. Yeah. Both boats tacking back into the center, whether you're ahead or behind by a minute.
I need ley lines up here, Lex. I don't have ley lines. Tell me what they are. Tell me what they are. Okay. Come on, Hart. Come on. Bring it up. Yeah.
This is the view that Morgan Larson has from the top of the mast. That's how far he feels above the deck.
Twist it here. A little main on, please.
Just going to slightly down pressure. What are you doing, mate? You've got left pressure.
What's that?
Now, with the boats even, Prada seems to be gaining with more wind on the left. But
what do we want to do, John? I think we want the right here.
America 1's in starboard. They can force the other boat to the left, and that's what they're trying to decide. Should we go right and tack underneath them, or cross them and keep going to the left? Big decision right now.
He wants the right, huh? Go main. Come on, turn.
Kostecki likes the right side, as does Prada.
Did they go too early?
Actually, Jim, I think they were a little bit early, but as you can see, they're just getting their speed up, and they're going to force Prada away. It's going to be very hard for the Italian boat to stay in that position much longer.
Come on.
And there they go.
Now, in these very light wind conditions, first, your sailing angles are very wide, about 90 degrees, and secondly, it takes a long time to accelerate up to full speed, over a minute in winds of under 7 knots. Blue line, America 1, working the right side of the course, protecting the right where they see a little bit more breeze, forcing Prada to the left. Neither boat will make another maneuver until they're up to full speed.
As you look at Italy there, Rod Davis is a veteran of 7 America's Cups with 4 different countries. He's the coach of the Italians, and after yesterday's victory, he said, well, maybe 35 to 40% speed, 60% smarts. Day 2, they lead 1 race to none.
Thinking about hair loss? Well, now there are more options available to men experiencing hair loss than ever before. Millions of men have already started using them, so what are you waiting for? Call 1-888-MERC35 to learn more about an FDA-approved hair loss treatment and about a special money-saving offer. Or call your doctor to discuss which treatment is best for you. The sooner you make an appointment to see your doctor, the better. Call 1-888-MERC35 to find out more about a clinically proven hair loss treatment and about a special money-saving offer. Stop just thinking about it. Call today. Merck, helping make hair loss history.
We were driven to bring back the cup, and we had the support of the people back home. But we were not back home.
Must follow. We're headed for the rocks. It's the siren. Cover your ears, sailor. Good.
So beautiful, so dangerous. Much like the ships we'd have to beat in the cup races ahead.
Gary was sail track and a nice puff by Prado.
Well, Yellow Line Prado on the left side of the course seems to be going faster all the time as they go upwind. Prado sailing closer to the wind and gaining all the time. They get about a 2-boat length lead, and Prado comes across and tacks directly on top of America 1. Now, the difference there is not so much which side of the course they were on. It was simply boat speed once they got going, and Prado seemed to have a distinct advantage. It's got to be a big psychological boost.
I'd like the pressure left.
To Prado.
Big time. Better pressure right up there. There's the wind.
Vuoi venire appena su, Francesco? Ragazzi, un muco,
Torben Grail on the right, working with Francesco DeAngelis. Here's Francesco right here. Maybe the most important guys on the boats are right up here at the top of the mast.
I think you better dig out here.
You heard KR say, I think we better dig out.
Yes.
Dig out means tack over and stay with the other boat, even though they're ahead and they're getting more wind on the left. Let's not get too far out here. Here's Morgan Larson is actually tacking himself. And Jim, I like the way he hides behind the mast. The reason is to cut down on windage because he actually slows the boat down.
Real close right now.
I asked Morgan Larson yesterday after the race, when do you come down? And he said about 12 to 13 knots, diminishing returns. Too much windage, too much weight aloft. But in this light stuff of 6 knots, it seems to work well.
Pressure's up.
Just there, you see a difference in course between the two boats. And that's wind strength. Suddenly America 1 getting a little bit more breeze. Prado says, hey, we're going to stay with the other boat. We can't let this happen while we've got our lead, so they come right back across.
Box, stay now for 20. He's in a big lift pressure out there. We got some kind of pressure from here.
Yeah.
Stay now for 15. He's going on 25. Cazzo bene. A camminare. No. Okay.
Big time wind shift to the left. Prado is extending their lead with more wind.
But I think we better go underneath here. Because probably near lane here. Want to go here? Yeah.
Now this looks like a strange tactic, maneuvering and tacking to leeward and behind Prado, but the fact is they're almost sailing a direct course for the windward mark, so better to minimize the loss. That's Kostecki's call.
Veteran grinder Jim Nicklaus there right in the center of your screen with his sunglasses on.
Moose McClintock, right here, Jim, is the sail trimmer. And now upwind, he handles both sides of the boat, a technique developed by the Kiwi, Simon Dowdney, trims on both sides. Moose is a veteran, 45 years old, loves sailing with this man, Paul Kayard. And the Italians, for their part, Lorenzo Mazzi and Stefano Rizzi are two-tailers, and they trim on either side going upwind. So both boats on the left side of the course now, almost sailing directly for the windward mark. More wind filling on the left, so Torben Grail and his man up the mast. Matteo Plazzi getting it right, and that's why they have the lead. Plus, to my eye, it looked like the Prado boat was simply sailing faster when both boats were in the same wind strength.
Wherever you're up there.
Kayard at the wheel said, we knew that Prada was tough, and we knew that we would lose some races. Some of the races would be of the heartbreaking variety. It would be how we react, how we come back the next day and deal with it.
Well, so far, even though they're behind, they seem relaxed.
First American to win the Whitbread around the world race. A lot of folks laughed when the inshore skipper formed the Whitbread, but it was Paul Kayard who enjoyed the last lap. He won it.
I spent 40 years building a nest egg, 30 years paying off a mortgage, 20 years saving for college. I'm done worrying. Now I want to live.
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable solutions to help you grow, manage, and protect the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
Great timepieces are built to run forever without replacing batteries. But only one of these is smart enough to run forever on any kind of light. Echo Drive from Citizen. Live at the speed of light.
To see inside the human heart, a doctor once needed a scalpel. But with ultrasound systems from Agilent Technologies, doctors can now spot problems that once went undetected. And sometimes even fix them without surgery. To see inside the human heart is to sometimes see relief.
Great timepieces are built to run forever without replacing batteries. But only one of these is smart enough to run forever on any kind of light. Echo Drive from Citizen. Live at the speed of light.
It's the first Grand Slam of the century. And it's only on ESPN. The world's best are back, up close, down under. The Australian Open. Coverage continues tonight at 1 on ESPN2.
Love the athletes and stops in to celebrate. Hotel rooms are comfort, the minibar ain't. Greatest time sports, gonna be a heck of a time.
Celebrate the greatest athletes of the decade live from the MGM Grand, February 14th at 8 p.m. on ESPN.
Welcome back to the Challenger Finals race number 2, the story of leg 1.
Jim, as we head upwind, halfway up toward the windward mark now, Prada, yellow line on the left, got a little bit more breeze, sailing a little faster, and enjoys a substantial lead over America 1 as they head almost directly for the mark, a 9.3 length difference to Prada.
A 24-second victory yesterday for the Italians. Very emotional situation when they got back into the Italian camp. Of course, a lot of the fellas in the Italian boat right now were here sailing over 2 years ago when Paul Kayard was sailing in the Whitbread race. It was Paul Kayard, an all-round buoys sailor, who had the last lap when he won the Whitbread. And until this week, well, we never knew how much Paul's America's Cup campaign depended on that win.
I basically had to win the Whitbread in order to have an America's Cup program. I don't think I would have gotten the role that I got going on with the sponsorship without proving to the corporate world right then and there that I was capable of taking on a challenge and organizing a team and succeeding in a somewhat unknown environment for me around the world racing. And so the timing of that was just perfect for me to be able to go into HP and Ford and SAIC at the time and say, hey, after this is over, you know, I'm tackling the America's Cup, and I really think we have a good shot at bringing it back to America. And, you know, I'd go off down to Brazil and go on another leg and win another leg, and they would follow me and read about it, and it was just key. So, first of all, that's what the Whitbread did for me. Secondly, as a person, it was the single best sporting event I've ever participated in. And I know for a lot of the viewers it may be hard to understand that because the America's Cup is always touted as the pinnacle of the sport. And I think from a prestige standpoint and a complexity standpoint, it still is. Certainly from a technical standpoint, it is. But for the pure sailor and the pure sportsman, it's very hard to compare racing your guts out in the middle of the Southern Ocean, 2,000 miles from any kind of land in 45 to 50 knots of wind, pushing the boat hard day and night in water temperature that's basically like a glass of ice water. So on a personal level, it was the most satisfying sporting experience of my life.
The first American skipper to ever win the Whitbread.
And that thing really whips around.
Did a good job. Didn't like the way he did in leg 2 in the Southern Ocean, but came back and satisfied himself on leg 5 that we can do it when they won that leg, and that propelled them to victory. Jim, as we look at the boats going upwind, Prada almost in a position. Their backwind is heading in this direction just behind America 1. But they're going to be sailing a course lower. You can see them bear off right there away from the wind to try and block America 1's wind and gain extra distance. This wind continues to shift all around as they sail upwind. You can see the ley line. Now that's the direct course to the mark. On the right, that straight line, and it's shifting in toward the boats. At this point, it's over. Now, if the ley line shifts any more to the left like it's doing, that will help America 1 because the extra distance sailed by Prada will be lost. But right now, Prada is sailing low and going right over the bow of the boats, and this wind is heading right at America 1 right there and slowing them down. The difference in speed, maybe 3/10 of a knot, and that's a lot.
So you're going to have to let us know. 10-second shot.
Breeze starting to build a little bit out here.
Gavin, are we getting scout guns back or what?
Gavin Brady with the laser gun taking a reading to see if they're gaining or losing compared to the other boat.
The mark rounding, leg 1, race 2, Prada and America 1 when we come back.
Daddy,
My sweetie,
can the monsters get me?
not a chance.
When you've got ADT, you've got the power of advanced home monitoring technology.
Good morning, this is
The power of experienced professionals helping to keep you safe.
Okay, calling the fire department right
From burglary, fire, flooding, carbon monoxide, even the occasional monster. Call now and get ADT's sophisticated burglary system installed for as little as $99. You could also save up to 20% off your basic homeowner's insurance.
And thank you for choosing ADT.
ADT helps protect more homes and families than any other security company in America. Call now and get the ADT burglary system installed from $99, plus up to 20% off your homeowner's insurance. Sleep tight. Get the power of ADT.
I spent 40 years building a nest egg. 30 years paying off a mortgage. 20 years saving for college. I'm done worrying. Now, I want to live.
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable solutions to help you grow, manage, and protect the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
They defy all human instinct, for they are the ones who volunteer to place themselves in front of the target. The NHL on ESPN. This is the game.
Devils Red Wings, Saturday at 7:30 on ESPN2.
Wind's going to be left.
Prada leads 1-0 after yesterday's 24-second win over that boat from the St. Francis Yacht Club in San Francisco. I think Kayer's going to have a tough time, Gary, making the mark.
Prada's done a good job sailing directly on their wind, and America 1 says we can't take it anymore, and they tack away, deciding to make their 2 extra tacks for the mark early, so they're not sitting in Prada's exhaust any longer.
That's probably your washout here.
You can see the wind shifting back and forth. Our direct line. America 1 needs to get out to that to make the mark. It's called the lay line.
Of course, the weather here in the Gulf, the Al Rocky Gulf, can be a great equalizer. Prada's skipper Francesco D'Angelo says he'd like a little bit more time, maybe even a few more years before he's got to make those pressure calls on the first shift.
It's a very challenging place. You never, you never have experience enough, and especially because all the races come down to who gets the first shift. So you just have to call one path, right?
I think a tremendous job, Gary Jobson, by Torben Grail, the Brazilian-born tactician, and the weather team for Prada, led by Heyman Wilcox.
Well, keep in mind that their destiny was not in their hands because America 1 was ahead on the first cross and could have kept going on starboard to get to the left shift. Because Stecchi saw more wind on the right and forced Italy over to the left, and when the Italians got there, the wind filled in from the left, so 2 days in a row. But what this tells me, when you see this happening consistently, maybe it's not so much the wind, but your boat's going faster. Prada's going fast. They're sailing away from them.
What are the Kiwis learning after a race and a leg?
Well, I think they're learning that the Prada boat is very fast and light wind, and that America 1 is vulnerable. They're also learning that neither team seems to get rattled when things go badly. The foul yesterday on the start for Prada and the setback for America 1. But having said that, this race is a long way for over. Let's not forget that KR came within 15 feet of being right alongside Prada just several hundred yards from the finish yesterday. And things can happen downwind very quickly. In fact, I would say that everybody on both of these boats have been in races where they've been well behind and found a way to win. And with this wind expected to get lighter, one boat falls in the hole and the other one will catch up and go right around. Prada giving himself an extra bit of room to round the mark and get a clean spinnaker set. Virtually no current on that buoy.
Stai tranquillo sulla boa, così vai una lunghezza sopra, sono 6 lunghezze, 5.
Those two extra tacks by America 1 cost them dearly, as did sailing in their bad wind for a long period of time. Paolo Pisani, the bowman. Now they're going to come around the mark, Jim, bear away, jibe, and then set the spinnaker. And the reason is the starboard jibe is heavily favored heading down for the leeward mark. Down below in the sewer, Prada.
Nice look down from the helicopter. This is the beamier of the two boats built by the Italian syndicate Prada. All right, some folks question in light air how this boat might do. This was the boat really that dominated round robins 1 and 2 when you were here.
And it was very heavy wind with that beamier boat. But here it is lightweight. Look how wide the turn is here, but a good set. Spinnaker right up as they make the turn. And almost heading directly for the leeward mark now. The race committee electing not to make an alteration of the course on the second leg.
You know, the bands aren't going to pop. After the jibe set.
America 1 deciding whether they should do a jibe set and follow or do a bear away and split to the other side of the course. America One follows suit and goes for a jibe set 2, an indication that that starboard jibe is a much closer course.
149 at the top mark.
Get this off.
Tip's got to come down.
Right here.
A lot of bobble out here. There was a series of storms that passed through. In fact, I've never heard such hard rain as we had here last night. But that created a lot of big waves. The wind is very light now. It's hard to work these boats through the bottle, through the bobble. Plus, I think the spectator fleet up at the winter mark causes that too.
There's water everywhere here in New Zealand. Lakes, rivers, streams, early morning in the backcountry. The mist rises from the surface. It's a somewhat magical, mystical time.
I have a boss. I have a mother-in-law. I also have a teenage daughter. I don't need someone else telling me what to do. I need someone who will listen.
You tell us your goals, your situation, and your concerns. We'll provide clear, understandable solutions to help you manage your finances. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations, plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do one thing, do it well.
Welcome to the World Wide Web. And what a tangled web we weave. With so much traffic, the superhighway can become a parking lot. So Agilent Technologies make systems and components that help turn internet gridlock into open road. It's a driver's dream.
Save up to 70% off list on slightly damaged goods. Only at Guitar Center. Condition may vary.
Back with our sail track, Gary, the story of day 2.
Well, sail track doesn't lie and tells us exactly what's happening. And notice the wind direction on the left. 115 as the boats work upwind. Now, at one point, Italy is behind, but they get forced to the left. They like the left side of the course. The breeze fills in, and the wind starts shifting that way. America One has to tack and be downwind and follow. Prada does an excellent job getting on top of their wind, forcing America One to make 2 extra tacks, and the wind keeps shifting to the left. In all, it shifted 40 degrees on that windward leg, and the Italians seem to call it right every single time.
Are they that good? Are they calling it right every time, time after time, or are they catching some luck too?
Well, I think it's a function of having a faster boat, getting to that new breeze faster. But so far, I would say that Torben Grail is winning the battle of the tacticians over John Kostecki. He's the guy calling it right.
More worried about is if we're
going to fetch
forward the whole way, he's going to be gassing us.
Yep.
So I'm more worried about. I wonder if I could just try to stay left going.
I see the breeze. I feel not up there for you know.
Okay. Yeah, right now I'd agree, I'd sail down on your target. Once you start getting light, Paul, like right here, it feels like we're starting to get light, and you might want to start doing that.
Very difficult steering downwind in these waves and chop and trying to keep your momentum up.
They're ready to hit stuff.
America 1 being affected by the boat ahead. They're doing a nice job sailing the boat. Look at Josh Belsky there sitting on the side. Shoulders kind of slumped, not liking their position at
It's like a lifting top here. It's going to be nice for us again. Getting low is probably better. Am I in it? I don't feel it's windy yet. It's just because it's a big lift. There's a little pressure here, 8 knots, 9 knots. Be surprised maybe they jive.
You can see the boat sailing almost direct course and an 8-boat length lead. America 1's actually going a little faster. That's something we saw yesterday on the downward leg.
Well, they also pulled Morgan Larson down off the mast. It was interesting when you came in with them yesterday. I mean, he actually said there's a range where you don't want to be up there because you're guessing about the wind, but you also, the weight up there can affect the rigging, and you can actually slow the boat down.
And in this chop, Jim, the boats are bouncing back and forth. Remember, he's a lever arm over 100 feet up, and that's slowing the boat down. So I think a good call getting him down. Plus, they're heading for the mark, so they don't need to read the wind now. They just need to go fast. Nobody aboard Prada looking back at the other boat.
Tangone tutto giù, di sicuro? Quello che può, raga, è molto lungo di là questa merda.
I go on board with our Lincoln Financial Group yacht camera.
Vedi se si può tirare anche quello di dritta. Molto leggerino.
Interesting, they use a blinder Romano Ranieri aboard Prada to read the wind. Somebody in the middle of the boat with his eyes looking to windward. Over in America 1, Gavin Brady, the strategist, does that job. Now look at this. Both boats sailing very different courses right now. America 1 sailing a lower course. The reason they have more wind. So a big opportunity to catch up in these fickle breezes. America 1 sailing a closer course to the mark.
Back here, yeah. Yeah, that's the sense. That's why we better think about driving it.
They're thinking about jiving.
Well, he'd like to get Prada to start maneuvering and get him back in the center of the course.
Just want to be ready to jive when we have to jive. He's driving. He's definitely too big right now.
Downwind, these boats will jive through about 100 degrees. That's a very wide angle.
He sat on the bobstay, and I never saw him go to the pole.
The sailing downwind, you can see the boats are actually sailing a higher and higher course away from the leeward mark. That's an indication that the wind is shifting back to the right. Had that happened early in the first leg, America 1 would not be in this position. But 8 boat lengths sounds like a lot, but it's a lot closer than they were before. Up, Morgan Larson going back up the mast again. Looks like Spider-Man, Jim, going up the mast.
Out of the University of Hawaii.
Usually sails a 49er, an Olympic class boat. And he's going all the way up. The higher you go, the further you can see. Plus you can see over top of that spinnaker to leeward, see if anything's down there. The reason for looking down there is to call for a jive to go off in the other course. And it looks like he's straightening out some halyards, and he'll bring one down. Notice all the guys in America 1 sitting on the leeward side of the boat to try and tilt it over to get those sails to fill a little bit easier.
the best.
Kayard said he certainly expected to lose some races this round. It's whether they come back the next day and reverse the cards. Right now, the deck is stacked against them.
Yeah.
If you're ready to lose weight, muscle up, and get back into shape, I've got a free video you're going to love.
Introducing a winning fitness strategy.
You got to eat healthy, drink plenty of water, and most importantly, strength train with Bowflex.
Strength training adds muscle. Not only does your shape look better, you actually increase your metabolism, so you end up burning more calories.
Strength training these days isn't just for men. It's great for women, too. And Bowflex is designed for both. It's even been called the best home gym by Fitness Magazine.
Use as little as 5 pounds to more than 400 pounds of resistance. Follow our 6-week fast fat loss program or create your own from over 60 different health club quality exercises.
Bowflex is easy to own, and it fits in any room in your house. It comes with a 6-week guarantee on results, and you can finance it with no money down and payments as low as $33 per month. Hey, I'm 41, and I'm in the best shape of my life. And I can tell you, Bowflex really does work.
For a free video and brochure on the machine that can help you get into great shape at any age, call right now.
A great tradition continues on ESPN2, Friday Night Fights. Join host Max Kellerman and Brian Kenny each week as they bring you the most exciting live fights of today. Friday Night Fights, every Friday night on ESPN2.
Winter X Games, February 4th through 8th on ESPN and ESPN2.
Gary Jobson, all our ESPN America's Cup sailing team for this 2000 regatta invite you to join us. Mark down those times now. Race number 3 will be Friday morning at 2 a.m. That's 11 o'clock p.m. Thursday night on the West Coast at the St. Francis Yacht Club. Race number 4 Saturday, 12:30 a.m. Saturday morning, 9:30 prime time on the West Coast Friday night. Race number 5 Sunday morning at midnight, 9 o'clock, again prime time. So 3 more great races here from the Hauraki Gulf. Let's go back to yesterday, day 1, Louis Vuitton finals. For Prada's Francesco D'Angelis, a pre-start penalty in race 1, a skipper's nightmare.
Prada protests, but they're flagged for not giving America 1 room to keep clear.
America 1 gets the right side, but Prada finds more wind on the left.
The boat switched sides on the second upwind leg, and again, Prada gets more wind.
Using a 9-length lead, Prada makes a perfect penalty turn at the top mark.
America 1 comes back. Final leg sets up as a replay of the last frantic battle between these two teams.
At one point, Prada's lead is cut to just half a length.
The jibing duel is a flawless ballet by both crews.
In desperation, America 1 jives away, but Prada doesn't take the bait.
A significant opening day win for Prada.
That was yesterday. This is today. There's the Delta at the top mark, a minute 49. And we have been joined by the voice of yachting in this nation of 3.5 million proud Kiwis, Peter Montgomery. PJ, to your eye, what have we learned here on day 2?
That sailing on the Hauraki Gulf is very, very difficult, and even the biggest names in world sailing can be humbled. We heard America 1 say they wanted the left, and on that first beat to windward, they decided to tack underneath Prada, and that seems to have been a bad mistake, because they would have been better off to let the Italians go out to the right. They didn't, and then the Italians went from bow to maybe 1 boat length to all of a sudden be in Fat City, 10 boat lengths in front. It is very, very streaky pressure out here, very streaky.
You've seen the same onboard shots that Gary and I have seen. You're not seeing any panic aboard the boat we're looking at right now, USA 61, but you are seeing some rather shocked faces, don't you think?
Well, I think we're looking at very seasoned sailors here, and they have been behind before. And there's no point in diving on your sword, but they would be frustrated sailors rather than necessarily shocked. And this area in the Hauraki Gulf is really an intellectual test of tacticians, the afterguards, and the sailors. I should emphasize that here in my home waters, the prevailing winds are southwest or northeast. Now, that is for 90% of the time, and today the breeze has been from the east or just south of east, originally at 120 degrees. Now it's coming from 75. It is an absolute nightmare, even for locals in Auckland sailing when the breeze comes from this direction, just south of east. And it can break hearts and break reputations, and that's what it's doing today for the crew on board America One. But let's emphasize, in these very, very tricky conditions, streaky pressure that we've got, it's now to 75 degrees and just 7 knots. Anything can happen. America One bites behind, but in these conditions, they are definitely not out.
Well, Peter, we saw in round robin 2, Prada well ahead of Stars and Stripes and almost stopped dead in the water, a squall come through. From your vantage point, do you see any little weather cells or patterns on the horizon that might be coming across the course?
There's nothing quite as dramatic as that. Actually, as I look out to the east, the sky is clearing. But what the most difficult thing, Gary, is just the streaky pressure. And so you can be 100 meters apart, just the difference that those two boats are now, and it is quite possible that there could be more pressure or even, believe it or not, a knot or two difference. The most important thing in this part of the world, in small islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and the Tasman Sea, the weather can be just so variable. It's not like a big continent in the United States or Australia or Europe where the weather is so much more settled. That is why this is a nightmare and a real test.
Kind of what Paul Kayard was saying last night at the press conference, that New Zealand's so tiny the weather pattern can actually blow right over New Zealand as if the islands weren't even here. The America's Cup has always been about super yachts for both racing and observing, so it's certainly no surprise that a fleet of mega yachts from around the world are moored at the Viaduct Basin, now known as America's Cup Basin.
I will not be afraid of the dark.
I will not feel guilty leaving my dog alone.
I will feel better about my dad living by himself.
I will know my children are safe.
I will go on vacation and finally be able to relax.
ADT's advanced technology and skilled professionals help more people feel safe in more ways than any other security company. Call now and get ADT's sophisticated burglary system installed for as little as $99. You could also save up to 20% off your basic homeowner's insurance.
I will live my life.
My life.
My life.
On my terms!
Call now and get the ADT burglary system from $99 installed, plus up to 20% off homeowner's insurance. Get the power of ADT.
I have a boss. I have a mother-in-law. I also have a teenage daughter. I don't need someone else telling me what to do. I need someone who will listen.
You tell us your goals, your situation, and your concerns. We'll provide clear, understandable solutions to help you manage your finances. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
Saturday, get ready for the film event of the year. The NFL Film Super Bowl Marathon. ESPN Classic proudly presents 2 days of the films that keep your butt planted on the couch. Starring Broadway Joe, The Snake, and the return of the Fun Bunch. The NFL Film Super Bowl Marathon, Saturday at noon, only on ESPN Classic. To get ESPN Classic, call 1-800-CLASSIC today. NFL Films, definitely old school.
Back with Gary Jobson and our ESPN Sail Track.
Very shifty winds out here. Streaky yellow line. Prada continues to lead. Both boats jibed at the windward mark. One jibe as they head down to the leeward mark. And Prada seems to have the better of it, stretching out to a 15 boat length lead as they close in on the leeward mark.
149 was the delta. First time they went to weather. First run downwind as they approached the bottom mark.
Both boats sailing with asymmetrical spinnakers. Looking at the size of them, it looks to me like America One has a bigger sail than Prada. Now, yesterday they had one the same size in the first leg. They didn't like its performance. They went to a smaller sail, which just seemed to work better in this lighter breeze. So I would expect on a second downwind leg, you'll see a smaller spinnaker set by America One.
Good speed for this. How much do you think's on the water?
It'd be great if the camera boat would take a left 90-degree turn.
Voice of Moose McClintock.
Yeah. Right. Yes. Yeah.
Greg Prussia there looking at the other boat, holding on to the side stays. He usually works the foredeck once the race gets going.
Okay.
Curtis Blewett's up there for the start.
Have a good look out of here. I think we can go here. I hear you.
Well, you heard Peter Montgomery talking about the fluky conditions here in the Hauraki Gulf. Team New Zealand sailors have been around this Gulf all their lives, but Russell Coots for the Team New Zealand says that breaking in a new boat can be a bit of an equalizer.
They're tough conditions. I think the challenges are finding just how tough it is to sail in New Zealand conditions, and I think it's fair to say that we're finding the same thing, actually. Even though we've sailed in those conditions for 3 years in the old boats, the new boats, obviously you try and improve the things, particularly build the boat lighter, and even now that we're racing the boat seriously, it brings a new dimension to it, and you know, we've had our fair share of problems too.
Speaking of problems,
well, we got a little wrap on Prada. They went through a jibe, kind of a nice, easy jibe, and the spinnaker just wrapped itself inside itself. It was like the apparent wind chased the boat around, so they pulled the jib up to try and get that to work.
Pretty similar deal here, guys. It's looking like all left.
This is slowing them down about a knot, so they just take the spinnaker down. Not the kind of incident you want to have when you have a big lead. They aren't getting the jib in. The spinnaker's not working. Well, they just figured out a way to pull it out, and they got it down, but that's going to cost them a little bit of time and distance. Looking at the boats, it almost looks to me like Prada went a little too far before making the jibe. Both boats still have somebody up the mast, and the reason they're up there right now is they're looking up the course. What's going to happen 100 yards from the mark, 300 yards from the mark, a mile from the mark? We need to know which way is going to be favored.
Come back.
all you've got to do, Gary, is check one of the 3 New Zealand weather stations the Kiwis have out there in the Gulf.
They're constantly monitoring what the wind is doing and feeding it into a computer to see if it equates with what they predicted earlier.
Of course, I was talking tongue-in-cheek, but pointing out that the Kiwis do have those weather stations as they're out training. There is no Defender Series.
Well, there's no Defender Series, but you can't take any of that information on board the boat after the 5-minute gun. So that's stuff that they'll analyze after the day and see what they predicted would happen. But during the race, they're on their own, and that's why the guys are up the mast trying to figure out what the wind's going to do. I hear Vince Cook's race committee giving the sounds at the leeward mark that they've changed the angle of the windward mark.
Non più fine, Francesco, carica un po' di più. Fermi un attimo adesso, fermi.
A lot of chatter aboard Prada today.
3, 2, 1, drop it.
Billy Bates down below in the sewer aboard America 1.
Go on, Jim, go on.
Spectator fleet's in the lane. Spectator fleet's in the way.
John Kostecki complaining about the spectator fleet being in their way.
There were a couple of boats yesterday in the first race that caused KR some problems that were part of the spectator fleet.
There was a huge 150-foot sailboat that almost got right down on his breeze and slowed him down. Because that's part of the America's Cup. There's a lot of fans out here watching, and they get involved. And it's never fun for the boat behind. It always seems like the spectator fleet's tougher when you're behind than when you're ahead. Paul Caird looking for a pump of wind, an acceleration of wind strength to tack and maneuver in.
Yeah.
Bruce McClintock trimming the jib.
Yeah.
You can see all the crazy waves behind the boats now as they go right from the mark. And all those spectator boats maneuvering around, chop up the water, and they're trying to get away from it before they start doing maneuvers.
So as you look at part of the spectator fleet, leg 2 into the record books on day 2 of the Louis Vuitton Challenger Finals. It's 5 out of 9. Prada's up 1 race to none. It comes down to the speed of Italy 45 against the will of Paul Caird.
Years ago, we started this business. 10 years ago, our sons wanted to help. Last year, our daughter decided to join. Our whole family is in the business. How do we make sure the business stays in our family?
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable business succession planning to help you preserve the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
I just hope it's healthy. I hope they're playing land safely. I don't want to go to the hospital anymore.
I wish I could get my email out. I wish my network had more bandwidth.
I hope we get 1 million hits.
Never stay out of here.
I wish I could have done more. I wish I had more time.
Agilent Technologies. Dreams made real.
This year, I will get in touch with my inner athlete.
This year, there won't be more of me to love.
This year, I will make heads turn.
Start the millennium right. Join Valley Total Fitness now for no money to start. This is your last chance to get last year's race. Call 1-800-WORKOUT. Get the equipment, the trainers, the classes for no money to start.
This year, I will take several thousand steps in the right direction.
Call Valley Total Fitness today.
There's no I in team, but there's definitely a you.
Hoops Malone, brought to you by College Hoops, is new this fall on ESPN.
Looking upwind on sail track, Prada ended up tacking to the right side. Caird came around the leeward mark, kept going straight, and now has gotten the left side of the course. You'll recall, Jim, that on the left it seemed to work pretty well on the first leg, and that's where America 1 is, and the lead has been cut dramatically. America 1 only 1.5, 2 boat lengths behind as we go upwind. And looking at the two boats, you can see that Prada at the top of the screen is struggling in these very light winds. So as the wind has gotten lighter and lighter, America 1 seems to be accelerating and doing better.
Well, there also was a point where Prada failed to cover. How come?
Well, they were ahead. They stretched out to the right, and you would think they'd make a covering tack and come right back to stay between them and the mark. But the mistake by Prada was letting America 1 get their bow out. John Kostecki, that little microphone is a headset.
Weird pop coming to us here. Yeah.
The headset is attached to the top of the mast so Morgan Larson can talk to him. Under the rules, you're not allowed to use a radio mic. It has to be attached by wire.
For the last 15 seconds and very light on the water, but...
So we should take this up? You think so?
5 wind during.
Okay, we're almost even, John. If you're going to rope around his bow here, I feel like. I don't know that.
Max pressure, you got 30.
Or he likes to right from here on out now.
Yeah, I'm trying to please, Jim. Sure, we're not getting enough here. If we get slammed in the face, we can pull right across.
Yes, if we get slammed in the face, but I don't see that happening.
Right here, slam in the face, 50 feet. What are we even for? We're even for, say, 47.
You're building the...
Gavin Brady on the right, John Kostecki on the left. Billy Bates down below, packing the spinnaker for the next set.
We're in a top situation here, too.
Keep working it, man.
Nice picture down below there, Billy.
Another 30 seconds, man.
We're out, Josh.
Her name is Violet.
Yep.
Or so we're told.
She's on her job.
Billy was born in San Diego.
I think if you get headed,
Not Violet.
Is a resident of San Diego. Actually sailed for the Australians in 3 America's Cups.
7.5, 8 knots in the water.
I think we can make it here.
Okay, here we go.
Kostecki calls for the tack. Kayard quickly agrees, hey, we're back in this thing. Let's go right at him right now while we have the shot. And Prada tacks to leeward. Now, I think it's a good move by Prada. They see the wind has shifted. Let's keep it close themselves. This was the tactic America 1 did last time to stay close, and now Prada's done it. But America 1 now in the lead. What a quick turnaround here on the Hauraki Gulf.
Behind by 1:49 after the first beat to weather. Behind by 64 seconds after the first downwind leg.
And now a 3 boat length lead, and better yet for America 1 on the left. They're above the ley line, so they're heading for the mark. Now the scary thing for them is the wind continues to shift. Prada will sail out from underneath them. But when we got up to the windward mark last time, the wind went back to the left again. So they've got to sail fast, but still keep heading for the mark. If the wind shifts to the left, it helps Prada. If it goes to the right, it helps America 1 a little bit, as long as they make the mark. You can see the hands on the hips of Torben Gray. I'll tell you, anytime you see a tactician with his hands on his hips, that's always a sign of disappointment.
Here's a little puff.
This lead is going to get closer and closer as they focus in on that windward mark. Prada's got his nose out to leeward and ahead. Going to look at from that advantage, but she does. And has clear air. Carter Perrin, the downwind trimmer, kind of liking what he's seeing right now. 26 years old from the University of Texas.
Trying to go fast. If anything, keep it slightly over trimmed, though.
John Kostecki telling Moose McClintock to keep the sailing tight because they're pressing against it, sailing a low course. Morgan Larson getting a halyard set up for the spinnaker set. One of the highlights of sailing, Jim, is being behind and passing somebody that was well ahead of you. It really gives your crew a psychological lift. Both boats overstanding the windward mark. It's a foot race to get there.
Trim up for a sec. Okay. We just can't get up. Trim up.
Morgan Larson coming down the mast, a good call. They don't need him up there anymore. They know exactly where they're heading, at the mark. As you look at sail track, you can see they're on the ley line. The wind is shifted to the left. America 1 getting to the left, and that was a mistake, a tactical mistake by Prada, letting him get there. Both boats heading almost directly at the mark. Prada's nose a little bit ahead, but America 1 a length and a half ahead. I expect by the time they get there, the boats will be about even. The competition. Can America 1 drive over the top and capture Prada's air? Can Prada work out and put their back wind? Both boats are fighting.
Okay. Trim on up just a touch.
like we're going to get some building pressure here.
I kind of think we made a mistake. Maybe we should have kept the left more, you know? More pressure out here. Come on up.
More pressure means more wind, and it's filling from the windward side. Advantage America 1.
Okay, here's the puff.
Made all the right calls yesterday, Torben Grail did. But now has seen a 1:49 lead evaporate.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations, plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do one thing, do it well.
Sam Adams. It's what's inside.
Like most sailors, you'll eventually find yourself in a situation where you start asking some questions. Should you have chosen a larger furling system, or does that winch have enough power? Get the answers at Fiat.com, the online source for hardware, rigging, sales, and marine electronics. Find out about it. Order online or by phone, and get it quickly. Fiat.com, because you may have a few questions out here.
40 years ago, we started this business. 10 years ago, our sons wanted to help. Last year, our daughter decided to join. Our whole family is in the business. How do we make sure the business stays in our family?
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable business succession planning to help you preserve the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
Day number 2 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Finals. America won from the St. Francis Yacht Club, Prada from Italy. Italy had a 1:49 lead, first beat to weather, but a great comeback by the boat from San Francisco.
Prada failed to cover on the second windward leg, and America 1 reclaimed the lead. But they tacked out on the lay line for the windward mark, and the wind has continued to shift to the left. Prada had their nose out. You can see them reaching back now toward that windward mark, and Prada, being to leeward ahead, is now stretching out into about a boat length and a half lead. But the good news for America 1 is they are not out of it. It's not 15 boat lengths anymore, and they're still very much in this race, and they seem to go faster when sailing with the wind. So Kostecki and Kayard have to be cool and keep hanging in there.
Look at this.
Both boats sailing with the sheets, the lines holding the sails in, eased out, and going fast. America 1's in a tough spot because they're getting a little exhaust from the sails and sailing in the chop of the boat ahead, which slows them down. Interesting that Prada still has a man aloft. Michele Ivaldi is the man up there right now.
Runner, 2 round in the back for speed. I think probably. Okay.
When you've been competing at this high level against someone for years, compliments come hard and are treasured, so Paul Kayard has to feel pretty good when he hears these compliments from Kostecki.
I have a lot of trust in Paul. Paul's definitely one of the best helmsmen I've ever sailed with in the world, and I've been quite fortunate to have sailed with great helmsmen. So I have a lot of confidence in his ability. I think that's what makes us such a great team. It's because I don't have to worry about that part at all, and I can focus on doing my job the best I can.
They think very much alike. Kayard has selected an afterguard that is very much in sync with his own thinking and his own temperament, don't you think?
I do. I think they're both very relaxed and calm and precise, and Kayard knows what good questions to ask and challenge everybody, and he gets different pieces of information from each crew member. As we head for the mark, both boats reaching here. Tough position for America 1 being to windward and behind now. And I see this Prada boat, when the boats are reaching, going just a little bit faster than America 1. The difference at the mark will probably be about 2 boat lengths, but certainly enough to catch up. We've seen that happen before, particularly in the semifinals. John Kostecki talking about which course to sail downwind, fairway set or a jibe.
And once they round this weather mark, when you go downwind, the boat behind has the edge.
They can block the wind to the leader, Jim, or they can dictate when they're going to make their jibe. And the other boat has to follow. Sometimes has to maneuver in a lighter piece of wind and lose some distance. That's what we saw yesterday.
And on today's first run in these conditions, USA 61 picked up 45 seconds.
So they got to be encouraged. We're not out of it. We're behind right now, but we're back in this game. Billy Bates looking around there. He's the man that works down in the sewer, enjoying the fresh air up on deck for a few moments, a nice respite.
Tell you what, I'm 50-50 still there.
He can, or if he doesn't, we certainly don't want to, I don't think. Huh? If he doesn't, we don't want it. That's an expensive maneuver.
This side's always been king for pressure, though.
Well, what does it look like down there?
It's hard to tell. There could be some good pressure down by, you know, Rangi Toto. Other problem is the spectators on our ley line on the fairway.
Well, there's a shitload of people coming up this way, John.
Yeah, but we're going away from these guys. We're going to go down that way. We're going to be sailing through spectators for a fairway. I think we have to jibe set, unfortunately.
It's historic in America's Cup that when you're behind, you're going to complain about the spectators. It's kind of like being the away team in an NFL stadium. It's the crowd that's bothering you. You never really hear the boat ahead complaining about the spectators.
I think if there weren't spectators, I'd probably do a fairway.
Excellent point. There he's talking about the spectator. I mean, when you're behind, you're trying to eke out every bit of speed out of your boat, and every wave that you catch that's generated by the spectator fleet, of course, backs you up.
And there's plenty of it here. I'm not sure why the spectator fleet is so close today. Historically, or, you know, in the last few weeks, we've seen them quite a long way away, but they seem to get right down on that mark. I'm sure it'll be something that's addressed when they all meet tonight.
Tornato un po' da dietro. Tornato un po' da dietro. Accelerar bene, accelerar bene.
I like the fact that the spectator fleet's staying absolutely still. I'm sure they've gotten the word over the radio. Don't maneuver around when these boats are coming. A lot of pressure on both boats to get a good, clean spinnaker set as they go around. And with the man aloft, you're one man short in the cockpit setting these sails. Morgan Larson now back up on America 1.
side.
We're right here. Get that pace going, Hoy.
A bold call by America One. They did not do a jibe set, a bear-away set into the spectator chop. But a big rip in America One spinnaker as it goes up.
Cheat it on, and we need to go with another kite, guys. God darn it. Cheat it on.
The spinnaker will still work, but it's going to blow apart. It's in a bad spot, that rip, right in the middle of the sail.
33 wind direction.
KR not letting it bother him, but it is a huge rip. It'll slow him down, and it's not going to last long.
What? What do you say?
Now, they do have another backup spinnaker on board, but it'll be a spinnaker that they don't want to use at this moment. In golf, you have different clubs for different shots, different spinnakers for different wind strength. This is a smaller sail than they had last time.
Okay. You're right there. Take it easy, guys. It's going to be okay. Ease a little, Carter. Nice shift. Guys, we're on a beautiful shift. We're kicking ass.
Now that's leadership.
What's he got? That will be perfect white. What's he got?
I disagree at the moment. You want to keep going this way?
If you're totally clear,
6.5 boat lengths as we are halfway through race 2.
And sailing on opposite sides of the course.
He's got a big header over there the other way, huh?
Yeah. He had off and he just lost.
No panic on America One as they set up the spinnaker. Greg Prussia, Curtis Blewett, Billy Bass, Josh Belsky get the new sail up.
What kite is this?
Losing some horsepower, though, with that rip in the chute.
Got one, Carter? Ease, buddy. Ease, Carter. Good lifted now.
Ease if you can, Carter.
Big lift now, unfortunately.
Yesterday, after losing by 24 seconds, Kayard said the boats were pretty close, upwind, downwind. He didn't think there was much in it. He thought the shifts were bigger than the differences in speed as we check our Lincoln Financial Group deltas around the top 3 marks.
Got his wind here. Very, very nice. What kite is this?
Once you've experienced the Sony home entertainment universe, nothing else seems to matter. But first you need to put one together, and shopping for a home system is something Sony can help you do. So just call 1-877-216-SONY, and we'll send you a free personal home entertainment planner which includes a buyer's guide, so you'll know exactly what you need to know before you shop. The planner also comes with a complete listing of all the products that make up the Sony home entertainment universe. To get started on yours, call toll-free 1-877-216-SONY, and we'll help you through the process.
For the most complete Super Bowl coverage, it's ESPN, ESPN2, ESPN Radio, ESPN.com, and SuperBowl.com. All week long, we're in Atlanta with updates and insights to prepare you for the big game. Then on Super Bowl Sunday, we begin at 11 with a special edition of NFL Countdown. At 2, turn to ABC for pregame coverage with Chris Berman. And at 6:18, Super Bowl 34 kicks off on ABC.
Yet another sail change on USA 61 after the chute ripped.
Well, they put up a spinnaker that just didn't seem to be working for them, and on a jibe, a nice maneuver, they drop the spinnaker down and get a new one up and going. They're about 4 to 5 boat lengths behind Prada, and they hope this sail will make the difference. But a beautiful job switching sails in the middle of a jibe to an asymmetrical sail.
Snowed out on the East Coast the other night. They'll jump it up Thursday night on ESPN. Mark down those times. The 21st ranked Terrapins from Maryland against unranked Tar Heels of North Carolina, 7 o'clock Eastern time, 4 o'clock out west. Then the top-ranked Bearcats against Louisville, 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock on the West Coast. Thursday night doubleheader, NCAA basketball on ESPN. On sail track, it was 18 seconds around that third mark.
A good race developed. America won, did a barrel-away set. The blue line headed off to the left side of the course, while Prada ended up having a jibe set in a little cleaner time. America One struggled with a lot of spectators, but the sail change worked. John Kostecki found more wind and right back in the boat race. Now we'll have to see what happens back and forth. America One actually looks to be leading right here, but that could change depending on the wind as they come together.
Mark, there's 216 Paul. So we're nearly there.
Yeah. So right now at the game bearing, then later we'll heat. It's a problem, okay? I think. Or do you want to heat? Are we gaining enough?
I'd like to heat slightly.
Heat means sailing a higher course to accelerate for speed, giving away distance to the leeward mark.
Heated half a knot.
Yeah.
In other words, let's take the lead while we have the chance and go fast. So there's the difference. America One at the bottom of the screen, the green spinnaker leading by about 4 boat lengths. So the strategy of doing a barrel-away set, changing spinnakers, has worked.
Shawno, I mean, where's Shawno?
So America One's done a good job when they're behind. How does Prada react now that they're behind?
We will find out how DeAngelis, Torben Grail, and Prada, they're up 1 race to none, reacts to being behind. You stay with us.
At 25, I wanted to make vice president. At 35, I wanted to make my first $1 million. At 45, I wanted to make enough to buy the company. Now all I want is to make it around this track 0.2 of a second faster.
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable, customized solutions to help you manage, protect, and enjoy the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
Your phone, your water pressure, the airbags in your car, the toys your children play with. The world around you runs on chips. Agilent makes the testing equipment that makes sure those chips work. Just try to get through a day without being touched by the things we test. You might as well try to dodge raindrops.
Yappa blocks.
Interlock.
Yappa blocks.
Stacking blocks.
Yappa blocks are like furniture.
Better.
Interlocking storage blocks.
Stack any which way. Stack them right up to the ceiling like 2 skyscrapers.
Snap on a Yappa closet rod.
Wow! An instant closet.
Throw your stuff into the Yappa block drawers.
Poof! Your room is spotless. Go Yappa!
Call 1-800-GO, YAFFA for your free catalog.
We want to give back to the community, and that's why a lot of us are involved in the Big Buddy program. Chance to give children something they would otherwise never see, to meet their heroes.
When I pass it to you, just give it right back. All right, now give it back. Oh, shooting! Pass the ball! Pass the ball! Easy, man. You're big play. Like defense! Get on him! Get on him! Get it out,
Being a Big Buddy allows us to give back, and, you know, that feels pretty good.
Get up! Walk it off! Your parents signed the permission slip. Get up, man.
Back on the fluky Haraki Golf, that was Prada's lead, 18 seconds around the third mark, but after that barrel-away set and changing the chute, America One not only has stretched out, they had a 3-boat length lead a few seconds ago, it's up to 8.
And Prada, realizing they're on the wrong jibe and losing more and more distance, decide to jibe themselves. Now that's the tactic that worked. well for them on the windward leg, tacking to leeward and ahead. But now they've jived. America 1 at the bottom of the screen, stretching out. The reason, simply more wind. John Kostecki gets the gold star for making the right call on the downwind leg, heading on the left side of the course.
We're over target. I guess that's what we like, huh?
Slightly.
Well, we said as we rounded that mark, a lot of times downwind, the boat behind has the definite advantage. We pointed out the fact that that boat on the screen right there gained on that first downwind run by 45 seconds. A huge puff again for Kayard, Kostecki and company, and about a 9 boat length lead right here. And if you're hearing some loud roars in the direction of San Francisco, I think those 250 folks watching in the St. Francis Yacht Club tonight, some smiles after some long paces early on, huh?
They got to feel good about how their team's performing.
Hey, Josh, is there any way we could floss? We're kind of, you know,
Floss is clearing the weed off the keel, like dental floss.
Well, we have to drive. We're not laying it second either.
Breeze actually picking up a little bit now.
Knot meter just freaked out. Let's keep watching for weed. Maybe we shouldn't freak out about this weed thing. Maybe we don't have weed. You know, maybe it's not as windy.
Taking a look at sail track, America 1 blue line on the right, almost on a direct course now for the leeward mark. Prada, the yellow line, hoping the wind will shift to the right so they'll be able to jive and get back in it. But about a 7 boat length lead to America 1. I'll tell you, the big question I have now,
How are we
Jim,
doing against them?
America 1 gets around the leeward mark, and they're ahead. Prada, we've seen, seems to really go fast on the windward leg. How much do they catch up, and how does America 1 keep this speedy boat behind once they are ahead?
Well, and then the stretch drive to finish is another run downwind where America 1 has been better. So we are in for some finish here in day 2 of the Louis Vuitton finals. It's 5 out of 9. Prada won yesterday by 24 seconds. A great comeback by Kayard, Kostecki and the boat from San Francisco.
Daddy,
Yes, sweetie?
can the monsters get me?
Not a chance.
When you've got ADT, you've got the power of advanced home monitoring technology.
Good morning. This is
The power of experienced professionals helping to keep you safe.
Okay. Calling the fire department right
From burglary, fire, flooding, carbon monoxide, even the occasional monster. Call now and get ADT's sophisticated burglary system installed for as little as $99. You could also save up to 20% off your basic homeowner's insurance.
And thank you for choosing ADT.
ADT helps protect more homes and families than any other security company in America. Call now and get the ADT burglary system installed from $99, plus up to 20% off your homeowner's insurance. Sleep tight. Get the power of ADT.
I have 48 employees. I have an 8-member management committee. I also have 3 5-year-old sons. I don't need someone else raising questions. I need someone who can give me answers.
At Lincoln Financial Group, you tell us your goals, your situation, and your concerns. We'll provide clear, understandable solutions to help you manage your finances. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
Check out SportsCenter every night for a preview of the 2000 ESPYs. Log on to ESPN.com for the Performer of the Decade nominees. Compare your picks with ESPN's when the awards are televised February 14th. Watch SportsCenter or log on to ESPN for a preview.
Back on board USA 61, Matt Welling there, upper right-hand side of your screen. Again, the Delta was Prada by 18 seconds, but on the second downwind run, nice advantage for Kostecki, who's called both of the downwind runs almost perfectly, don't you think?
Well, to do a barrel-away set and take the left side of the course as you're heading downwind into the spectator fleet looked bold, but it was exactly right. They found more wind. John Kostecki, who struggled on the first windward leg, made up for it big time. And now America 1 stretches out to a 10-boat length lead. But we've seen it turn around before. We've still got more than 2 legs to go, so there's not time to count the score at all.
Going? It's a header.
Yep, we're going.
Wind changing direction a little bit as they approach the leeward mark, still about 2/3 of a mile away. Paul Kayard himself pulls the spinnaker sheet around. And Prada elects to go into a jibing duel. Now, this is a little unusual because we haven't seen them do a lot of maneuvering before, but then again, we haven't seen them behind in this series much before.
Yesterday, that boat with the red Ferrari trim, wire to wire, and they survived a 270-degree penalty turn.
I noticed both boats sailing with spinnakers that are much smaller than we had on the first leg, so this smaller sail and the light air makes these boats go faster.
Hey, Lexi, dial into this ley line a little bit for me.
John Kostecki asking navigator Lexi Gahagan to read the course to the mark.
Chill, guys. We're doing nice. All about skill here.
Last instant to decide which of those sails to use. There's Lexi Gahagan on the left trying to figure out when to jibe for the mark.
Thank you, Lexi.
Lexi Gahagan started his America's Cup career back in 1980 aboard the Enterprise and Freedom campaign. 3 years later, Kayard with Tom Blackwell.
Here we go.
I have a mother. I have a father. I even have a big brother. I don't need someone else looking out for me. I need someone who can help me look out for myself.
At Lincoln Financial Group, our goal is to make the financial world clear and understandable so you can make informed decisions. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations, plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do one thing, do it well.
I just hope it's healthy. I hope their plane lands safely. I don't want to go to the hospital anymore. I wish.
I wish I could get my email out. I wish my network had more bandwidth.
I hope we get 1 million hits.
Never stay out of here.
I wish I could have done more. I wish I had more time.
Agilent Technologies. Dreams made real.
If you have thinning hair, you can get this hair loss research update free by calling 1-800-HAIR-CLUB now. I could control the way my body looks, but not my hair. I was very confused about what to do when I started losing my hair. I didn't know where to start. I was looking for some real answers, and I got them from Hair Club's latest hair loss research update. It gave me the facts that I needed to make the right decision about my thinning hair. Now that I have my hair back, I'm glad I made that call. You can get this hair loss research update free by calling 1-800-HAIR-CLUB now.
Gary Jobson, all our ESPN America's Cup 2000 sailing team, welcoming you back to the fluky waters of the Hawaii Gulf.
A lot of spectator fleets around the leeward mark as America 1 closes in. They sailed out beyond the ley line to have a fast angle coming into that mark. Lexi Gahagan made the call and got him out there a little further than they needed to, but maybe a good call because they'll be approaching with plenty of speed. America 1 enjoys about a 10-boat length lead. Morgan Larson up the mast trying desperately to figure out what's the wind going to be doing on the next leg. We need to know. Prada, for its part, will have to make 2 extra jibes before getting to the leeward mark. Looks like the spectator fleet's a little further away from the leeward mark this time. A good call.
What's the axis?
10? Yeah, they changed it.
Curtis Blewett and Greg Crush up forward, getting ready to set the jib. Selection's been made.
Jib up. Jib up. You want to beat him to it?
I think so. I think it's the safe thing to do.
Trim the kite.
Kostecki recommends tacking soon after the leeward mark to get into the left shift because they'll be favored sailing closer course to the mark on port tack after this turn.
Call the kite, pressure.
Kite coming down in about 15.
15 seconds. Yes.
Well, everybody seems a little bit more amped, don't you think, Jim?
Right.
Certainly a lot more animated than they were when they were behind by $1.49. There were some long paces in that boat.
4, 3, 2, 1. Drop it.
I think when we get tidied up, we want to tack. Got the spectator back.
Stop, hold on.
Keep main.
Go main.
Inking main.
Go main big.
Okay, ready on jib?
Another course change by the race committee.
Cutting in on a jib.
Go now. Go hard. Go hard, go hard. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Get the blue after guy out of the water, Curtis, on the starboard side.
Textbook turn. Now when the boat's up to full speed, you'll see America 1 take their tack over and try and get to the left before Prada has a chance to get to the mark.
Here, take this finger. We want to get Morgan down when you're ready. Morgan.
Yes. What I'm done.
When you're ready.
Cassa speed. Cassa speed. Cassa.
That might.
Stop. Stop. Rosa Minare.
4, 2, 1, vai!
Go, go.
Very important leg for this series. If Prada can make up substantial time, it'll prove to everyone that they are in fact faster on the wind in this amount of breeze of 7 to 9 knots. If they can't make the time, America 1's going to feel pretty good about their relative performance. We're going to learn a lot in the next 3 miles.
A lot of smiles in the Prada camp after yesterday's 24-second victory in day 1 of the Louis Vuitton finals for the right to go on and challenge the Kiwis. America 1 trying to even up the scoreboard.
Who got their real hair back at Bosley Medical? Mike? Carl? Or maybe Drew? Well, they all did. These are real people who are looking for real results.
I wanted something natural, real hair, and that's what I've got.
It's simple. They take care from where you have it, and they put it where you need it.
I wash it, I get it cut. It's my own real hair growing on top of my head.
Bosley Medical is the world's most experienced hair restoration practice. For over 25 years, they have performed more than 130,000 procedures using the innovative micrografting techniques pioneered by founder Dr. L. Lee Bosley.
Each surgeon at Bosley Medical is board certified and individually trained by me.
So if you want to have your own naturally growing hair back, call this number for more information. We'll send you this free video and in-depth guidebook that gives you the real facts about hair restoration. There's no cost and absolutely no obligation. So take control of your hair loss. Call now and get the real results you've been looking for.
It's your real hair. You can't do better than real.
This Sunday, ESPN Classic presents the most perilous racing picture ever put on film, The Big Wheel.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Will Mickey Rooney explode with road rage? And why is he dancing the merengue? Buckle up for the ride of your life. It's Real Classics. It's The Big Wheel. Sunday night at 9 on ESPN Classic. To get ESPN Classic, call 1-800-CLASSIC today.
Back with the man at the wheel, Paul Kayard, Gary, a America's Cup veteran, a Whitbread winner, 5th America's Cup campaign, so there was no panic that set in.
I think we saw a lot about Paul Kayard and how strong he is as a leader. Prada bringing their man down. Sailing downwind, on the right, America 1 headed off by themselves after doing a bear-away set, and Prada inexplicably kept heading to the right. Now, you would think when you have a lead of 7 or 8 boat lengths, which Prada's enjoying, you would jibe and cover the competition to stay between them and the mark. But you can see the wind starts to shift, and on the right side of the course, America 1 gets a little bit of a lift, or the wind bending to the left as we look at the screen. And they, at that point, say, well, let's change sails. Ours not working, and let's come back together. The wind fills in from the right side of the course, and they start stretching out the lead. And Prada makes a good move jiving to minimize the damage. But the big mistake was by Prada. They were leading at the windward mark. They had the lead, and at a certain point, maybe 2 or 3 minutes after the rounding, they should have jived the cover, and that's the mistake that Prada make, and that's why America 1's ahead.
So in the debriefing, if things stay the way they are, when they sail in, how hard will the Italians be on themselves?
They'll be very hard on themselves because their philosophy's flawed. Twice, Torben Grail split from the boat ahead on the windward leg. America 1 closed up all the distance down to 2 boat lengths, and on the leeward leg they split again, and that's the mistake they make. In match racing, simply stay between your opponent and the other mark. And Torben Grail, new to match racing, but a great sailor with 3 medals in Olympics in the star class, is trying to sail his own race. And you can see that Francesco DeAngelis, those tight lips tell it all. He's not too happy with their position right now. The question I have is how fast is this boat Prada upwind? So far we've seen them going very fast, but can they make up distance when they're behind?
17th man on board there is a friend of the syndicate head, Mr. Bertelli, 73 years of age, who's been on board a bunch, Renzo Guidi.
Mr. Guidi doesn't look too happy at the present time.
Of course, Auckland was New Zealand's capital until the late 1800s. The new capital is Wellington, a port at the bottom of the South Island. We check in with Susie Aiken, presented by ADT.
Wellington, our capital city, the seat of power. A city of contrast, the grey suits of bureaucracy versus bohemian art and culture. Locals love the fact that their city's the cultural centre of New Zealand. Auckland may be bigger, but Wellington's where the power is.
It's true that Auckland's the biggest population base, but many countries have the split between the administrative and governmental capital and the commercial capital, and that's what we've got between Wellington and Auckland.
The Beehive. The politicians may do battle on the floor of Parliament,
30 Holden Utes for the army,
but in Wellington they keep in close contact with their voting public.
What I like about Wellington is that I can get out of the Beehive, I can go for a walk along Lambton Quay, and by the time I've come back, I've heard a dozen great stories. This is a very well-informed town because the people you're walking down the street for, they are the people who are governing the country.
Feisty opinions and proud of what they've got. Wellingtonians embrace their surroundings. Ferries depart regularly for the South Island across Cook Strait, a stretch of water that impacts directly on something the locals can't control: the weather. Wild and windy Wellington, they call it. But you'll never hear a Wellingtonian talk about that. They say on a good day, you can't beat it.
spent 40 years building a nest egg, 30 years paying off a mortgage, 20 years saving for college. I'm done worrying. Now, I want to live.
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable solutions to help you grow, manage, and protect the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
I will not be afraid of the dark.
I will not feel guilty leaving my dog alone.
I will feel better about my dad living by himself.
I will know my children are safe.
I will go on vacation and finally be able to relax.
ADT's advanced technology and skilled professionals help more people feel safe in more ways than any other security company. Call now and get ADT's sophisticated burglary system installed for as little as $99. You could also save up to 20% off your basic homeowner's insurance.
I will live my life.
My life.
My life.
On my terms!
Call now and get the ADT burglary system from $99 installed, plus up to 20% off homeowner's insurance. Get the power of ADT.
Winter X Games, February 4th through 8th on ESPN and ESPN2.
A reminder coming up next right here on ESPN2, the Australian Tennis Open semifinals. Lindsay Davenport, what a cross-court she's got. And again, the resurgent Jennifer Capriati. They've got a great duel coming up. And then live, number one in the world, Andre Agassi against Pete Sampras, who's looking for a record-breaking 13th Grand Slam title. That would tie him with Aussie Roy Emerson. So lots of tennis.
We have the T19 on board, or T29?
What a turnaround. After being behind by a minute 49, that was the delta in favor of San Francisco's USA 61.
Prada trying to make a tacking duel out of it as they continue heading up toward the windward mark about a mile away. There's the difference. America won on the left as we go upwind. They've been working the right side of the course. Prada, the yellow, going through a series of tacks. Paul Kayard, the blue line, doing a nice job working Prada out to the lay line, so eventually they sail in their bad wind or make 2 extra tacks. The difference now, 14 boat lengths, about the same as the lead at the leeward mark, and there they are.
Is there a lot of spectator movement or no? Nothing on the left at all.
Paul Kayard broke into the America's Cup game at about the same time Rod Davis did. Rod, you know, from Fremantle with the Eagle campaign. Rod Davis is a veteran of 7 America's Cups with 4 different countries, including his native U.S. and his adopted home country of New Zealand. Rod Davis and his wife Liz live about 10 miles from downtown Auckland, and he is the coach of the Italian team. But this time, it's his first America's Cup as a coach, and teaching the Italians to match race, that was tough.
Certainly the match racing aspect of the whole program was our weakest link, and you know, it's still one of our things we're still working on right today. When I started 2.5 years ago, Francesco and Torben had never done a match race in their lives. And we've come a long way in 2 years. You know, we still are as good as Russell Coots and Butterworth and those guys. We're pretty good. We don't make too many mistakes, but we'll just have to wait and see if we've come all the way.
Jim, there's Rod Davis right there. He's the coach. Hands in the pocket, not looking particularly happy. Great match racer himself, won the Congressional Cup 4 times, owns a silver medal and a gold medal, and he's been helping this man, Francesco D'Angelis, go from nowhere in match racing to being here in the Louis Vuitton Cup final. But a frustrating day for him, and the reason Prada is behind is they didn't cover on 2 legs. Windward leg, second time up, they opened the door. America won 2 boat lengths behind, then downwind split, and KR took advantage of a big shift in the wind and strength and took the lead.
San Francisco's USA 61 on the verge of scoring up the series. Best of 9, one race all.
Man has always dreamed of getting to the other side. Some make it, some don't. But at least your phone calls get there. Because Agilent provides technologies for almost every kind of communications network. From way down here to way up here.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do one thing, do it well.
I have a boss. I have a mother-in-law. I also have a teenage daughter. I don't need someone else telling me what to do. I need someone who will listen.
You tell us your goals, your situation, and your concerns. We'll provide clear, understandable solutions to help you manage your finances. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
They defy all human instinct, for they are the ones who volunteer to place themselves in front of the target. The NHL on ESPN. This is the game.
Devils Red Wings, Saturday at 7:30 on ESPN2.
Back on the race course, Prada falling behind by 1:27 around the fourth mark after leading by 1 minute and 49 seconds at the top mark.
Stefano Rizzi trimming the jib there, desperately trying to get his boat to go fast. Prada is going fast on the windward leg, but they're overshot for the mark now as the wind continues to shift. America 1 in the lead.
Po' fine qui, Massimo Cazzato. Raffichetta. Sì, calo di pressione.
Kind of an unusual mix. I mean, you've got an Italian skipper, a Brazilian tactician, and an American/Kiwi coach. And Rod Davis was pretty honest the other day in the compound. And Rod said, yeah, language was a problem starting out.
Wonder how his Italian is now. Steve Erickson, also one of the coaches, another gold medalist from the United States, used to sail with Paul Kayard, including the Whitbread, and now he's coaching the Italians. And Kayard wasn't happy when Steve left his camp to go work with these guys. Yeah, the wind shift back and forth. Now they're underneath the ley line, but either way, America 1 has a nice lead. Getting the spinnaker set up down below in the sewer. Billy Bates raises it up, launches out of this bag. Josh Belsky there and Greg Prussia hooking it up aboard America 1.
Right? Yeah. So 25 minutes from the 15. All right.
Jim, we learned a lot about Paul Kayard today. Here he was, well behind, 19 boat lengths at one point. He never gave up, kept plugging ahead. And then when things got tight and they were behind and the spinnakers ripped, he says, let's keep cool and keep fighting. And he found a way to get in the lead. That's the kind of leadership that can win you the America's Cup.
You got 13 minutes on. Okay. Oh, yeah. But, oh, then I got down now. Hobble here, don't worry about it. No, worry about pulling out. We're not worried about the hobble. But we want to be a little bit conservative with that. Yeah.
They'll tack and do a barrel-away set.
All right. this kid. You know, trim it off. Trim it off.
Can't see it.
Come on. Trim line on him.
Trim it on. Got it tight. Hold.
You're there.
2 bow length above him.
Carter Perrin doing a nice job getting that spinnaker to fill.
When you get a chance.
How's it sound? Can't see it from here. Down a little.
The two boats crossing each other. You'll notice that the crews won't even acknowledge each other's existence as they go past. You never do in a race like this when you're passing.
Castroncino di Genova. Stop. Massimo Bolina qui, Francesco.
So Prada in this race has failed to cover twice. They've gone from a $1:49 in front at the top mark to almost a similar delta behind with less than 3 miles for now USA's 61 to square up the series and make it 4 out of 7 to go on and challenge the Kiwis. These boats, of course, have been around since '92 and they've been impressive. But 100 years ago, there was a dashing sloop named Jubilee among the candidates to defend the America's Cup. She sported a bulb at the bottom of a thin keel, and she lost out to Columbia in the Cup trials.
Years ago, we started this business. 10 years ago, our sons wanted to help. Last year, our daughter decided to join. Our whole family is in the business. How do we make sure the business stays in our family?
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable business succession planning to help you preserve the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations, plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do one thing, do it well.
Genes, as in genetics. They make us all alike. They make us all different. And inside our genes are the secrets to creating a world without disease. Agilent provides technologies that help scientists uncover those secrets. So maybe someday, genetic disease will simply go out of style.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations, plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do it well.
Mark Gary Jobson, it looked like a horizon job because Prada was in front by a whopping 1 minute and 49 seconds after DeAngelis and Torben Grail had a brilliant first leg.
The difference, finding more wind on the left side of the course. America 1 had a chance to get there, but they were a little short. But on the third leg, Jim, things started to change around. America 1 got back into it when Prada failed to cover. Prada tacked to leeward in the head and were able to lead at the third mark. but the cat was out of the bag. America 1 was back in the race.
So 18 seconds, Prada's advantage. America 1 has been very good downwind despite the fact that a chute split. They finally got in front.
Well, I think the turnaround for America 1 was two things. One, the spinnaker did rip, but everybody kept their cool. They got the chute changed, and Prada on the left decided to split away, sailing for 3 minutes, letting America 1 get down the left side of the course. And at the fourth mark, well, here it is.
Well, amazingly, twice in the race, as you pointed out, looking at Billy Bates working downstairs there, twice in this race, Prada has failed to cover. You might get away with it once, but you don't get away with it twice, and it's cost them. They had a huge lead, and a good job coming back for K.R. Kostecki and company in the series. In just a few minutes, should be all even at 1 race apiece if you look at the last leg downwind on sail track.
3 1/4 mile distance from the windward mark to the finish line. The boats are sailing downwind. Prada's thrown in 2 jibes to try and get something going, but 20 boat lengths is the difference. America 1, the blue line, pushing Prada out there. Moose McWintock and Carter Perrin enjoying their ride, trimming the spinnaker on the downwind leg.
Hold down about 6 or 8 inches.
A little nicer here in Auckland, New Zealand than it is on the East Coast back in Rhode Island, where Moose and his wife and family reside. So our Lincoln Financial Group summary, race number 1, there was that whopping lead by Italia 45, Prada. And then the turnaround after twice the Italians failed to cover. So it'll be an interesting ride in. Yesterday, after they won by 24 seconds, we saw Rod Davis, the coach, go on board the Italian boat. Everybody was quiet. There was no high-fiving going on. They just quietly sat down, had a late lunch, a little sandwich, and Davis, the coach, was talking to him. I imagine today it'll be a rather animated discussion both on the tow-in and when they get back to the Prada camp when Mr. Bertelli.
And he's a man that seems to make his opinion known. He seemed pretty animated to me at the press conference. However, I was on board America 1 yesterday, and they were pretty calm attitude, understanding where their mistakes were made. I have a feeling the fact that if they end up winning this race, they'll be exactly the same. Talk it over and prepare for the next race. Paul K.R. nervous about weed. He's been talking about that all day. Now, usually out here in the Hauraki Gulf, you don't get much seaweed, but they seem to be getting quite a bit. Prada on the right, going through a jibe, using that smaller spinnaker that seemed to do a little bit better for him, trying to get it back in the center of the course.
Stop. Pelo la punta, cazzo il pelo? Tempo no. Cazzo un pochettino la tua scorta che è in acqua di qua. Alza 25, Cristo. Bene lì, bene lì.
I was going to say, Jim, America 1 on the left. John Kostecki's not going to make that same mistake. He's well aware that Prada opened the door for them, and they'll work to stay right between Prada and the mark. So I'd look for America 1 to jibe probably in the next 10 boat lengths or so and stay directly between Prada and the finish line.
So approaching a 21 boat length advantage for San Francisco's USA 61, on the verge of squaring up the series 1 race apiece. Now it's like the World Series. They've got to win 4 of the next 7. White Island off the east coast. The North Island here looks pretty scary when you get up close. White Island is New Zealand's most active volcano. They say when the steam stops flowing, that's when you should get worried.
If you're ready to lose weight, muscle up, and get back into shape, I've got a free video you're going to love.
Introducing a winning fitness strategy.
You got to eat healthy, drink plenty of water, and most importantly, strength train with both legs.
Strength training adds muscle. Not only does your shape look better, you actually increase your metabolism, so you end up burning more calories.
Strength training these days isn't just for men. It's great for women, too. And Bowflex is designed for both. It's even been called the best home gym by Fitness Magazine.
Use as little as 5 pounds to more than 400 pounds of resistance. Follow our 6-week fast fat loss program or create your own from over 60 different health club quality exercises.
Bowflex is easy to own, and it fits in any room in your house. It comes with a 6-week guarantee on results, and you can finance it with no money down and payments as low as $33 per month. Hey, I'm 41, and I'm in the best shape of my life. And I can tell you, Bowflex really does work.
For a free video and brochure on the machine that can help you get into great shape at any age, call right now.
Sometimes after NBA tonight, I take my knowledge to a sports bar. There's always someone there who thinks his knowledge is the biggest. Then I show them mine.
Back with Sail Track Gary and the last leg, race 2.
Heading right for the finish line, blue line, America 1 outside the lay line for the mark. Prada nicely under control to windward and behind. America 1 doing everything right, covering when they had the chance. 20 boat lengths the difference. Significantly, Prada did not move up speed-wise on that windward leg, and they're not moving up downwind either. America 1 going fast, coming from behind, and keeping cool when they needed to. Smile by Carter Perrin there. He's kind of liking life. Terry Hutchins in the back trimming the mainsail while Carter trims the jib.
As you look at Kayard, Kostecki, Lexi Gahagan, Matt Willing, the afterguard, all the guys on board USA 61. There is a wily America's Cup veteran who has sailed with and against just about everybody on board that boat, who is celebrating a birthday today back in his native but very chilly Wisconsin, watching our show with his wife Gloria. So we would like to say happy birthday to
Buddy Melga's 70 years old today, Olympic gold medalist, America's Cup champion in 1992, and a good friend and great man. Jim Peter Gilmore, who sailed the Nippon boat here in the trials and did quite a nice job getting in the final 6 and finishing 4th in the trials, made some comments yesterday about the Prada boat. He said they're erratic. One day they come out and they're brilliant, genius, and fast and going well. Then the next day they come out and they seem to make mistakes, but they keep bouncing back. So it's an erratic crew, and that's what we've seen, almost flawless through one race and 2 legs, and then some big mistakes here in the second half of this race.
Lincoln Financial Group takes us on board 61 with Yacht Camp.
Yeah, no, it's time we're coming down. He's coming down. A lot of times they're fighting it.
Day 2, Louis Vuitton Cup Finals. Yesterday, Prada by 24 seconds. Today, America 1 from San Francisco squares the series.
Daddy.
Yes, sweetie?
Can the monsters get me?
Not a chance.
When you've got ADT, you've got the power of advanced home monitoring technology.
Good morning, this is
The power of experienced professionals helping to keep you safe.
Okay. Calling the fire department right
From burglary, fire, flooding, carbon monoxide, even the occasional monster. Call now and get ADT's sophisticated burglary system installed for as little as $99. You could also save up to 20% off your basic homeowner's insurance.
And thank you for choosing ADT.
ADT helps protect more homes and families than any other security company in America. Call now and get the ADT burglary system installed from $99, plus up to 20% off your homeowner's insurance. Sleep tight. Get the power of ADT.
At 25, I wanted to make vice president. At 35, I wanted to make my first million. At 45, I wanted to make enough to buy the company. Now all I want is to make it around this track 0.2 of a second faster.
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable, customized solutions to help you manage, protect, and enjoy the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
We were driven to bring back the cup, and we had the support of the people back home. But we were not back home.
Must follow.
We're heading for the rocks! It's the sirens! Cover your ears! Stay alert! Good!
So beautiful, so dangerous. Much like the ships we'd have to beat in the cup races ahead.
Welcome back. Just a few yards remain before San Francisco's USA 61 evens up this best-of-9 Louis Vuitton final at 1 race apiece. A tremendous comeback after being behind Gary Jobson by 1:49 at the top mark.
And what a race, an emotional roller coaster ride for both boats. Both boats being down dramatically at one point or another during the race. The wind shifting almost through 80 degrees throughout the day, back and forth. Very difficult to read. But amazingly, while the wind has been shifting up and down, the velocity has only gone from about as low as 6 knots and is up to 10 knots. A lot of spectators anticipate the finish, waiting for America 1 to cross the line. Paul Caird and his crew, I think, Jim, showing a little bit of animation and feeling pretty good about the turnaround, particularly with yesterday, and very happy that they got a race in today.
You could liken it to a heavyweight boxing match. I mean, yesterday was simply round 1 to Providence. Round 2 today goes to America 1. Round 3 tomorrow when we join you at 2 o'clock Eastern time and 11 o'clock on the West Coast.
It's kind of like a best-of-7 series yet to go, so there's a lot more racing and the momentum could shift. Looking forward, the weather forecast here in Auckland for the next 3 days over the weekend in New Zealand is for increasingly more wind. So we now know that these boats are fairly even in speed in the lighter breeze, but we're going to see how they perform when the wind gets stronger. Paul Caird goes to leeward to kind of get his sight on the race committee boat. He wants to get there as quickly as he possibly can. Difficult to see that finish line with that big spinnaker up ahead of you. Vince Cook on the race committee boat and his wife Pat, who makes the countdown that we hear at the start and also calls the time at the finish, anticipating the arrival of the boats. Always joy when you finish a race ahead, but the sharp reality that there's another race tomorrow will come into mind just a few minutes later.
Shakes, but they know the job ahead is still very much uphill. The job facing both syndicates to win 4 of the next 7 to go on and challenge the Kiwis, who've been sitting on the sidelines. Remember, no defenders here.
The psychological turnaround strong for this team. They know when they get behind, they can find a way to win, and that'll weigh heavily on the Italians' mind.
Well, we saw John Bertrand this morning over at the Louis Vuitton Media Center before race 2 got underway. And Bertrand said something interesting. He said motivation is not the issue at this stage of the game. It's about stress control.
You've been on the top of your game ever since you've been an amateur, and we're guessing that Willie's been a pro for about 9 years.
Yeah.
We're not even sure, huh?
Yeah, I think it's like 92.
Italy's unflappable Prada stunned America 1 with a brilliant move at the end of race 4. A tight spot, but one Caird is familiar with. In in 1992 with El Moro Di Venezia down 3-1 in the Louis Vuitton final. Kayard won 4 straight. In 95, Kayard went to the brink of elimination before steering Team Dennis Conner to the America's Cup match.
I don't understand the foul at all.
Kayard is again down 3-1. Coming back against fast, mentally tough Prada could be his biggest challenge. The scene on Sunday when Prada came back with a 3-1 lead. More noise in Viaduct Basin than we've seen and heard and enjoyed in this entire regatta, because the Italian syndicate could be just 2 races away from sending the Americans packing. And obviously very happy skipper Francesco De Angelis. He's made all the correct calls, and he's enjoying right now a 3-1 advantage. Hi again, everybody, and welcome back to North Star. Gary Jobson, of course, alongside. We have seen it before. Paul Kayard in a hole, trailing 1 race to 3. We saw it in San Diego back in '92. And if the comeback kid is going to continue his own comeback legacy, he's going to have to draw on some tricks of a man that he sailed with and for in '95, Dennis Conner. But he has to start the comeback trail today.
Well, Jim, first off, let's put things straight. Prada is sailing well. They're going fast. They're making no mistakes. And Kayard's got to be better than good to get on top. And it all starts from the top with leadership. That's what Kayard's all about, and he's got to set the pace right now.
Are there any second guessings going on in the America One camp? I mean, is Kayard, you saw the shot of him sitting on the rail. He was kind of like a lonely soldier. Kayard wanted to go one way, Kostecki another. Second guessing going on at all?
Well, if there is, Kayard did a good thing. Immediately after the race, he took John Kostecki out for a 1-on-1 dinner. They talked it over. Their attitude's good. They're ready to go.
I'll tell you who else is ready to go, and that's the crew aboard America One. They are surprisingly upbeat, even though they have dug themselves a rather deep hole. So we sat down with some of the guys, and the mood, well, here it is.
To me, it's a lead by example deal for the whole team, and it goes right down from the guy who's driving the boat with a mustache, who really leads by example, to the rest of us, to the guys who are in their first Cup.
The biggest thing I've learned is to keep, there's times when you just have to keep your mouth shut and your eyes wide open and your ears open, and there's a lot of guys with a lot of experience, and there's not too much time in the day for you to tell everybody what you think needs to be done.
To get down on yourself isn't going to win you the race. You know, you got to hang in there. You got to rely on the guys with experience. You got to rely on your own experience and just keep going.
And we have a lot of good athletes on the boat, and a lot of them play team sports, and you've been down, and it doesn't matter how far you get down in a game, you got to believe you're going to come back.
Going from a position where you have had a race so sewn up that, you know, nobody can beat you, and then something goes wrong and you get beaten.
The key to the whole thing is Paul. I mean, Paul is a great leader.
A lot of the time, the crew takes the energy from the afterguard, and if they're getting down and bummed, then it's a trickle-down theory, and it's very contagious.
And we have the Greg Freshes and the Paul Kayards and the Lexika Hagens and the guys that have been in the America's Cup time and time again.
When you go through those kinds of highs and lows a bunch of times, you start to chop off some of the mountains and fill in some of the valleys. So it's important to just know that at this level, you got to just keep performing and be persistent and have patience, and, you know, once in a while, things will go your way.
Great timepieces are built to run forever without replacing batteries. But only one of these is smart enough to run forever on any kind of light. Echo Drive from Citizen. Live at the speed of light.
I have 48 employees. I have an 8-member management committee. I also have 3 5-year-old sons. I don't need someone else raising questions. I need someone who can give me answers.
At Lincoln Financial Group, you tell us your goals, your situation, and your concerns. We'll provide clear, understandable solutions to help you manage your finances. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
Like most sailors, you'll eventually find yourself in a situation where you start asking some questions. Should you have chosen a larger furling system, or does that winch have enough power? Get the answers at Fiat.com, the online source for hardware, rigging, sales, and marine electronics. Find out about it. Order online or by phone, and get it quickly. Fiat.com, because you may have a few questions out here.
I just hope it's healthy. I hope they're playing land safely. I don't want to go to the hospital anymore.
I wish I could get my email out. I wish my network had more bandwidth.
I hope we get 1 million hits.
Never stay out of here.
I wish I could have done more. I wish I had more time.
Agilent Technologies. Dreams made real.
Great timepieces are built to run forever without replacing batteries. But only one of these is smart enough to run forever on any kind of light. Echo Drive from Citizen. Live at the speed of light.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of America's Cup 2000 is being brought to you by Agilent Technologies. Dreams made real. By ADT, the power that protects more families than any other security company in America. By Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world. And by GMC. Do one thing, do it well. Out to the smug little gulf known as the Hauraki Gulf, raising havoc with boats, crews, gears, and tacticians. Day number 5, the Louis Vuitton Finals. The winner goes on, and right now, that boat on your screen enjoys a 3-1 race advantage. As we check our Agilent course conditions for this crucial race, as far as Kayart, Kostecki, and company are concerned, the seas are choppy at about 2.5 right now. The breeze is blowing at about 20 knots at this exact moment, and it's expected to build throughout the afternoon. Take a look at USA 61. We check our citizen time, 8 minutes to the start, race 5.
The King brothers, separated at birth. George King went to a family that subscribed to fishing magazines. James's family subscribed to the Wall Street Journal. 28 years later, George lived with his parents, while his brother James started a B2B web company and went public with a record first-day pop. Food for thought, especially since you can get 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal for just 57 cents a day. That's 25% off the regular rate. Call 800-469-1600. That's 800-469-1600 for the Wall Street Journal.
Beauty, adventure, drama. All these and more can be yours in the wonderful world of art. And with this free art test from Art Instruction Schools, you can find out if you have the interest and desire needed to become a serious art student. To get your free art test without cost or obligation, call this toll-free number. Don't delay. Call this toll-free number now.
Call 1-800-344-8300.
Tomorrow on ESPN at 6 Sports Center. Then Rivalry Week continues as Michigan State meets Michigan and Tennessee takes on Kentucky, followed by Sports Center. On ESPN2, more Rivalry Week begins at 7:30 with Louisville at Georgetown and Temple at UMass, followed by NHL Tonight. And on ESPN Classic at 8, Classics NFL, at 9, Sugar Ray's Hit Parade, and at 10, Classics Wide World of Sports. Do you have all the ESPN networks?
You can see the time remaining. We're about 6 minutes and 52 seconds away. Prada, the silver bullet right there, up 3 races to 1 over San Francisco. The pride of the St. Francis Yacht Club trailing in this regatta now 3 races to 1. It's a best of 5 to go on and challenge the Kiwis. As we check our GMC crew list for America 1, Paul Caird, of course, tried his hand at ocean racing, won the Whitbread, then stepped back into the match race arena, won the Steinlager Line 7 Cup, the veteran helmsman with his back up against it.
A man with a lot of work cut out for him, Terry Hutchinson, 30 years old, from Annapolis, Maryland, is a two-time College Sailor of the Year from Old Dominion University. He's trimming the mainsail. You can read his writing in Sailing World magazine, and he's won the Congressional Cup and Knicker Cup match race regattas.
One of the veteran grinders is 28 years of age, a native New Zealander. He studied marine biology at Auckland University. Sean Clarkson lives in Newport, twice in the America's Cup with the Kiwis in '92, Tag Heuer in '95.
One of the most reliable sailors out on the circuit, Josh Belsky, is 32 years old, grew up in Rye, New York, sailed on America Cube in 1992 and Stars and Stripes in 1995, and won the Whitbread Round the World race on EF Language with Paul Kayard. America 1 will be entering on starboard tack with the right-of-way. Prada will be coming in on port and will stay clear as they come together.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Both boats a little late entering the line today. No real reason for that.
Gary, one thing we've learned as we watch them now in the pre-start is it's been a totally unpredictable series so far.
Very unpredictable. Speeds are even. It's how the crew performs.
Andando più profondo del solito. Non casare le vele. Sale, mola tutto il Genova, lui stesso.
Main out.
Any break?
Yeah, slow. Slow, break it. Yeah. Okay, let it go.
And we go with Prada now and the GMC crew list.
Francesco DeAngelis is the skipper, Jim. He's 40 years old. He's won the Admirals Cup in 1995, and he's been training for this regatta for 2.5 years.
Working the main, Pietro Diali. Petrino is what they call him, and if you've not been to the Olympics, Petrino doesn't think you're very good. Protest flag on Prada.
Watch what you're doing, man. So, nice dive. No
Green flag by the umpires. Keep racing, but a close call for both boats.
Back to the grinders now, our GMC crew list for Italy 45.
Massimo Galli is a grinder. He's sailed in the America's Cup in 1992 and 1987. He's 37 years old, and he's won 6 Maxi World titles over the years.
And Christian Grigio works in the pits, 29 years of age, a European champion, a veteran from the Maxis, as well as the Whitbread.
Hold it in. Let it out now. Here we go. Diving. Go main. Go main. Hold Jim. Ease main. Ease main.
Trev, like the right. Yeah, like the right now, a little stronger. Keep coming.
John Kostecki saying he likes the right side of the course.
Hear that ball?
Yes.
Hold.
Hold the main. Pronti a virare.
Patricio Bertelli, an avid sailor, bought a 12-meter when he got the bug for this America's Cup game and splendidly restored a 1930 12-meter Nyala.
Also on board with Patricio Bertelli are coaches Rod Davis and Steve Erickson.
Full speed.
Both boats about 1 minute sailing time from the line, so they've got to kill about 25 to 30 seconds.
Okay. Good dip. Oh, you dip a little. Vein on.
It was this situation that Prada fouled in race 1 when they got hooked to leeward.
Go vein and dip. Vein and dip. Vein and dip. Okay, here we go. Stand by to flag them. Tacking with speed. Keep coming. Squeezing. Keep squeezing. Keep coming, Jim.
Prada this time stays clear as compared with race 1.
Faster. We're faster. We're faster. Hold, Jim. Come on up, me. Come on up.
America 1 in trouble. Prada forcing him away from the line. Now America 1's going to try and tack and get on starboard. Prada's screaming, you can't tack right there. Question is the tack completed? Protest by Prada. Green flag. Green flag. Very close call, but Kayard called it right, getting on there and wins the start dramatically. Prada rolls right into attack, and America 1 attacking right on top. So the blood is flowing now.
Okay, lean out of here. Yeah. Keep coming, guys. Put a trim. Keep going, guys.
Jim, I think it's fair to say this is the most aggressive we've seen Paul Kayard so far in this series at the start.
And he's only got the one good match, so.
Get that water out of the boat.
Keep clear. The umpires were satisfied that she did that. Prada was then required to keep clear, which she did. It was green flags.
Okay, you got to monitor how much you want to rub them out.
So the underwater umpire rules green flag, saying that Prada was obligated to stay clear of port starboard, and they did. No foul.
Got that, Gav? Huh?
And at the same time, America 1 did not tack too close.
Keep the speed. We're too slow. We don't want even. Get the reach fast going. We're good at the reach fast. Got that moose going a little reach. Big header here. 218. This is pretty similar pressure, Moose. It's down a little bit. Fast forward, Moose. 17 knots. Got a light spot here for 50. 40, Moose. You know, we want to flush them. Light spot here, guys. Then solid pressure. Filling in to the right. Pressure, more than 20, Moose. Stay down. For another 20 seconds. Hold on, Moose. Are you all right? We're by the Cunningham part. Come on. Pressure 15, Moose. Hold another 4 knots of pressure. Right now, like 10 a.m. Just turn it around, Moose. Tack it on the header. Why not get ahead? Come on. You need the Cunningham in the tack, Moose? Get it up on the
Surprising move, America 1 not covering, electing to stay on a favorable wind shift, but they've let Prada go when they had him down. A confusing move to me.
I'm saying that. Lexi has time. He should do something with the instruments other than have the clock on. 20 knots, though. Trim. Pretty big size. Yeah. Okay.
America 1 holding on port because they like the left shift, and Prada decides to tack back to windward. So they're playing the wind shift, and there's the difference. Now this works well as long as America 1 tacks back in a lift, the starboard lift. It doesn't work if the wind continues to go left.
Boat feels a little bound right here, Terry. Soft for the next 15 moves to same pressure.
Now the reason, Jim, for not tacking on top of Prada is they're on a lift, and if they tack directly on top of them, Prada would immediately tack and get the right side of the course. So Kostecki must have a lot of confidence that the right side of the course is better to let him go like that.
The bottom of the pressure there. More to come in 20. Not running up
First meet the weather, race number 5. It's 5 out of 9 to challenge the Kiwis. Prada and America 1.
What will communications be when it finally grows up? Satellite? Broadband? Wireless? Fiber optic? With technologies from Agilent, communications can grow up to be whatever it wants to be. Let's see what this baby can do.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations, plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do one thing, do it well.
I have a mother. I have a father. I even have a big brother. I don't need someone else looking out for me. I need someone who can help me look out for myself.
At Lincoln Financial Group, our goal is to make the financial world clear and understandable so you can make informed decisions. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
On our sail track, you're looking at a very cantankerous body of water that is tailor-made for cup racing. It's 10 miles across, about an hour outside of Viaduct Basin, the Hauraki Gulf. Fluky. Breeze, just under 20 knots. There you look at sail track, the story of the first leg, and Kostecki betting a lot of marbles that there won't be a wind shift.
The wind has shifted to the left, and that's why they want to continue sailing on port tack, and they're looking up the course, and they see more wind on the right side. But a curious move that you have a boat length lead over Prada right after the start. They tack, why not stay directly on top of them? They had more speed, so a risky call. If it goes right or comes in from ahead, it's brilliant. If not, they've thrown an awful lot away.
And to Kayard's credit, no second guessing. He's going with his tactician.
Well, an indication that the wind has shifted to the right. Prada decides to tack away immediately. Kayard, as you say, Jim, trusting that John Kostecki is making good calls, and they tack to cover. So far, it's working out on schedule. Maybe that talk that Kayard and Kostecki had at dinner, it worked out.
A lot of pressure here, Moose. Flat water.
Breeze now up to 22 knots. Since the tack, the wind continues to bend to the right at least 10 degrees now. So Kostecki had it right, and that's why America 1 has a big gain. 15 degrees now, keeps bending to the right. America 1 over 5 boat length lead. 1.5 lengths was a good wind shift. The rest was simply calling the wind right. So a bold move to stop covering, but it worked out so far. Now for Prada, they've been behind at least at one point in all 4 races. They're behind again, so they're not a team that lets down their guard and gets upset by being behind, at least at this point.
Not to have something for 40. Shouldn't get under 20 though.
Well, on the flip side, Gary, is they also had a 1:49 lead at one point in a race and ended up losing to Kayard and Kostecki by 1:33.
By not covering, and that's why they have to stay between the competition and the mark. Right now, both boats speed testing, analyzing their boat's performance versus each other in this wind strength.
It's flicking all over the place wildly.
Paul Kayard thinks there might be some seaweed or something on his knot meter because it's jumping around. Hard to tell how fast they're going. But the best gauge is the other boat.
Speaking of weather, Gary Jobson, the NIWA weather buoy had a little vandalism. Last night at about midnight, everything on the NIWA weather buoy, there it is, stopped working. There were vandals out there. They destroyed some of the symmetry and some of the equipment out there, and depending on how close we can look, they actually tried to chop it up a little bit.
Yeah, Jim, the authorities are looking into exactly what happened. They've taken some fingerprints. But this isn't the first time we've seen vandalism in this America's Cup. Let's not forget that a Kiwi New Zealand Maori activist vandalized the America's Cup 2 years ago, had to restore the trophy, getting into the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron and smashing it with a sledgehammer.
Actually sent it back to the original silversmith, didn't they?
They did Garrard's in London. So Prada tacks over to port and now has the right side of the course. And America 1 continues sailing on in starboard, letting Prada get to the right. As they continue upwind, another bold gamble by Kostecki to stay on starboard and leave Prada on their own. Kayard looking for attack, and he finally goes.
Keep coming, big one.
As a rule, always tack in a smooth spot of water when it's choppy like this. Prada decides to come right back and try and get a tacking duel going.
Come on up, guys. Stay with the big breeze, Booth. Oh, solid, Booth. Be fine. That little bound, Terry.
Jim, one of the reasons these waves are smaller than we've seen is because the wind is coming from the city, so it doesn't have a lot of room to build up. Shot of Moose McClintock trimming the jib.
Hold that.
He and Terry Hutchinson are the key men, along with Kayard, making this boat go fast.
Just going to soften up 2 knots in the next 30 seconds.
A couple races ago, Moose smacked in the back when the tow line snapped. Could have been a very dangerous situation, and it was a bad bruise.
So America 1, again on a port lift, continues to use windships, and are letting Prada sailing on a header. Now, at this point, it's okay to keep going in this direction, but in about 5 boat lengths.
Okay. Bottom of the pressure, stay down for 15 minutes.
Oh, he did.
Pressure just coming back to it.
Somehow we're not consistently holding the speed, guys. It's a little harder, it seems like. Terry.
Daddy,
Yes, sweetie?
can the monsters get me?
Not a chance.
When you've got ADT, you've got the power of advanced home monitoring technology.
Good morning, this is
The power of experienced professionals helping to keep you safe.
Okay. Calling the fire department right
From burglary, fire, flooding, carbon monoxide, even the occasional monster. Call now and get ADT's sophisticated burglary system installed for as little as $99. You could also save up to 20% off your basic homeowner's insurance.
And thank you for choosing ADT.
ADT helps protect more homes and families than any other security company in America. Call now and get the ADT burglary system installed from $99, plus up to 20% off your homeowner's insurance. Sleep tight. Get the power of ADT.
40 years ago, we started this business. 10 years ago, our sons wanted to help. Last year, our daughter decided to join. Our whole family is in the business. How do we make sure the business stays in our family?
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable business succession planning to help you preserve the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
They defy all human instinct, for they are the ones who volunteer to place themselves in front of the target. The NHL on ESPN. This is the game.
Devils, Rangers, Wednesday at 7:30 on ESPN2.
After today, it will either be 3-2 Prada or 4-1 the Italians. Race 6 tomorrow. Mark down those times. 12:30 a.m. on the East Coast, 9:30 prime time on the West Coast. Race 7, if Prada does not end it, if Kayard and Kostecki and crew can come back, race 7 Wednesday, that's 10:30 Eastern time, 7:30 at the St. Francis Yacht Club, the San Diego Yacht Club, all up and down the West Coast. Back on split tacks, about 8 minutes to the mark.
Both boats out getting on the right lay line, the starboard lay line for the mark. John Kostecki continued to call wind shifts over covering, and so far the strategy is working, with America 1 leading by about 6 to 7 boat lengths.
More pressure, 20
Now, America 1 could get a bigger gain when Prada tacks up on their hip. America 1 can tack over one more time, tack directly on Prada, give them bad wind, or force them to make 2 extra tacks.
Yeah, it's more of a recut with a little bit of a, yeah. But a little snug wouldn't hurt.
That's to tempt us to stay here and pray for a lift.
Does Billy take up an inch in the foot line on the S46? That would be the danger right now.
Tom Sipe is the 17th man aboard USA 61.
Gonna have to race.
Prada tacks to windward and behind now, not quite out to the ley line, so America 1 has a couple choices: leave them alone or attack and try and force them to make extra tacks or sail in bad wind. Prada's near the ley line. America 1 still got some run to go, so they'll be looking for a wind shift, I'm sure, aboard America 1 to go and attack.
Take the gainer on. 45. Okay. Here we go.
Three, two, one, hold.
A good move by America 1 to cover at that point and try and get Prada to do some extra tacks.
If we bang them, there'll be a problem on the ley line for the set. Yeah, whatever, man. Big lefty shift is the big deal. We're going to have to hit him. Okay.
Hit him means block the wind, not literally hitting him.
Although we have had collisions.
That we have, Jim. Prada's almost aimed at the mark, just slightly below it.
There you can see downtown Auckland, Sky Tower off in the distance, all the way back on shore.
Like 5 seconds.
Which I might add is about 6 nautical miles away. It looks close, but it's not. It's a long way out there. So now we get the classic match racing with a good lead. America 1 tacks directly on Prada's wind. Prada tacks away. This is more the classic match race style that we got to know in Newport, Rhode Island, and it's 12 meters.
Judge set at the moment,
8.8 boat lengths advantage America 1, but on this rather cantankerous, spooky Gulf, Gary, there are times when you throw the textbook away, right? You have to go by what you see, what you can sense.
And that's what Kostecki and Kayard obviously have worked out, and it's working to their advantage. But let's remember, in the last leg of the last race, this boat, America 1, was ahead by 9 lengths, and Prada caught him and passed him in 3 1/4 miles.
Get him here, John.
Lincoln Financial Group takes us on board 61 with Yacht Camp.
Down for 30, Moose.
Watch out, it's light.
Under 20 all the way to the mark, looks like, at least for the next 2 minutes, Moose.
Want to do 2?
I think so.
Okay. And we're going
really safe.
Okay. Give him the set call. We're going to bear away.
America One trying to decide whether to go for 2 more tacks and block Prada and be safe. And that's what they do. Jib sheet came off on America One. So Paul Kayard instantly has to tack back. The jib sheet came off as they made that tack. They've tacked right back. Now they've got to lead a new line around, but they've lost 2.5 lengths doing it.
The fuck is that? Going one and in now.
Pull it out. Keep going. Right in. We're all the way up to speed here, guys.
It's unbelievable. All right, no big deal, guys. Nice work. Take chill. We got a nice lead. Main on, Terry. Plenty of speed.
So you saw they fell 2 boat lengths closer to Prada, but Kayard, no big deal, guys.
The nice move was a quick recovery that they tacked right back when they realized they had the problem. And although a little upset initially, they got their act back together and have about a 5 boat length lead now.
They've had nothing but problems with the spinnaker and the sheet, eh?
The sheets and the shoots.
Billy, check jib sheets clear when you make the pull. Yeah, we're going to be driving right away.
Stand by.
So they're going to come around, set the spinnaker, go about 4 or 5 boat lengths, and then they'll go through the jibe, which is a safe move around this mark after a quick tack.
Where is he? You're clean. You're clean. Square moves. We're doing a barrel way up. Keep going. Like to be to the gun.
Jim, we're looking at the spinnaker America One is setting today, and it's a heavier cloth than we've seen before, so clearly concerned about ripping these sails. They've ripped 8 to my count, and they're going with a heavier sail, heavier cloth sail.
So after a very aggressive start by Paul Kayard and John Kostecki, crossing the line just a few seconds in front of the silver and red boat from Italy, at the top mark, Kayard up against it, trailing 1 waist to 3, but in front.
I spent 40 years building a nest egg, 30 years paying off a mortgage, 20 years saving for college. I'm done worrying. Now, I want to live.
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable solutions to help you grow, manage, and protect the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC. Do one thing, do it well.
Genes, as in genetics. They make us all alike. They make us all different. And inside our genes are the secrets to creating a world without disease. Agilent provides technologies that help scientists uncover those secrets. So maybe someday, genetic disease will simply go out of style.
Back on leg number 2 with America 1 enjoying a 32-second advantage at the top mark. And on sail track, 7 lengths for USA 61, needing to win 4 of their next 5. All Prada has to do is win 2 of the next 5.
Notice that the lines downwind there are separating a little bit, an indication America 1 sailing low.
There are reasons that Prada looks as good, sails as smoothly, and deals with wreckage as quickly as they do. Nice big head start here, sailing in Auckland's waters. Good coaching by Rod Davis, and mainly a whole lot of money. Here's a look at where this team has come from. The Prada team began training 3 years ago at Punta Alla, Italy, in boats purchased from America Q. The syndicate's $60 million budget is being entirely underwritten by Patrizio Bertelli, CEO of Italy's famous fashion house.
Mr. Bertelli, he loves sailing for sure, and he started this because he just loves the sport.
Bertelli's wife, Lucio Prada, did the honors. Doug Peterson, who helped design Cup winners back in '92 and '95, is on Prada's design team.
This is a long development path from original work with the Beach Boys to America Cubed, Team New Zealand, and now here. So it's an accumulative knowledge.
Despite a professed knowledge gap in match racing, Prada took the Kiwis to a deciding race in the '99 Road to the Cup regatta.
The white boat bow is just in front, closing to the finish. Oh, it looks like yellow. The New Zealanders have got it.
We needed to start earlier because we had no experience in match racing, no experience in America's Cup. So we had a lot of catch-up to do.
Prada's 2 stylish new boats were the envy of the fleet as they practiced with precision on the Hauraki Gulf. No surprise they came out red hot in the early rounds, winning 17 straight races. In the semifinals, Stars and Stripes got a piece of them. Then, 24 hours later, it was Prada's turn to join the wrecking crew. Before witnesses had time to speculate how this flow would affect the Italian frontrunners, they had a new mast in place and were sailing again before day's end. An impressive display of resources and know-how. Prada rebounded in the semifinals, giving us the best race of the regatta as they battled America 1 jibe for jibe on that final frantic leg. Losing this close one did nothing to shake their building confidence. But they still needed a victory from America True to secure a berth in the final. This well-oiled and well-heeled Italian team has been sailing here in waters off Auckland for 2 years, and the boat they're on today, ITA 45, has been here since last May. Conversely, America 1's Gary 61 has only been here in Auckland since November, and today, even though they've done a lot of testing, is only the 14th actual race that 61's been in. And look at the gain downwind. We'll be right back on the race course. Prada leads the regatta 3 races to 1.
Have you ever considered a career as a commercial diver? If so, there's no better school to give you the training than Divers Institute of Technology. Whether it's working on offshore oil, underwater construction, raising sunken vessels on a salvage job, or doing hull repair, Divers Institute of Technology has the staff, the equipment, and the location to offer real open water training. Divers Institute of Technology. Call today to start your career as a commercial diver.
Golf Digest presents 50 ways to lower your score.
To get greater distance, turn your right foot out. For a better backswing, don't slide. Turn your hips instead.
Now, lower your score, drive longer, hit straighter, and play your best golf ever with the 50 new stroke-saving tips in every Golf Digest. Call now for your risk-free trial issue. If you like it, get 11 more issues, 12 in all, for just $19.97. Plus, get this stroke-saving video free.
Call 800-417-1200.
This Sunday, ESPN Classic presents a boxing movie that packs such a wallop, you'll be knocked unconscious. Percy and Thunder.
She's Thunder. I'm Percy.
Actually, he's James Earl Jones. She's ER's Gloria Rubin. And he's...
I am who I am.
Billy D. Williams. It's real classics. It's Percy and Thunder. Sunday night at 9, only on ESPN Classic. To get ESPN Classic, call 1-800-CLASSIC today.
Huh?
Back on the race course, Gary Jobson, a good lead downwind by Prada.
Prada making a big gain heading downwind. They seem to be in a position to block America One's wind. Wind seems to drop down to about 18 knots right now, and these boats are sailing at 10. America One's trying to sail a lower course to keep their wind behind the mainsail of Prada.
Can't go too far down. We won't be able to heat enough to get
Seems every time these boats get together on the run downwind, something happens. I mean, there was the protest in race 3. Caird got caught in a port starboard situation.
He got his pressure back. Pretty soft at the moment. Might have to do some juking down here. Yeah. Watch out for the pole here. It's light. Pull forward here. Hold. Pressure just building on the sheet pole. Means turning around. What is it, Pat? 4. Hey, guys up front, just so you know, we can jive with that thing twisted up out there, okay? Don't tell us we can't.
Paul Caird talking about the guy wire that holds the spinnaker pole has wrapped itself around the end of the pole.
Get close to that point. Let's go rig back to 4.
When America One gets to the lay line, that's the line just on the right of the yellow, they'll be in a position to jibe for the mark.
Nice pressure. What is it, orange or yellow? Orange. Okay, when we're dirty from, that's when we want to heat, okay? So I think now we just go straight at the mark. When we're dirty from them, we heat. Water. Water. Little trim on. All right.
What heat means, Jim, is an alteration of course toward the wind or try and gain speed. You go faster, but you shorten up the distance. But the reason for doing it is keeping your wind clear from that spinnaker behind. And that's the mistake they made in race 4, is allowing themselves to get blocked and not heating up or altering course to get themselves clear air. You throw away distance doing it, but you don't lose any more distance once your air is clear. But once again, Prada's done a very good job getting in position to block their wind. Paulo Pisani, the bowman on Prada, getting the jib ready, and they continue to move up on Prada.
I mean, dramatically.
You can see the spinnakers. America One spinnaker on the left is larger in area than Prada, and the smaller sail seems to be working better.
Now we're lower.
Don't even think about going away. Downwind is where all the excitements happen between America One and Prada. Cape Rienga, the western tip of the North Island, the first thing that sailors see coming over from Australia. The Maoris believe that the souls of the dead depart on their final voyage from Cape Rienga.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations, plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do one thing, do it well.
Man has always dreamed of getting to the other side. Some make it, some don't. But at least your phone calls get there. Because Agilent provides technologies for almost every kind of communications network. From way down here to way up here.
I have a boss. I have a mother-in-law. I also have a teenage daughter. I don't need someone else telling me what to do. I need someone who will listen.
You tell us your goals, your situation, and your concerns. We'll provide clear, understandable solutions to help you manage your finances. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
Back out on the race course, first downwind run.
Product got to America 1's breeze, and America 1 is heads up shortly. We heard Paul Kerr talking about giving it some heat, and they're trying hard to block their position. Here's the wind direction coming right from Prada's sail, and Kayard has gotten himself, so his wind is just ahead of Prada, but barely. Prada in a perfect position to make further gains before they get to this mark. You can see America 1 Spinnaker try and collapse a little bit. That's because Prada is blocking their wind. They're well outside the ley line, so at a certain point, both boats will have to jibe. And keep in mind, Jim, America 1's got a little problem with the end of their Spinnaker pole. The guy wire has wrapped itself around the pole, so they're not going to have a clean maneuver when they start the turn.
Just clean. No lower. You're going to have to come up and tip. You're going to have to come up and tip. Come up. It's actually game for us, though. Coming on up. Keep coming. He's got his rig all the way back. Hold. Back. 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 Hold. Stop. Stop.
When the rig is back for an upwind position, the rig forward downwind, leeward bark grounding, which in essence means they've conceded.
Phil, we go into a jibe. That swing's got to come down, right? Phil, we go into a jibe. That swing's got to come down. Squaring. Square up. Square up.
Prada now bearing off, allowing America 1 to bear off. The Prada goes for the jibe. We'll see how the pole works on America 1.
Better not. Phil.
So Prada makes their jibe for the end. One lets it go. I think Prada did a nice. Getting back in the inside of the course.
Nice pressure here, Paul.
When they come back together, Prada will be on starboard with the right-of-way. So risky move continuing to sail by America 1.
Are we on the lay line? Yes. Okay. Here we go. My guy.
Wind down to 16 knots. Well, no problem with the end of the Spinnaker pole on that jibe. The Prada comes right back at him. So Prada working to get in a position to block America 1's wind again. They'll be looking to jive in about 2 boat lengths, and they continue to narrow the gap.
It was about a 9 boat length advantage for 61.
Jib up. Jib up. Last try will be no pole. Jib up. Jib up. Start with swing down. Square move. Square. Good. Really like the right now because the wind's such a left base. Square. Okay, let me just work on the fucking line. Yeah. Going straight. Yeah. Leeward takedown. Leeward take. Reaching up a little. Yes.
They're a little surprised that Prada kept sailing in a straight line and not jiving under wind.
Got a tag. Change up right now. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Drop it. Drop it. 0. Gotta tell me that. Gotta go like this. What does that mean, son? It's the same thing. Still like the right. Matty.
We've got to get the spinnaker down and the pole down to make this maneuver.
Keep going, Matty. Go, Jim.
Prada holding their spinnaker right to the end, so they're aggressively going for it. Vince Cook's race committee blowing horns indicating a course change. Prada having trouble getting their spinnaker in. They waited so long.
God darn it. It's unbelievable. Yes, like the right. Get it down
Wow.
below.
From 32 to 10.
Get it down below. Main on.
Now,
going.
America 1 likes the right side. Prada attacks immediately to get over there. America 1's got to cover instantly themselves to get to the right first. Prada attacked a little too quick, stopped dead, and hit a bad set of waves, gained to America 1. So a little fortuitous rounding for the American team.
A terrific first run downwind for Prada. And what is this setting up? Another classic finish between these two boats that are so evenly matched.
To see inside the human heart, a doctor once needed a scalpel. But with ultrasound systems from Agilent Technologies, doctors can now spot problems that once went undetected, and sometimes even fix them without surgery. To see inside the human heart is to sometimes see relief.
At 25, I wanted to make vice president. At 35, I wanted to make my first million. At 45, I wanted to make enough to buy the company. Now all I want is to make it around this track 0.2 of a second faster.
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable, customized solutions to help you manage, protect, and enjoy the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations, plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do one thing, do it well.
The Winter X Games begin Friday at 9 on ESPN.
22 seconds. America 1 led at the top mark. After that first run, only 10 seconds. A huge gain by Prada. And keep in mind, Italy leads in this regatta 3 races to 1.
America 1 trying to drive over top of Prada to capture their breeze and force a tacking duel. Prada did a brilliant job downwind, but immediately after the mark rounding, the wind went to the left about 20 degrees, and that helped out America 1 a lot.
All kinds of action out here in the Gulf and back in Auckland at the Viaduct Basin. Our Susie Aiken is back ashore at the America's Cup Harbor. Susie?
That's an impressive looking list. What's this all about?
Well, this is just one of the list off the super yachts today. We've got $3,000 worth of beluga caviar, 24 cases of Cristal champagne, 30 beautiful whole New Zealand South Island salmon, $5,000 worth of fresh flowers, which is about a truckload, and 1 inflatable palm tree.
What on earth is the inflatable palm tree for?
Well, it's I can't really tell you, but it's going to be one hell of a party.
It's a pretty good party out here on the water, too, Suze.
What do we got for time left? Looks like it's staying under 20. What?
As you look at the 2 boats going up one, America 1 on the left is trying very hard to block Prada's wind. Now, the advantage there is it's slowing down. Prada will tack immediately, and America 1 will go into a whole series of tacks to try and gain about 3 or 4 boat lengths. You do that by slowing the boat behind down and forcing them to make extra tacks at a slower speed. So that's what they're trying to set up for. Prada, for its part, is trying to just go fast and keep their wind clear. America 1 has to go forward about 1 more boat length to achieve their goal of blocking their wind. Notice Francesco D'Angelis looking over at America 1. That's unusual for him to be looking around.
What's going on here, JK? The wind going left? The wind is going left, more turn.
Very focused on board 61 and very calm.
Let's keep the hammer down, Terry. Just filtering into pressure. Okay. We don't ever do the runner yet. It's just amazing to me how wide the true wind angle is. Something wrong with it.
You can see Prada sailing a lower course, struggling to keep their wind clear, going lower and lower. It's good news for America 1. Now, looking up the course, there is more wind ahead, and it does bend to the right. So both boats are sailing fast, trying to get to the new breeze first.
The boat just feels a little bound for some reason. It doesn't have any front. Right down under 9 here. Off for 20.
Prada doing a very nice job holding their position and avoiding that wind from being blocked.
We're going to run right now, Josh. Back up like build up right up to 20.
Good crew work and decisive tactical decisions. Who will make the least amount of error?
Welcome to the World Wide Web. And what a tangled web we weave. With so much traffic, the superhighway can become a parking lot. So Agilent Technologies makes systems and components that help turn internet gridlock into open road. It's a driver's dream.
"40 years ago, we started this business. 10 years ago, our sons wanted to help. Last year, our daughter decided to join. Our whole family is in the business. How do we make sure the business stays in our family?
At Lincoln Financial Group, We provide clear, understandable business succession planning to help you preserve the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
I will not be afraid of the dark.
I will not feel guilty leaving my dog alone.
I will feel better about my dad living by himself.
I will know my children are safe.
I will go on vacation and finally be able to relax.
ADT's advanced technology and skilled professionals help more people feel safe in more ways than any other security company.
With ADT?
Call now and get ADT's sophisticated burglary system installed for as little as $99. You could also save up to 20% off your basic homeowner's insurance.
I will live my life.
My life.
My life.
On my terms!
Call now and get the ADT burglary system from $99 installed, plus up to 20% off homeowner's insurance. Get the power of ADT.
One of these two boats will challenge the Kiwis for the America's Cup. 10 seconds was the lead for Paul Kayard and John Kostecki as we go to the weather market for the second time.
After a long time on port tack, Prada finally makes a tack, and then they split again. America One on the left tacks on top of them. Prada tacks back on the port, not up to full speed. America One will be looking to get up to full speed and cover closely. So this is the break America One's looking for. Keep in mind, it takes about 6 boat lengths after maneuver to accelerate to full speed.
Why do we have that topping left out in the middle of the
Prada comes right back at him now.
I don't mind just going a little bit higher next time. Higher up what, crossing overhead? Yes, okay. On up. Hold. Anytime though here. Stop for 20 minutes. Mark's right on the...
John Kostecki allowing Prada to get a little bit of room to leeward with clear air.
There. Go runner up, guys. Go finish. A foot more. Ease a little, Terry. Main on, please.
Boat's getting out to the ley line. Prada says, you're going to give us clear air? We'll just keep sailing then. Drag it back into the center.
One thing for that silver bullet right there for Prada, they can be very patient. They know that they've got a little bit of an edge downwind, huh?
They do. Prada seems to dictating what's going on. They're deciding when they want to tack, and America One's always responding. You want to be the one in control, driving them out to the ley line, putting them in your bad air. Prada seems to be the patient one and making the good calls, and that's why they're so close, even though they started out well behind.
Goes that way. Before we split right now, the sooner the race gets over.
America One decides to tack over and try and drive him out to the ley line.
Okay.
But this gets your adrenaline going when it gets this close, and you've got to cover the other boat and call the wind shifts at the same time.
What do you got for
These are the kind of moments that Kostecki and Kayard would talk over after that decisive race 4 at dinner. Paul, it seemed to me, was making a lot of calls that Kostecki wasn't in sync with. And I think Paul would say, look, when I feel that we need to go, let's make that tack at that time.
Okay. Got to hit him. Fading down. Pressure's on the wind. He wants to go right on him. 2, 1, squeezing.
You know, there's a little different shift in attitude right there. Instead of giving a room, let's get right on him this time. And that was a Kayard call. ley line, from the windward mark, and Prada decides to tack to windward and behind. So they've given up here because they're so close to making the mark.
Gary, I think to go back to that Kayard-Kostecki dinner, one of the things that they had to talk about was what went wrong on the last leg, because they had a 40-some second advantage around the 5th mark, downwind. And regardless of who you want to blame, the boat got caught like a couple of kids in an early regatta. And I talked to 2 skippers that were in the semifinals and said Kostecki blew it.
Well, the big question isn't so much the foul. It's why did Kostecki let Prada sit on their wind for such a long period of time to make up 6 of the or 7 boat lengths, and then it was almost academic at the end. It was here they come, and then they didn't respond quick enough. And that's what Kayard's trying to say is let's just keep pounding them when we have the chance, and that's what you're seeing here today. So that dinner's done them some good.
Big lefty here. Come on. And then there's right coming. Right to speed tackling. I agree. More pressure, come on up.
Weather, Mark, you won't miss a thing when we come back. Our ESPN exclusive coverage, America's Cup 2000.
If you're ready to lose weight, muscle up, and get back into shape, I've got a free video you're going to love.
Introducing a winning fitness strategy.
You got to eat healthy, drink plenty of water, and most importantly, strength train with Bowflex.
Strength training adds muscle. Not only does your shape look better, you actually increase your metabolism, so you end up burning more calories.
Strength training these days isn't just for men. It's great for women, too. And Bowflex is designed for both. It's even been called the best home gym by Fitness Magazine.
Use as little as 5 pounds to more than 400 pounds of resistance. Follow our 6-week fast fat loss program or create your own from over 60 different health club quality exercises.
Bowflex is easy to own, and it fits in any room in your house. It comes with a 6-week guarantee on results, and you can finance it with no money down and payments as low as $33 per month. Hey, I'm 41, and I'm in the best shape of my life. And I can tell you, Bowflex really does work.
For a free video and brochure on the machine that can help you get into great shape at any age, call right now.
Well, considering the popularity of the swimsuit issues, the Sports Center swimsuit calendar seemed like an idea whose time had come. Sex sells.
Show me the sex. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
I don't want lotion. Get away.
Very sexy. Oh, yes. Megan, give me the snakes, would you?
Snakes?
No, you're going to look sexy. It's going to look great. You've got to be kidding me.
We know what people like.
Yeah. Gorgeous.
Join ESPN2 this Friday at noon Eastern Time. Davis Cup tennis. John McEnroe returns to captain the U.S. as they battle Zimbabwe in the first round. World number 1 and recent Australian Open champion Andre Agassi, how overpowering was he, leads the Americans into a tough venue in Africa. McEnroe, holding 31 Davis Cup titles, makes his coaching debut. Look at our ESPN sail track, leg number 3. And speaking of coaching, how about the job that Rod Davis and Steve Erickson have done coaching Prada in match racing?
And the way they've done their coaching is actually to race against them as the boats head for the windward mark. The lead continues to be cut down, but America 1 has one good thing going for them. They're headed directly at the mark. Prada's over the ley line, and they'll lose a little distance here. Breeze back up to 22 knots. Seems like we get down to the leeward mark or the starting line area, Jim, and the wind's down to 16 or 17, and up here about 5 miles an hour stronger.
I mean, he is going to be lower and faster. Okay, well, he is going to reach more than that. He's overstood. So what do you want me to do? I can't parallel him and get to the mark. I just want you to go fast to the mark right here. We're not that far building off. I hear you. So, come on. Yeah, we're getting headed now. Main on. How we'll lose this deal is if we can't tap. Okay, just go a little high. A little bit. At the moment, it's fairway. When do you need a cutoff? Right on the wind, guys. I'm getting headed. I'm not letting the mark now. Upwind mode, Moose. Hey, somebody, we're going to have to watch him for what set he's doing. Right now, it looks like fairway, right? It's a risky thing to do. Yeah. We've been losing on every time we do this, so I want to not lose. Okay, John. I'm not going to go down there and get headed and not make fun. You're doing it perfectly right here, Paul. Perfect, all right? Okay. I was going faster than before. Yeah. What? Okay. What are we thinking about the run? What's the deal? Now it's fairway. But is it a square run, or what's the deal? It's slightly favored, Jive said. On for the next 2-0 win. Okay. So what's the deal? The wind's right here, left at the bottom, right, John? Yes. So if he jives, you going to match or go straight in the righty? Probably go in the righty. Got some speed. Fairway for sure. For sure. Pressure on the bound 5 minutes, not the half. That's there. Hold it.
Jim, you can see the streaky wind up here under the shoreline of the windward mark. Very tough to call. If the wind bends to the left side, Prada will be in a good position to be right at him and block them from rounding the mark because they're on the starboard tack with the right of way.
There's the difference to the ley line. And keep in mind, when we go downwind for the second time, Prada picked up 22 crucial seconds on the first run.
As long as they're over the ley line, America wins safe. If they get under it, that's when they're going to have trouble.
What kite are we going with? Same one? What kite is it? Same one. You have 4-6, 4-5 back up. What are you saying, Gant? 16 coming here.
Tell you one thing we've learned, Jim, the speed of these two boats is incredibly even. It's how well you sail them and where you place them that's making the difference.
Tell you what, we have seen near flawless boat handling by the Italians.
Excellent.
Easy, guys.
Prada seeming to have a little trouble filling their mainsail right now. The thing is flapping quite a bit. You can see the main flapping there, Jim, and the reason is the headsail is too full for this particular sail. So the increased wind is hurting the mainsail because the forward sail is too round. So they set the sail for the light winds at the bottom mark. The increased winds have hurt it, and that's going to save the day for America 1.
Come on, Jim. There's that no good bad thing to do. We'll talk about that. Probably want to beat him to it, Paul. Okay, John. I'm just going to ease right out. Even at 219, huh? Yeah, it's going left. It's just the long shot. Okay. What's the action? 220. Okay. It's a big lefty now, Paul. Okay. We want to go. Okay, guys, to Johnny. Where we going? Staying out. Hoist! Jim down. Lex, grab the Jim.
16 picked up 8 more seconds on that second beat to weather. 18, the Delta, halfway through race number 5. America 1, the green and gray, needs to win 4 of the next 5 on the run. More fireworks straight ahead.
water pressure, the airbags in your car, the toys your children play with. The world around you runs on chips. Agilent makes the testing equipment that makes sure those chips work. Just try to get through a day without being touched by the things we test. You might as well try to dodge raindrops.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations, plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do one thing, do it well.
A great tradition continues on ESPN2, Friday Night Fights. Join hosts Max Kellerman and Brian Kenny each week as they bring you the most exciting live fights of today. Friday Night Fights, every Friday night on ESPN2.
Love the athletes and stars here to celebrate. Hotel rooms are covered, the mini bar. Greatest time sports, gonna be a heck of a time.
Celebrate the greatest athletes of the decade, live from the MGM Grand, February 14th at 8 p.m. on ESPN.
Back on leg 4, we check our ESPN sail track.
Jim, as the two boats head downwind, America 1 having trouble with their spinnaker and allowing Prada to get closer and closer. Finally, America 1 on the left gets their spinnaker to fill, but they're having trouble getting that spinnaker pole to work. Prada, for its part, has also got problems with their spinnaker pole, although now they finally get it up and working. Now, you can fly your spinnaker without a pole, but it's hard to make it work efficiently. There's a locking mechanism on the outboard end of the pole, and it keeps opening up. And they're having trouble making that work. So a mechanical problem is causing all this trouble for America 1.
Keep going. Only way to go. Only way to go. Keep going. Get back there. No overlap. Where? Behind the mark? No. Where? Go to square. Where's the rig? Rig forward? Okay. Where? It's time to heat, isn't it? With the wind speed. Square. Bird shot. Square moves. Bang on. Get the mast forward. Square. Keep going square. Harder, the sheet's too far out. Trim sheet. Yeah.
The Prada on the right is on starboard, so when they jibe, America 1 will be important. Will have to stay clear.
Inside of 2.5 boat lengths and Prada gaining.
Notice the new spinnaker that blew back on the foredeck is a different sail in case they rip this or they need to change.
Yeah, orange, right? Yeah, got it. Yeah. I got it. That sheet there if you can, Phil. Full trim. One thing about going hot is be wide.
When America 1 jibes, Prada can either try and get them on starboard, and if they're not, they'll jibe on America 1's breeze.
Right now we are. Where? Pretty nice. You got any more bang for me? See where the hole in this is, right? I think so. And the HP logo? We got a big hole in the kite, Don. HP logo.
Paul K. are talking about a rip in the spinnaker, another one.
I'm getting them in the wake.
I'll tell you, Gary, with all the trouble A1 has had with the spinnaker, with the chute, the sheets, and downwind, you could say we have met the enemy. He is us.
The problem with these spinnakers, you can't build them overnight.
Good, boat's working. Back knees.
There's the rip right there. It's a small rip. Now this is a vertical rip. It's not that dangerous, but they've got to watch it carefully. It'll go out to the seams. It's about 2 feet long, and it's being stopped by a seam in the sail.
How far are we going to have to go on the other board?
That kind of rip would happen when it was pulled up. Through all this, however, America 1's actually going pretty fast and seems to be gaining. Notice all the rest of the crew looking around at the other boat. America One trying to sail a lower course to get down in front of Prada so they can make a clean jibe and get going on the other direction with clean wind and make it across the starboard tack boat.
Gonna come a point where we're gonna just a little right on target speed now. Sides with them, huh? Yeah. And no lower. We would be. Not with a kite. Lower we get it. Now you mean. Yeah,
sailing almost down the middle of the course, so Prada being patient, they've got to like their position. It's kind of like a cyclist race where the guy behind actually has the advantage. Paolo Pisani is on the bow of Prada getting ready for the jibe. They're ready for any moment, because the second America One starts to turn, Prada will jibe inside him and try and block their wind.
Something that they have done very successfully all regatta long.
You can't really surprise the guy with the jibe because it's so hard to get these mainsails in and trimmed across. And you can't turn the boat unless that main is coming in.
Come on, you heard that him, guys. Hold, feeling light on the sheet. Really slow on target, Paul. Yeah, we're waiting too long.
It was 18 seconds around the third mark, and you can see it's down to less than a boat length downwind again. Being down 3-1 does not scare this team. Carter Perrin, the 26-year-old trimmer aboard A1, says we are an organization filled with winners. We have to focus anew every day with the adversity. And he said, hey, today will be no different.
Here goes America One. They're going to go for the jibe. America One having trouble with their pole. Prada's gone for the jibe. And Prada comes right back.
Okay, here we go. Trip! Go me. Go starboard, Trip. Trip. Go starboard, go starboard. Keep going, keep going.
Prada spinning right out. The end of the boom goes right into the water. Very unusual in a boat like this to spin out. So the big jibe by Kayard put Prada into a spin and saves the day, but America One still having trouble with their own spinnaker pole. Prada lets their boom bang off. The boom goes right up in the air, so good recovery. A quick review. America One tried to jibe. They faked it. Prada fell for it, tripped their pole away, went back. America One, seeing them with no pole, went through the jibe. Prada tried to do a second spin where they weren't ready. The end of the boom went in the water. They spun out, and America One gets the big lead. A nice move by John Kostecki and Kayard. Prada still hasn't recovered from it. Look at the frustration of Torben Grail. Finally, the spinnaker fills, but they've thrown away 3 boat lengths, and it was a nice fake by America One.
What a dramatic turn of events. Prada had closed to within 1.
At 25, I wanted to make vice president. At 35, I wanted to make my first million. At 45, I wanted to make enough to buy the company. Now all I want is to make it around this track 0.2 of a second faster.
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable, customized solutions to help you manage, protect, and enjoy the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
Daddy,
Yes, sweetie?
can the monsters get me?
Not a chance.
When you've got ADT, you've got the power of advanced home monitoring technology.
Good morning, this is
The
Diane.
power of experienced professionals helping to keep you safe.
Okay. Calling the fire department right
From burglary, fire, flooding, carbon monoxide, even the occasional monster. Call now and get ADT's sophisticated burglary system installed for as little as $99. You could also save up to 20% off your basic homeowner's insurance.
And thank you for choosing ADT.
ADT helps protect more homes and families than any other security company in America. Call now and get the ADT burglary system installed from $99, plus up to 20% off your homeowner's insurance. Sleep tight. Get the power of ADT.
They defy all human instinct, for they are the ones who volunteer to place themselves in front of the target. The NHL on ESPN. This is the game.
Devils, Rangers, Wednesday at 7:30 on ESPN2.
Back with a look at what happened, and the man working the main, Pietro Dialli, had some problems aboard Prada.
Pedro Dialli, the main trimmer aboard Prada, didn't let the boom bang off when the boom ended up going in the water. But Kayard was actually turning around, screaming pole, and he faked Prada out. They said, oh, they're going for the jibe. Prada tripped their pole away, and America once said, good, they're going off in the other direction. We'll come right back. Then Prada, here's where Dialli made the mistake, Jim. The boom is dragging in the water. Now, what happens in that situation? You've got to ease the boom bang out. That's the job right there. The boom dragging in the water. That torque forces it up in the wind. They dial down when the bang gets eased out. But the main trimmer always has to be ready to make sure the boom rides up in the air when you're making a spin like that, and they had a hard time, and that's why America won. Now has a 6-boat length lead. But let me say, Prada's made up this ground before, and they have every intention of coming back again. They have the ability to do it.
Up here in the light spot. You want to change that thing? Do it on the other board. Let's do it on the other board. Okay, guys, change. Give up on this other board. After the jive. Completing the jive. We're on the lay line with the lift, Lexi. Trim. No. Hold. Nice big pop. Trim. Okay, stand by. Stand by.
America 1 getting ready to jibe for the mark, which is about a quarter mile away.
Go main. Go main. Burp the sheet. Burp the sheet. Burp the guy. Trim. Trim.
Jim, you hear the word trip? That is the key to what happened there. Kayard was yelling pole as loud as he can, actually turned around the Prada. Kayard's crew knows that the word pole means just hold. It's the word trip, where you trip it away. Prada got faked out hearing that, and that was the difference. It was a head fake by the American team using the word pole instead of trip. And Prada fell for it and paid the price.
So after the silver boat got to within 1 length, it's back to 6 lengths in favor of 61, trailing 3 races to 1.
Gotta go up a little. He's all over me. Good angle there. He wants to give up. Fucking broken bat. Trim. When we break that? Hold.
Paul Kayard talking about a bat in his mainsail. That's the horizontal line, a piece of carbon fiber in the sail that helps keep it out straight. That'll hurt their performance going to windward.
Square move. Square move. Speed. Keep on square. Keep on square. No, they got. He needs some poor guys to him. Square. Square. Square and still got. Hold the square. Look, we're gonna have to hold there. Okay. You're right. Well, let's jive. Yeah. We're gonna jive. Got it.
Both boats are a little high for the leeward mark. Kayard talking about actually having to jive to get down to it.
Over here. Pull off. Trip. Trip. around me. Get on me.
Hear that word trip again, not pull, trip.
Silly, take it down the start. Stay down. Blow the seat off, Moose, a little. Take it down, Moose. Take it down, Moose. Overshoot your side, overshoot your side. Take it down, Moose. Let the seat go. Stand and clap. Stay down, Hold. Hit the tip, Carter. Got it. Sleep. Don't stay on top. Please, pull the ship in. We're flying on it. Go to ship, Phil.
That's the America One A1 support boat. Sponsors, family, friends.
Well, I hope the rail on that boat's strong enough. They're all leaning forward. Prada once again holding their spinnaker right into the mark.
Anybody wants to run, go for it. Get that thing down, Gavin, this rope. Go runner. Come on. Go runner hard, Gavin. Go runner.
Prada very late getting that spinnaker down. It's going to make for a hard turn to have that spinnaker on the foredeck. They're late. And the spinnaker's blowing out to leeward. If it gets in the water, it'll act as a sea anchor. They can't get the jib in. They don't have the backstay. Look at the curvature in the jib up forward. If they don't get the backstay in, the mast will break. So they're at risk right now. Everybody grinding to get the backstay in, the sail in, the spinnaker on deck. So they throw away a length and a half with waiting for a little too long to get that spinnaker down.
So our Lincoln Financial Group race summary of day number 5 in the Louis Vuitton finals. There are the deltas so far. It's been wire to wire for K-Art. Prada got it down to just 1 boat length, but a crack in the Italian armor. An audible head fake by Paul K-Art.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations, plus 1 new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do one thing, do it well.
Sooner or later, every sailor asks, what in the world am I doing out here? Something always needs to be fixed or replaced. But sailors often find themselves in places where they can't buy these things. So they log on to Fiat.com, the online source for hardware, rigging, sales, and marine electronics. If you need to buy it or just find out about it, go online or call Fiat.com, wherever in the world you find yourself.
To see inside the human heart, a doctor once needed a scalpel. But with ultrasound systems from Agilent Technologies, doctors can now spot problems that once went undetected. And sometimes even fix them without surgery. To see inside the human heart is to sometimes see relief.
I have 48 employees. I have an 8-member management committee. I also have 3 5-year-old sons. I don't need someone else raising questions. I need someone who can give me answers.
At Lincoln Financial Group, you tell us your goals, your situation, and your concerns. We'll provide clear, understandable solutions to help you manage your finances. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
The Cadillac Series cruises into the new millennium at the Royal Caribbean Classic, the Crandon Park Golf Course at Key Biscayne, and a brand new format for the Royal Caribbean Classic. Yes, Bruce Fleischer is back to defend, last year's leading money winner who won 7 times, but they're using that Stableford system of scoring. Cadillac presents the Royal Caribbean Classic, Key Biscayne. Mr. Devlin will be there. He designed the original layout. Not too fond of some of the changes that Von Hagee made in what they now are playing on. As we go back out on the water, it's 5 out of 9. Prada leads in the series 3 races to 1. And what a wild move that was. All right, as you were calling it for TV New Zealand there, that audible head fake by Paul Kayard worked pretty well, didn't it?
Yes, it did. It was very much a dummy tack, really, and it suckered the Italians in. And this has just been a pulsating race, really, in the crucible of the Louis Vuitton Cup final, and this must win for America 1. They delivered brilliantly at the start by an intuitive feel with a split second to think, capitalized on that, but the Italians have come back at them, and this business of the Italian factor caving in, well, that's not happening. But that was just wonderful decision under pressure by America 1 to get out of that.
One of the things that we have seen in the whole regatta, aside from your cantankerous fluky gulp, if you will, all right,
cut it out, it's wonderful
here, is that really these two boats are somewhat unpredictable when they hook up. They're similar in boat speed, excellent crew work, yada yada, but you have something unusual, it seems, in every race.
In the end, I think it's coming down to the people on board the boats. These boats are pretty even, and so when you're sailing in the conditions you are today, and the high teens, low 20s, it is very, very difficult. And, you know, we are seeing the best in the world doing what they're best at, and it can be very, very tough. And some of the mistakes we've seen really are people under stress.
Clean up. 10 seconds and more breeze boost. It's at the bottom. Couple bumps here, Moose. Pressure just building on.
Split tack here. Why wouldn't America 1 come back? They don't want the Italians to get out there for too long. The Italians on starboard going out to the left. America 1 on port going out to the right. They may be getting a lift. That's what we were hearing off America 1, but in the end, stay between your man and the hoop.
Long day to be on the rail.
It's an awful day to be on the rail. So America 1 still with the advantage of the best part of 5 boat lengths. Just exciting, pulsating racing. This is easily the best Louis Vuitton Cup final ever.
Want to go already?
So we hear America 1 stand by. Surely they're coming back, are they? So it's America 1. We're out to the right, coming back now, staying between their rival and the mark. So they're on the starboard as well.
Big right.
Just a wonderful start by USA 61, and wonderful tactics with that dummy jibe. That's been the key to it. So America 1 is out to the right. That is with the yellow track.
Do you have any idea who came up with that dummy move?
No, I didn't. There was just so much chaos
I'll
going
take you
on.
back. Defender, 1983. Kayard was on board, as was the coach of the Italians, Rod Davis, but the tactician aboard Defender that year was?
Gary Johnson.
It was his move.
We shouldn't be surprised. He's my friend, so I'll nod knowingly. But it was brilliant. It's all very well, though, honestly, saying, let's come up with a dummy tack. But when you've got bombs going off you around like that, Prada were closing down on you. Really, to be able to think that clearly in that situation when there are so many other things to do for the crew was just outstanding.
The voice of yachting in New Zealand, Peter Montgomery. Russell Coots is the skipper. Brad Butterworth, the tactician. They had a day off today. In fact, Brad Butterworth came down to say hello to all of us aboard the North Star. He was on board, had his 2 kids, his wife Marie there. But what do Coots and Butterworth do when they need a change of scenery? Well, the first thing they do is head for a golf course, and a spectacular one at that. Millbrook on the South Island, where golf is good, but the scenery is better. Susie Aiken on loan to ESPN from TVNZ takes us along, presented by ADT.
3 hours flight from Auckland is Queenstown, the South Island's top holiday spot. The place of choice for Brad Butterworth, tactician, and Russell Cootes, skipper of Team New Zealand. These two are the best of mates. Their schedule, 6 days a week, 10 hours a day over the past 2 years, has been grueling. And time out away from sailing is truly cherished. You couldn't get further away from the America's Cup competitive yachting scene than here at Millbrook Resort in the Central Otago region. It's absolutely stunning. And on the menu here, a round or two of golf, rest, relaxation, and pampering.
The advantage of Millbrook is it's a totally different setting to what we're used to looking at, and that is the ocean. Here you've got beautiful mountains, fantastic streams, great golf course which helps.
Yeah.
Just lots of beautiful scenery that we just don't get the opportunity to look at a lot.
The golf course here attracts some very famous faces. Cootes and Butterworth may work together on the boat, but on the golf course, the gloves are off.
I think it's fair to say that it's competitive at times, particularly off the water. When we are at a place like this and get the chance to play a bit of golf, it's extremely competitive.
A healthy rivalry that's more tongue-in-cheek than serious, though they do play for their own trophy.
I'm the holder of the trophy at the moment.
Okay.
And so the good thing about that competition is I choose when the competition happens being the holder of the trophy, and it's not happening here.
It's much the same as the America's Cup. It's a challenger-driven event. And usually the challenger can choose when you play for the home challenge. So I think this weekend's the ideal time.
Clearly, it's going to take a bit of working out. And whilst you can take the yachties away from the boats, you can't keep them out of the water. Their golf trophy may change hands, but they don't want to let go of the America's Cup. And that defence looms closer day by day.
The King brothers, separated at birth. George King went to a family that subscribed to fishing magazines. James's family subscribed to the Wall Street Journal. 28 years later, George lived with his parents, while his brother James started a B2B web company and went public with a record first-day pop. Food for thought, especially since you can get 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal for just 57 cents a day. That's 25% off the regular rate. Call 800-469-1600. That's 800-469-1600 for the Wall Street Journal.
Discover the amazing training secrets of America's finest baseball school in an exciting instructional video. Baseball World's Defensive Drills video features professional scout and instructor Tommy Mansky and the same techniques that produced his back-to-back-to-back AAU national championship teams. Collegiate Baseball Magazine's editor calls it a masterpiece, the best drill video ever produced. This video is endorsed by top professionals like superstar Fred McGriff.
This is the instructional video that gets results.
The Defensive Drills video benefits players of all ages and ability levels and makes a great gift, too, so call now.
We're on a voyage to reclaim the America's Cup. We wouldn't return without it. If we returned at all.
Giant crab! Giant crab! Prepare to attack!
The crew encountered some setbacks, but our commitment to win back the cup never wavered.
Back with our ESPN sail track, Kayard Kostecki and USA 61 steaming out to a 6-plus boat length lead.
Things looking a little more comfortable here. They're out to the port ley line. When we saw the keel reveal day for the Louis Vuitton Cup final, we could see that America One has put bigger wings on. And I reckon that has been a key factor in why they've been able to perform well to win with and get to the top mark first, as we've seen in most of the races. But
What do your Kiwi spies tell you about the downwind leg? Why is Prada so good downwind?
Well, it's not so much the spies. This is just my opinion. I wonder whether those wings are actually going against America 1, that their very fast off-wind speed, say in the semi-finals, has been inhibited a little bit, really. And it's just really the checks and balances, Jim, really, that if America 1 is so good to windward, and quite obviously they're getting a couple of lifts here that we can hear they're worked out to the left, but I just wonder. But also they're sailing well. I mean, here we are well into leg number 5, but this race is still alive. We could be in for another thriller.
We've had some wild and woolly runs downwind. I mean, the two teams screaming at each other, protest flags flying.
Yes. Well, there could be more of the same yet. One of the things I noticed was the split in the green spinnaker, and I don't think that America 1, we never heard a comment coming off the boat. Did you hear it where they were concerned they had a split in the spinnaker? So, and you know, when they did that dummy jibe, that could have put all sorts of forces and pressure on them. But anyway, the spinnaker still stood up, and they have a handy lead, and they're doing well. This has just been yet another wonderful boat race.
Thank you, PJ. Gary Jobson joins us when we come back to the Hauraki Gulf. It'll either be 3-2 Prada or 4-1 in favor of Prada after today.
Great timepieces are built to run forever without replacing batteries. But only one of these is smart enough to run forever on any kind of light. Echo Drive from Citizen. Live at the speed of light.
I have 48 employees. I have an 8-member management committee. I also have 3 5-year-old sons. I don't need someone else raising questions. I need someone who can give me answers.
At Lincoln Financial Group, you tell us your goals, your situation, and your concerns. We'll provide clear, understandable solutions to help you manage your finances. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
Welcome to the World Wide Web. And what a tangled web we weave. With so much traffic, the superhighway can become a parking lot. So Agilent Technologies makes systems and components that help turn internet gridlock into open road. It's a driver's dream.
Great timepieces are built to run forever without replacing batteries. But only one of these is smart enough to run forever on any kind of light. Echo Drive from Citizen. Live at the speed of light.
I have friends. Sometimes they come over to watch college hoops tonight. I think they want my knowledge. But they can't have my knowledge. It's my knowledge.
Back with race number 1 so far, everything is just fine.
Jim, I like the way they came out swinging before the start and got the lead. But twice, the pressure was really on them when the jib sheet broke on the first leg, and then with a rip in the spinnaker and Prada coming on, they pulled one out of the bag, a fake jibe. Prada fell for it. Those are the moves that you get to use about once a series, and that was the key moment. Lorenzo Mazza, one of the 2 tailors. They use 2 upwind tailors aboard Prada, as opposed to America 1 that just uses 1 upwind, Moose McClintock, and 1 downwind, Carter Perrin. Breeze getting very strong now. These boats are reading 28 knots of wind. That's true wind. And on the fact that they're going to windward at 9+ knots. So they're feeling about 36 knots of breeze over the deck.
Prada leading 3 races to 1. 5 out of 9 to challenge the Kiwis. The mark rounding when we come right back.
Not fixable.
I have a mother. I have a father. I even have a big brother. I don't need someone else looking out for me. I need someone who can help me look out for myself.
At Lincoln Financial Group, our goal is to make the financial world clear and understandable so you can make informed decisions. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations, plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do one thing, do it well.
Agassi, Sampras, McEnroe. A new era in team tennis begins when John McEnroe captains America's best team ever. The Davis Cup. Coverage begins Friday at noon on ESPN2.
Gary Jobson alongside, checking leg 5 on sail track.
Yellow line, America 1, almost in a direct course for the mark. Prada following to windward and behind. America 1 being patient here, waiting for a right side wind shift so they can get across and make one turn for that windward mark.
The course? Nope, it's 225 wind direction. They're not moving it? Nope, they confirmed they're not moving it on the radio. Kind of the worst deal here, you might leg. Plus for drive settings, we have to do too. Yeah. I didn't see the score left. How far to the mark, Lex? About 3 minutes. The other thing is if this holds, he's over 6, so it's better not to have gone all the way out there. It's going to be inside over here. That one ought to be off about, like 5 feet, 5 feet inside. 5 feet. Okay. 5 feet up. Just pull 10 feet out there. You've been higher than him all the time, yeah. Just get the lift first, Paul. This is bad, though. This good? All right, we're still going to have a nice lead, okay, Paul? Yeah. Let's not get punched. We're going 2 rounds on your port base? The rest of the guys. I know. Hanging on. The right hander on the stake boat now. What's that? Right set. Okay. Keep it faster. It's like righty coming
Kind of like a quarterback who just missed the wide receiver who was wide open. I mean, 2 guys just trying to bolster each other because they know that in the last race they enjoyed a 40-plus second advantage around the 5th mark and questionable tactics downwind.
And the problem for America 1 is they have to make 2 tacks to get around that windward mark, and they're concerned that Prada is on a direct course for the mark. Although, to my eye, we're right behind Prada now, and I think Prada is also going to have difficulty making that mark. So I think their concerns are not as strong as they feel it is on board.
I don't need to go very far, huh? Nope. Of course, a little bit extra is good for the round.
So they make their call early to get to the mark, but I think they're in pretty good shape. Prada's going to have a lot of trouble making the mark themselves.
Okay, trim them on up. Trim main. Okay, we're there. Stop! Tacking! Keep coming. Run her up, guys. Get a hook to shoot up. Relay! Keep trimming.
And remember, Jim, Prada was further behind than this.
Keep it in. Keep coming in
race number 4, and they were able to run them down. And on both lower legs, they've caught up.
Hang on. We're really going to be tight. Jibe set, Manny. Jib on. Get in, guys. Hold 2 legs.
Prada in a pinching mode, sailing very close to the wind, struggling to make the mark themselves.
6-man jibe set, Josh. Josh, wait for me on the hoist. Josh!
The jibe set by America 1. Very difficult maneuver in these kinds of winds.
Hold the main. Go, Jim. Go, Jim. Go, Jim. Hoy! Come on, Jim. Go. I'm gonna catch him. Go, guy.
Prada's going to do a fairway set, so they're going to be on split jibes as they head downwind. America 1 will be looking to get jibed as soon as they can to cover Prada.
In race 1, they led by 41 seconds at the 5th mark. That's what we talked about.
Prada having trouble. Yeah, sorry, Jim, but Prada getting a little trouble getting their spinnaker up. They finally get it to fly, but this crew is showing a little nervousness and a little unsettled. One thing they have going for them is they know they are fast downwind. They've recovered from, as you say, 41 seconds just one race ago.
Pressure on.
There were a lot of green wigs inside the A1 compound this morning when they had the dock start.
Right off there. Got the pressure, guys.
Anything can happen when these two boats hook up downwind. The finish when we come right back to the wild and woolly Hauraki Gulf.
Like most sailors, you'll eventually find yourself in a situation where you start asking some questions. Should you have chosen a larger furling system, or does that winch have enough power? Get the answers at Fiat.com, the online source for hardware, rigging, sales, and marine electronics. Find out about it. Order online or by phone, and get it quickly. Fiat.com, because you may have a few questions out here.
I just hope it's healthy. I hope they're playing land safely. I don't want to go to the hospital anymore.
I wish I could get my email out. I wish my network had more bandwidth.
I hope we get 1 million hits.
Never stay out of here.
I wish I could have done more. I wish I had more time.
Agilent Technologies. Dreams made real.
I have a mother. I have a father. I even have a big brother. I don't need someone else looking out for me. I need someone who can help me look out for myself.
At Lincoln Financial Group, our goal is to make the financial world clear and understandable so you can make informed decisions. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations, plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do one thing, do it well.
On the race course, there was the Delta 42 seconds at the 5th mark. Day number 5, Louis Vuitton finals.
Prada decides to jibe and cover from behind to try and keep it close. America 1 did a jibe set and continues on starboard, heading down for the finish. Wind very streaky out here. Kayard asking his crew to get on the leeward side of the boat while one man goes out to try and wrap the guy.
Mike's going too high for him. Same.
Curtis blew it out at the end of the spinnaker pole.
Coming out here.
He did not, by the way, go rock climbing on his day off yesterday. He was curled up on the couch trying to unwind.
What he did, he had the halyard wrapped at the top of the mast on the wrong side of the guide, so he went out to the end of the pole to get it inside. In case they need to change the spinnaker, they'll have the halyard, the line that takes it to the top of the mast on the correct side of the boat. He looked like Spider-Man. He did it so effortlessly. 26-year-old rock climber.
Curtis sailed with Kayard on EF language in the Whitbread, which they won.
Yeah, it's good, Carter.
I like the fact that Prada did a barroway set split, but Kayard did not take the bait and kept sailing in a straight line, so Prada jibed to just stay with him. Their tactic now to set themselves up when America One does jibe, they'll try and block their wind, and that's what they did so effectively on the last half of the leg in leg 4.
Lincoln Financial Group takes us on board, Italy 45. You know, the last time we had this stretch drive, you had that umpire call, an extreme call, some said, to decide it all. Maybe another one.
Still living with those ugly stains, millions of people have already discovered the magic of Instagon. You just spray it on, and the stain is gone, even on those impossible textured ceilings. No rubbing, no scrubbing. Instagon's unique formula disintegrates stains and grime on contact. Even the caulking between your bathroom tiles comes clean in no time. Instagon gets into all those tiny crevices in stucco. It cleans away months of dirt on PVC lawn furniture and gets rid of the mildew on vinyl cushions. Instagon is still only $19.95. And if you call now, we'll double your order at no extra charge. And as a special bonus for ordering today, you'll receive a free 30-day trial membership in Best Price USA, guaranteeing you the lowest prices in the country on more than 250,000 name brand products and services.
To order Instagon, have your credit card ready and call 1-800-931-4900 or send check or money order for $19.95 plus $5.95 shipping to the address on your screen. Call now.
This Sunday, ESPN Classic presents a boxing movie that packs such a wallop, you'll be knocked unconscious. Percy and Thunder.
She's Thunder. I'm Percy.
Actually, he's James Earl Jones. She's ER's Gloria Rubin. And he's who I am, Billy D. Williams. It's real classics. It's Percy and Thunder. Sunday night at 9, only on ESPN Classic. To get ESPN Classic, call 1-800-CLASSIC today.
Back with our ESPN sail track. The breeze, Gary, right now at 20.5 knots.
Wind backing down as they get toward the leeward mark. America One finally jibes back into the center of the course. Prada is working to get in a position to block their wind, but with the distance of about 9 boat lengths, that's marginal whether they can stop the wind flow into America One sails.
Are you on the marks on the rig?
Different spinnaker aboard America One this time. They did have a rip in one sail, and this one seems to be a smaller size and a little stronger material.
We should not worry about it. It's the same. We gotta go here. Really good pressure, Paul.
What will Kayard and Kostecki be thinking now to avoid the trap that they fell into back in race number 4?
Good question, Jim. They need to jibe right now to stay between Prada and the finish line.
On the other board?
But if they're on the Prada decides to jibe, they'll just stay right there.
Meanwhile, you're looking at Prada there. What can Torben Grail, the tactician, DeAngelis, the helmsman, do?
Well, Torben's saying, let's try and get on their wind. It looked to me like Prada jibed a little bit too late, and America One's got their wind ahead of Prada.
He goes, we got a match, right?
Now, the wind is stronger than we saw in race 4, and they're going faster, so this leg will be shorter, so there's less time for Prada to make their move. Curtis blew it up in the foredeck with Ralphie Stites. They're ready to make a jibe at any time. They'll do it. The instant Prada goes, they're covering closely this time.
Yes. everywhere right now. Squaring, Josh? We're land? Yeah. Close enough. Trim? Hold. I know, to have a good one. No light patch coming? A little more. Oh, we're not fetching.
You're looking at the wind coming from Prada's sails.
Okay, let's go.
Looks like it's aimed directly at America 1. America 1 not liking what's happening, so they're going to be looking to jibe to get out of there. Prada's done a good job of blocking her wind.
And here we go.
Go hard. Keep going, Phil. Keep going. Go, guys, push it. Go.
Actually get the spinnaker pole across first this time ahead of the mainsail. That seems to work a little bit better. Prada jives right behind him. But America 1's got clear wind now.
Really a bummer. When the tweaker's on that hard, I cannot steer the boat. Keep going. Really a bad feeling to have the
The
wheel
tweaker is a line that holds the spinnaker down. It's attached to the spinnaker chute coming out. And they use the tweaker to steady the sail down going through its jibe. But it was so tight, Kayard said he had trouble with it. Trouble steering with it.
Keep coming. Okay, we're nowhere near land. All right, don't fall. Trim, watch it move. Huge lead. Yep. Lots of pressure. Minimize the maneuvers.
I like the cadence on board the boat. Lots of pressure. We got a big lead. We're in good shape. Cut down the maneuvers. Let's not jive too much. 3-word sentences. That's the way these teams should work, and that's what'll get them into the America's Cup.
Josh, after the finish, should we try to do a couple of normal jives and learn about how to fix this pole, or what are we going to do here, Paul? Yes.
We will have uninterrupted coverage until A1 crosses the finish line. 9.5 boat lengths. That's comfortable in Kayard's terminology. Can't you hear him on the toe end if it stays like this? Guys, we're one race away from evening up this series.
Well, this will totally change the momentum, give them a lot of confidence that yes, we can get the lead, and yes, we can win. I like the fact that Kayard's talking about let's finish across the finish line and keep sailing and practice some of these jives so we get this down. This is our opportunity right now. I like that.
Just looking at the pin. Yeah, on the side that we're tripping from, we're going to be up a 1.5 feet. Pretty big righty here, guys. It is a match if he goes now. Match if he goes. You guys hear that? Nice job. I see that the lift would have us close to land the boat on. A little high here, if anything. Got it. How's the mode, Gav? A little bit more aggressive now, Paul. Wind speed's down slightly. Okay, another thing, Lexi, is your true wind angle doesn't work. Way too tight on this board. Rod on the other. Trim. Okay, there it goes, Lexi. Got me a little bit of target. Thanks. Yeah. Okay. Good speed right now. He goes, we're matching, John? Right now. Apre. Cassa 10. Cassa 10. Stop così.
Prada going through a jibe. Now, America 1 can actually afford to stretch out for about 6 or 7 boat lengths.
Little trim. Hold. Okay, we can go here.
Hold down 1 second longer. That time I was a little behind you.
Go here, Paul. Next wave. Stand by.
Squaring.
So Kostecki showing good patience, waiting till they have perfectly clear wind behind Prada, and they go for their own jive.
Go. Don't let it pop here. God darn it. Go. Keep going after, guy.
Problem with the spinnaker pole, but they've got it saved.
Ease a little, Chief. Easy. Okay, hold it there. Trim starboard now. We can't drive again.
Problem with the pole being on a headstay like that, Jim, it could actually break if it wraps itself around. So they've got to get the pressure off the pole by pulling that guy and sail back. They're able to do it for an anxious moment.
Okay, thank God for that, huh? Yeah. Just not quite. Looking like one and in. Get up this. How's the pressure going to be? Curtis got to put a sheet on.
Change the pedals.
What is it?
Trim.
Okay, we have to poke it, you know. We have
Hold.
Tira dentro l'anda. Vai, Good job, I said don't lean it. Curtis, get back here.
We're going to lay pin end this way.
America won on a direct course for the finish. They don't want to risk any more jives.
Little square here and trim on. Squaring. Squaring moves.
What's all this crap going
Make it easy, just lay this thing.
That's some of our stuff, isn't it? Is that some of our stuff? That shit ours?
Pin ends very favorite.
Yeah, I think, you know...
Did you hear Paul Kayar just a second ago say, chill out, guys? All that experience, his 5th Cup campaign. He and Kostecki had dinner the other night, ironed out whatever disagreements they might have had during the last downwind run when they lost a 41-second lead, and talked about how to get this team back on track. They've done it.
You guys, is this a light spot? Pretty light, huh? You guys ready to dive?
No.
No?
Not ready. Hold it.
We don't want to dive here. Yeah?
Yeah, we're just going to trim it on the guy all the way. No, we may not be able to.
You okay, Carter?
Yeah, let me check the pedal, make sure it's...
High 9 in it. High 9, yeah.
Yeah, it should be okay.
Periodically during this race, things have amazed me. Hey, ready?
Okay, let's go, Paul.
Ready?
Yeah.
Rip, Robbie!
Ready. Okay. Go. Rip. Go hard, guys. Go hard. Go. Way out there, guys.
Go.
Trim. Keep trimming. Keep trimming.
Boy, got a little work to do. Where? Ready for kite down. Ready for kite down.
Trim. Yeah, just start over trim. We're going to over trim, Paul.
We're going to take it down.
Yep.
Take it out a little more. Good job, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, button.
Bring back, ready? Go ahead. Mike off, miss.
Sure.
Everything calm and cool on board 61. Thoughts now, they're only down by one race. I mean, you can hear the pep talk. Hey, guys, we're only one race away from evening this thing up.
The mark of great athletes is how do you respond when the chips are against you. The chips definitely against this team. They had a couple moments of truth, and when it came time to respond, Kayard and Kostecki and the rest of the crew got the job done in a very tough race. An impressive performance, and the momentum is shifting.
Maybe shades of 1992. That man was down 1-3 when, ironically, he sailed with the Italians, and he came back and he won the series. Can he do it again?
I spent 40 years building a nest egg. 30 years paying off a mortgage. 20 years saving for college. I'm done worrying. Now, I want to live.
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable solutions to help you grow, manage, and protect the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
What creates professional-grade agility? A wider stance for improved handling. Bigger brakes for driver confidence. And a new suspension for a better ride. A world of innovations, plus one new name. The GMC Suburban is now the all-new, surprisingly agile Yukon XL. GMC, do one thing, do it well.
I just hope it's healthy. I hope they're playing land safely.
I don't want to go to the hospital anymore. I
I wish I could get my email out. I wish my network had more bandwidth.
I hope we get 1 million hits.
Never stay out of here.
I wish I could have done more. I wish I had more time.
Agilent Technologies. Dreams made real.
Well, considering the popularity of the swimsuit issues, the Sports Center swimsuit calendar seemed like an idea whose time had come. Sex sells.
Show me the sex. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
I don't want lotion. Get away.
Very sexy. Oh, yeah.
Megan, give me the snakes, would you?
Snakes?
No, you're going to look sexy. It's going to look great. You've got to be kidding me.
We know what people like.
Yeah. Gorgeous.
Back with a look at all the drama out here in the Hauraki Gulf from race day number 5. In the pre-start, a very aggressive, and some might even say lucky Paul Kayard. Hey, Gary?
Well, coming into the start, Paul Kayard had a new aggression after that crushing defeat in race 4. The circling was tight. Kayard on court decided to tack directly ahead of Prada. Now, while you're making maneuver, you've got to stay clear. Prada started their turn. Had they continued, it would have been a questionable call, but the umpires ruled green flag, keep racing. Maybe Kayard got away with one.
So the start was won by USA 61. They got to the top mark 32 seconds in front, but a dramatic downwind gain by Prada's red boat. They sliced the margin to just 10 seconds at the second mark. But Kayard, Kostecki back in phase, in sync with each other and with the other 14 on board. San Francisco's pride and joy, America won. Then, as they went back to weather for the second time, it was an 18-second lead around the third mark. We've said throughout the regatta, Gary, that mistakes at this level are harshly penalized. Well, guess who went for the head fake? The Italian.
Paul Kayard did a false jibe. The Italians started spinning, and then her boom got stuck in the water. A mistake by the main trimmer who didn't let off the boom bang that holds that down. By the time Prada recovered and got down on the course, America won surged in about a 6-boat length lead and never looked back.
That was a Paul Kayard audible head fake on a trick that Gary Jobson invented back in '83 when he was the tactician aboard Tom Blackaller's 12-meter Defender. And the man that trimmed the jib on the boat back then was Paul Kayard. wire-to-wire win as we go on board and check our Lincoln Financial Group race summary. 34 was the Delta. So after 5 race days in this 5 out of 9 series, 3-2 Prada is your scoreboard. That means that Prada has to win 2 of the next 4. A1 has to win 3 of the next 4. But it was a much different scene. From babies to grandparents dressed in fluorescent lime green, the margin is just 1.
I will not be afraid of the dark.
I will not feel guilty leaving my dog alone.
I will feel better about my dad living by himself.
I will know my children are safe.
I will go on vacation and finally be able to relax.
ADT's advanced technology and skilled professionals help more people feel safe in more ways than any other security company. Call now and get ADT's sophisticated burglary system installed for as little as $99. You could also save up to 20% off your basic homeowner's insurance.
I will live my life.
My life.
My life.
On my terms!
Call now and get the ADT burglary system from $99 installed, plus up to 20% off homeowner's insurance. Get the power of ADT.
I spent 40 years building a nest egg, 30 years paying off a mortgage, 20 years saving for college. I'm done worrying. Now, I want to live.
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable solutions to help you grow, manage, and protect the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
I got a band to slam. Here's what's the name. So we ready for the X Games. For the X Games. Don't stop.
The Winter X Games begin Friday at 9 on ESPN.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of America's Cup 2000 has been brought to you by Sam Adams. It's What's Inside. By Fiat.com. Everything a sailor needs online. By Citizen Watch Company, the official timer of the Louis Vuitton Cup. And by Lincoln Financial Group. Clear solutions in a complex world.
The Auckland Museum, a war memorial to commemorate the Kiwi soldiers who served 3.5 million proud people. Kayard said before this series began, it's the team that recovers best from a hard loss that will prove the winner. Nobody had a harder loss than A1 2 days ago. On board with a winner, here's Gary again.
Well, Paul, a fantastic victory. You made it tough on yourselves a little bit. But what things did you talk with John Kostecki the other night after that race 4?
Well, nothing specific. I think what we've realized a little bit in this series is we just haven't quite had the little zip that we had in the semifinals, and so we were just talking over maybe some of the differences between this series and the semis and trying to get it back in the groove. And certainly I think for the afterguard part today on America 1, with that kind of start and those shifts that John picked us up the first beat, I mean, that kind of a lead at the top mark is awesome, and so that was good.
Big moment going downwind. You had a fake jibe there. They seemed to fall for it and spin out. What was your thinking going into that?
Well, we were looking for an opportunity to shake them for sure, and they bid it. And so when they came back, that was the time to swing at them again, try to get the phases in opposing ways, and we were able to make it work. And they were pretty desperate to stay with us, and they lost it.
You're down 3-2, but this has got to be a huge confidence builder.
Well, this is probably the hardest one to win of the 4 that we got to win, and tomorrow will be a good one, and then we'll get it to 3-3, and then we'll see how the other guys like the pressure.
Well, thank you very much. Good going today, and we look forward to following it with great interest.
Thank you.
In this mano-mano battle that is match racing, today San Francisco's America 1 turned tenacity into victory. A1 still has their green and gray backs up against it. They still have to win 3 of the next 4 to accomplish their goal. An uphill task, sailing with a backup mast and no spar to spare. Race 6 tomorrow. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com.
On this edition of Up Close, a trio of Sunday's heroes talks about how St. Louis won one of the greatest games in Super Bowl history. Missouri native Mike Jones describes perhaps the most important tackle this game has ever seen. Torrey Holt talks about a rookie's dream come true and how he'll celebrate his key role in this victory. But first, it's Isaac Bruce on his 73-yard dash to immortality and how a former journeyman quarterback brought St. Louis its first ever NFL title. Up Close, up next. That's where it all happened, the Georgia Dome. Hi again, everyone. Welcome back to Atlanta, site of Super Bowl 34. I'm Gary Miller, and we've got three heroes from Sunday's game. We'll talk to Mike Jones and Torrey Holt later, but Isaac Bruce could have been the Super Bowl MVP, but Kurt Warner eclipsed Joe Montana with the greatest passing game in Super Bowl history. Isaac Bruce on the other end of the most important catch in that game. If he had been MVP, he would have been a prophet. He was on Up Close earlier last week, and we started our post-game interview by talking about what he wrote in our guest book.
All right, Isaac, we had you on this week, well before the Super Bowl, and you signed at the bottom of it, Y2K SB MVP. Now, you envisioned having a huge game.
Right. I mean, I knew it was never a doubt that we were going to win the game, but it's going to take a special effort, you know. Fortunately, you know, I played a big part in it, as well as Torrey Holt, as well as Kurt Warner, and our defense showed up again.
Never a doubt, even on that last drive?
Well, we were kind of in the same situation 2 weeks ago facing Tampa Bay, and the defense came through, so there was no need to worry. We knew they'd keep them out of the end zone because, you know, as a unit, we wanted to win the World Championship.
Is it true that you knew early in the game, well, I can tell by the way you're talking, you thought you could beat any of their DBs, but Deron Walker was on you quite a bit, that you knew you could beat him and you guys waited till you really needed that play at the end?
Well, I had ran by him a couple of times earlier, and guys were like on the sideline, wanted me to go and tell Kurt that I could get by this guy. He fed off of them, and
and it's yours now if you order while there's still time. The first silver dollar of
as a strong and worthy candidate for the Rookie of the Year.